Pete Scobell, welcome to the show, man.
It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to have you. Been wanting to do this one for a long time.
Yes, we have. What a amazing path we have come to be intertwined in at various points together.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Yeah.
No kidding. It's going to be heavy. It's going to be a heavy interview. But
It is.
I appreciate you coming, man. I know this takes a lot of courage.
I appreciate you having me, and being here, I've avoided a lot of stuff in the last 5 years, and then we had these touch points, and it finally was like, okay, I want to talk, but I'm going to talk to Sean, nobody else. So
That means a lot, man. Thank you.
I'm a big fan, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I mean that. I there's so much noise out there right now. There's so much noise, and trying to pull out what's real, what's not real. It's like you're being bombarded with the algorithm and trying to find the bits and pieces of truth in there, and then take the time to digest them and then filter them through the people that you trust. Like, what do you think of this, or what do you think of that? And I think in that mess, you're bringing a very reliable source of information it's not saying, oh, believe this or believe this. It's saying, here it is. What would you like to do with it? And nobody else is doing that. Not nobody, but definitely not mainstream.
Yeah, that's no kidding. I mean, I take it, very seriously, and I think we were talking about it last night at dinner, but yeah, it's getting harder and harder to find any real truth. And so it's, I'm not trying to make people think a certain way. I'm just trying to give them information, and then they do with it what they want, but I think that's important. But let's get to you, man. You want to kick it off with a prayer?
Yes, but I want to kick it off with something. So you sent me this book on June 11th, I think was the first day I read, Calling Jesus by Sarah Young. And you sent me a note, and in the note, you said, "It was great hanging with you. I know we don't know each other that well, but I feel like we're carrying some heavy weight." I'll leave the rest of it, but you said basically this is an important book to you, and I think it'll be important, or an important book to yourself. It'll be important to you as well. And so I'm a big believer in anything. I'll try anything twice. I always say that. Someone says, hey, try this out, whether it was for TBI or, PTSD, all that stuff. I'll try it because I want to know personally, is it work, does it not work? So I started reading this every day and I would highlight it as kind of a reminder. And so this morning I got up, September 25th, and I want to read it to you. Pour all of your energy and trust into me. It is through trust that you stay connected to me, aware of my presence. Every step on your life journey can be a step of faith. Baby steps of trust are simple for you. You can take them with almost unconscious ease. Giant steps are another matter altogether. Leaping across chasms in semi-darkness, scaling cliffs of uncertainty, trudging through the valleys of the shadow of death. These feats require sheer concentration, as well as utter commitment to me. Each of my children is a unique blend of temperament, giftedness, and life experiences. Something that is a baby step for you may be a giant step for another person, or vice versa. Only I know the difficulty or ease of each segment of your journey. Beware of trying to impress others by acting as if your giant steps are only baby ones. Do not judge others who hesitate in trembling fear before an act that would be easy for you. If each of my children would seek to please me above all else, fear others' judgments would vanish. fear of others' judgments would vanish, as would attempts to impress others. Focus your attention on the path that is just ahead of you and on the one who never leaves your side. The piece of scripture that comes from is, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me.
What does that mean to you?
I think we're spirits having a human experience. We're not humans having a spiritual experience. And when you realize that, you realize this is all one big lesson. And the more that I bring him close to me on a daily basis, the more I lean on him, the less I worry about what's coming, the stronger I feel. And, you know, you get to a point where you have these experiences and you want to share them because you hope that they'll help someone else who's in a shadow in the valley. And I feel like we've both been walking through a valley for a long time. And I just thought that was a really interesting read for this interview.
Yeah, man. I think as much as we don't like to admit it, we like being in that valley. You know, feels like home.
Feel that's where we do our best work.
You know, I've loved that book, man. And you know, a couple of years ago, Elijah, who you met, you know, he's the head of production here. He sent me a book because you know about my story. I've been trying to find, you know, truth and understand the Bible and all that kind of stuff. And that's really hard to understand. And Elijah gave me a book for Christmas, and it was all the things that just Jesus had said. It's a really good book. I can't remember the name of it, but it was still a little confusing. And then somebody else sent me that, and that just really breaks it down, you know, and you know, the three common themes that I've found is be more accepting, call evil out, and just be the light, you know. And I think that's the commonality, you know, throughout all of the Bible. And I think, you know, if we were just a little more accepting and hearing another side or another perspective, you know, I think the whole world would look a lot different, a lot better than it does today. That's for damn sure. But that book just breaks it down, man, into you know, verbiage that dummies like you and I can actually understand. And it's almost seems like a guide on how to live.
I like it because it's, you know, I started cracking the Bible, and you're like, okay, what does that mean? Where does this fit into things, and how does it relate to my day? And when I started reading that, it was just it's a constant reminder. And there's a constant theme that bleeds through every day, and that's just bring me closer. Just lean on me, bring me closer. And when you're struggling, you know, or take a minute, stop worrying about the things you can't control or worrying about the past. Be present in the moment. And I feel like that's like the common theme. And being present is like one of the hardest things to do. Mm-hmm. And when you think about time, it's like, it's just now. The future isn't there, and the past is gone. And so much, I think when I was younger, and you're probably like this too, but I was never there. I was always looking where I was going, and I was working through the moment, but I was never in the moment. Mm-hmm. And I missed a lot. And, you know, getting ready for this interview, going back and like reliving some of the experiences, a lot of them, it was heavy, but and then things just opened up. I started going down rabbit holes that I was like, I was having these vivid memories, which we were talking right before we started about the plant medicine therapy. You know, people I had my first one in 2019, but now I'm still benefiting from it. And that integration becomes a lifelong. For me, it's like I was here and then I went here, and I'm still on that path. And so just being present. And that book, it doesn't matter what you believe. Like, if you believe in God, just stop calling. Everybody gets in arguments. Well, what the name is, what the marketing is, who, what, all the. But if you believe that God is everything, then God is in you. And that faith in God is faith in yourself. And the kingdom of God is within you. I think you constantly go back to that. It becomes, it's with all the noise, and we're talking about all the noise that's happening right now. If you can just come back to that, it's like it's like a little island in the sea of chaos. And that just does it every day for me. So now I get up, I crack that open. I kind of already know what I'm going to read. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, you're here. Let's go through this.
Yeah.
But then there's little pieces, and they put the different parts of scripture that back up what the statement is. But it's my morning ritual, and it's been fantastic.
Good, man.
It's like just fantastic.
Good.
So thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I read it at night before I go to bed. And I'm about my first year too, but I'm curious to see if the same things that hit me this year hit me next year, or if it'll be totally different,
Started making notes on it after, like, what did I get out of that? What does that mean? And then I'll summarize it, and I'll put a quick note down. Or other things that I see, I write in, during the day. I just kind of keep it as not necessarily a journal, but as a running record of where my mind is.
Yeah.
And when I get upset or mad, like, I have something to fall back on immediately. And it was interesting, the interview you did with, I'm trying to remember his name, about the religion.
The religion business.
The religion business. One of the takeaways from that was that the megachurches went to Stanford and they said, how do we deepen people's faith? How do we keep people in the seats, right? And the study came back and said, an individual reading scripture and praying is the only thing that deepens your faith. Nothing to do with you can't do anything in your megachurch. It has to be the individual. And I was like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense, because it sit well. It works.
It does.
And it's always simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, there you go.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you get something out of that, man.
I am.
Makes me happy.
More than I can ever express. So,
you ready to get into it?
I am, dude. I'm definitely ready.
Good. All right. Everybody starts off with an introduction. Pete Scobell, a Navy SEAL veteran with 6 combat deployments. You served at SEAL Team 8, SDV Team 1, and Development Group. Began your career as an enlisted SEAL before attending the United States Naval Academy, only the 3rd SEAL to ever do that. Leader of the Navy SEAL team, they conducted the rescue of Captain Richard Phillips from Somali pirates in 2009, jumped into a country music career with albums like Walkin' a Wire and collaborating with legends like Winona Judd. A motivational speaker and also an actor with roles in films like Plane. A husband, father to 3 children, including Hollywood star Walker Scobell, and most importantly, which we just covered, you're a Christian. So, couple things here before we get into the interview, right? So, you want a lip pillow?
I got my own soft,
all right,
supple lip pillow.
Let me put a sesh in here real quick. I can't read with this shit in my mouth, but
well, first of all,
wait till later.
First of all, I want to start. I was also I was on the mission. I didn't lead it. I was in charge of getting everyone to the target.
Okay.
And I was also spent a large portion of my time at SEAL Team 1. But, since I'm very familiar with your team, I know I know where their lacking is, their research. We won't hold anybody personally accountable.
You can hammer him at the end of the interview here. But
no.
yeah, by the way, thank you for introducing me to Jeremy. So
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. And yeah, apology accepted. But dude, he's just been amazing. And you called me or you texted me and you said, if you don't hire this guy, you're a fucking idiot. And I was like, well, that's not happening. And then I was like, all right, maybe I'll call him and see what's going on. And dude, Jeremy has just turned out to be a fucking rock star. I mean, if you have a pulse in this world, we will find you and get in touch. Doesn't mean they're going to say yes, but every single person that we've targeted, we've got a response out of. And that's all Jeremy, man. So thank you for that introduction.
It's really weird when that happened because I had watched some of your stuff and I was like, oh, this is cool. I started watching your interviews and then you cross paths with, then I recognized Cactus and Winona you were friends with them. And I was like, oh, okay, this is different because Cactus and Winona are family to me. And Cactus is just, I don't know where I'd be in this world without him. I absolutely love him like a father. And so it wasn't that you were a team guy that gave you credibility in my mind. It was that you were with Cactus. And then I saw he was with you when you got baptized in the lake. And Jeremy, my roommate from prep school all the way through graduation at the Naval Academy. And Jeremy had retired and was living up off the grid by himself with his family and kind of doing what he was doing. And I had come down and met you at Winona's birthday party in passing. We had a quick conversation. And Jeremy didn't know that I knew you or any of that. And Jeremy said, called me one day, we're just catching up as normal. And he was like, I feel called to respond to this X post that Sean Ryan has about being his producer. And I was like, okay, do you realize you're going to have to leave where you're at and go here? And do you want this? Do you really want this? And he said, yeah, I feel called to it. And I was like, all right, hold on. That's when I texted you. I was like, let's see if this happens. Who knows? Let's see if this calling works. But his background is just unbelievable. And I saw how you thought and I know how Jeremy thinks. And I'm like, I think this is exactly what you needed. And I hoped it worked out.
It's been a perfect fit, man.
And then you got Eric as well. It's funny. I walk in here and I'm like, blast from the past, with your team. It's like my family.
Yeah, it was interesting being the only enlisted scumbag at dinner last night. That's for. But
I was like, this is fitting. I'm like, every enlisted team guy's like, look at this. 3 officers and the man at the head of the table is the enlisted man. The way it's supposed to be.
Right on, man. But all right. So I got a couple gifts for you before we start here, right? So first one, Vigilance League gummy bears, made in the USA. No funny business, legal in all 50 states.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. Well, we go out to California and get the good ones. Right. But those are just candy. And I think you'll appreciate this one.
Oh, my God, dude. Whoa. Wow.
So that is the Sig Sauer P226 Legion. So, we're team guys. Pretty sure you probably carried a 226 when you were in. It was in that time frame, right? Mm-hmm. And so they've upgraded it. It's no longer a double action, no decocking lever, but that thing is a Cadillac, man.
Wow.
So thought you might like that.
This is amazing, dude. Can't wait to use that on that range out there.
Yeah, well, we'll do it on the first break here.
All right. You have to give me some instruction.
Oh, okay.
I'm serious, man.
Right on.
Hey, that's life is about learning. And I have a gift for you as well. I have two gifts for you.
I love gifts.
Jeremy said, "Hey, can you find something that would be cool to hang in the studio?" This is the ripcord from my shoot on the Captain Phillips mission.
Holy shit. Are you serious, dude?
Yeah, it was sitting in a box in my basement. And I wasn't gonna do anything with it, and this is my call sign patch from that. That was also in the box in the basement. I was probably gonna get thrown away. One of the flags.
Dude. Get out of here. Are you serious? Thank you.
Welcome, man.
What is that?
It's a Viking, Gray Squadron Vikings.
Thank you. Well, that's going to be framed, put in here. I'm going to have to have you sign that flag.
Sure, man.
So, thank you, dude. Wow.
I don't have any. It's interesting at home. I don't have anything hanging on the walls. I don't have any plaques. I don't have any. It's all hidden away somewhere, and I forgot I even had that. And I was thinking, I'm like, what do I give them? Then I'd seen some of the videos in here. I'm like, well, maybe you can find use for it.
Dude, thank you.
And the other thing I got, I was, because we ride the short bus, I found this Hero Bible
Nice.
that has pictures in it.
Dude, I have something similar. That's the Action Bible series.
The Action
I
Bible.
think.
This is really cool, man.
Yep.
Anyways, I do great with a little bit of words, lots of pictures.
Me too. I read a lot of picture books.
I thought you would enjoy that one.
I read a lot of picture books. Dude, thank you. Thank you. I don't have this one. So
I just thought it was cool.
Thank you.
I see my sons are always reading the the anime books, and they're these huge comic books, and they're really into them. And when I saw that, and I was like, oh, let's give this a shot. I thought you might.
I love it.
Anyway,
Thank you.
yeah, man, I thought that was cool. Thank you for the the boomstick, the gummy bears.
My pleasure. All right. So one last thing before we get going. I've got a Patreon account. It's a subscription network, and we've turned it into one hell of a community. A lot of these guys and girls have been here since the beginning when I was doing this out of my attic.
Yeah.
And, and in all honesty, they're the reason that I get to sit here with you here today is because of them. So I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. So this one is from Winona Judd. Could you share the story of events the night before and on the first day you started recording your debut album?
Yes. So, all right, I grew up playing rock music and the Dead and Fish and grunge era. Like, that was I'm not like
You're a hippie.
I'm a total hippie, dude.
Love it.
I'm a total hippie. And long story long, I had written a song, kind of got put into the last minute for a movie, and it got, we can't really use it. And it got floated around, and it was just, I was getting out. I had 24 hours to write it, went away. And I didn't think anything of it. And out of the blue, I get this phone call from this guy named Cactus. And he says, hey man, working with this guy, Christian, who's producing this movie called The Hornet's Nest. And we got your song, and I was wondering if you wanted to come to Nashville and record an album. And I was like, okay. I didn't know Cactus. I didn't know any, and I knew who the Judds were, obviously, but I wasn't like a, big, diehard country fan. And so Cactus is like, fly to Nashville, and we'll, we're gonna cut this album over these days. And I didn't really know him. Christian, producer of the movie, is like, yeah, he's a great guy. He's Winona Judd's husband. He's a drummer. And I said, okay, well, all right. Again, I'll try to think twice. How often do you get to go to Nashville and record? And this would be amazing, or it's going to be horrible, or whatever. Let's go try it. And so I fly here to Nashville. I get off the plane and got my guitar in my hand. And you know, when you're coming through the airport, there's like a little stage right before you go to baggage claim. And there's a dude playing guitar and singing, and he's looking at me, like nods his head, you know, and I'm just like, this is a horrible idea. What the hell was I thinking? And I went downstairs and got a rental car, and I drove to meet Cactus. And we sit down, we have lunch together, and I had scheduled booked a hotel, and he goes, come on, you're going to stay at the house. And I said, well, I got a hotel. I don't need that. He's like, no. Why I want you to stay at the house? And I was like, okay, we'll do this. So my first night in Nashville, we drive to the house. And at the time, you've been over there, at the time it was completely under construction. I mean, it was like a 100% construction, like plywood floors, like dogs running everywhere, and there barely any lighting. And I walk into the kitchen that has got a plastic table, and Wyatt put like a tablecloth on it. Her son Elijah was there, and we got takeout, and Wyatt's all dressed in black, and she's got her long red hair, and I'm just like, oh my God, like this is the queen of country music, like, and I'm in this. It was just kind of a surreal moment, but very real in the fact that, like, you know, it wasn't fancy. It was like, we're having takeout and we're going to talk. And so I sat down, I ate, and Wyatt was nervous. And I was like, why are you nervous? I should be nervous. You're like the queen. And we had a steel bowl. She goes, what kind of music do you like? And I'm like, well, yeah, I like everything. And she immediately goes, name one song that I sang. And I'm just like, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, Grandpa? Thank God I knew one song. And she's like, do you know anything else? And I was thinking to myself, like, why me? And she's like, that's an easy one. And I was like, oh shit, that's a song. It's just totally like one of those moments. And I'm like, what did I get myself into? And so we pulled out our cell phones and we started playing music, and we didn't have a sound system. So we'd take the phone and we'd put it in the steel bowl, and that was our speaker for the night. And I had my friends in Colorado owned a distillery, Woody Creek Distillery. And I asked Cactus, like, hey, I'm going to send you guys out like a gift. So I had sent out some Woody Creek vodka, potato vodka. It's unbelievable. So I sent that out, and we finished dinner. And Y comes over and takes the bottle, puts it on the table, and goes, we're going to talk. And I'm just like,
Oh boy.
oh man. Like, so Y and I start drinking, and we're going, Cactus and I are supposed to be in the studio in the morning, right? And 8 a.m, I'm still in the chair, and Y's yelling at me, what, am I not interesting? But we talked about everything. I mean, we talked about all the stuff that we're going to talk about tonight. We talked about like life and death and parents, and Y and I had this. I didn't know enough about her I knew who she was, but I didn't know anything about her background, right? Mm-hmm. And she didn't know anything about me. And so we met in this place of just this neutral moment. And she immediately became this like rock in my life that night. And Cactus rolls into the morning, and I don't know if your Cactus he's missing his left leg. He got hit in a head-on collision on a motorcycle and lost his left leg, which in itself is an amazing story. And but in the mornings, he's sitting in a wheelchair. He rolls in the wheelchair in the morning. He's like, what the hell? Like, we gotta be in the studio in the morning, and he's asleep in a plastic chair. Like, how are we gonna pull this off? And he's like, get up. So we make coffee and we go in, and that kicked off my first album.
Damn.
in Nashville, meeting Winona. And she's been in my life pretty much every day since.
That's awesome, man.
In some way, shape, or form.
They're great people. Great people.
Yes.
You never know what you're going to get when you meet somebody like that, and they're just down to earth, real people. And
yeah,
that's getting hard to find anywhere, let alone in the entertainment industry.
And it wasn't until we went on our first tour together, the Songs and Stories tour. I was opening up for her, and after I finished my first, it's kind of a fun, that again is a funny story, because I'm standing on the side of the stage, and Y usually hides in the bus until it's her time to go. She walks up, she goes, and I'm getting ready to go on stage, and we did like these smaller, like 3,000 person, very intimate songs and stories. And she walks up next to me. She goes, "Okay, so here's the deal. No one here came to see you." And I was like, "I know that." She goes, "And you don't get a band." She goes, "If you can win them over, then you might have a chance in this industry, and I'm going to be praying for you." And I just, they announced me, and I walked out on stage, and I'll never forget that. And she just smiled and nodded and went back to the trailer. And I finished my first set, and I wanted to see her, so I went around to the sound booth in the back when she came out on stage. And she walked out by herself, all dressed in black. And beforehand, the band prays backstage. Cactus leads a prayer. So we do the prayer, and I hurry up and run around to the front, and I'm standing with the sound guy. And Y walks out alone, one spotlight, and she sings Pretty Bird a cappella. And I get chills. It is, to hear her, it's the voice of God. And I didn't realize in that moment all the stuff that we had talked about and all the pain that she had been through in her life and we had shared. And then I heard her voice, and I was like, "Oh, that's you have to carry that. Like, that's what you have to give this away." And it's a lot for her. It's a lot. And when you just hear it, you don't see too many artists in Nashville that walk out alone without a band, and they just, get after it, because everybody's hiding behind something, and she doesn't. She just walks out there and bears her soul, and I get chills. And that entire tour, I would go out to the soundstage just to listen to her, just to watch her do that. I have so much admiration for her and all the stuff she's been through, especially in the last year. And then back to the stadiums, and, it's just I don't know, every time I go over there, I was there yesterday, every time I go over there, I walk in the kitchen, and now it's beautiful. It's all finished, and I'm like laughing. Just remember those first night, first days of, who are these people and what are we getting into? Like, what is this? It was such a great part of my life.
Thank you for sharing that, man.
Yeah. I love them. I love Y. I love Cactus. Elijah, their son, who's a police officer, I think a brother. They're treasures.
They're great people.
Yeah.
Let's get into your story here.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep, I think so.
All right, man. Where'd you grow up?
Born and raised in Erie, Pennsylvania. My father was 51 when I was born. My mother was 25. My father was an attorney, World War II vet. He'd gone to Phillips Academy, Andover, and wanted to enlist to be in the airborne and he was trying to get into combat. And he got into the Army, took some tests, and they made him a bombardier, put him in the Army Air Corps. And he went to, became a bombardier navigator on a B-17. And he finished his time, I think he got over to England, missed the war, and then they came back. He did his 4 years, he got out, and his parents at the time were living in Chicago. And so he went to Chicago, and they said, "There's a school up the road, Northwestern. You should go check it out." And he had the GI Bill then. So he went to check out Northwestern, and he ended up loving it. So went to Northwestern, doing great till his senior year, played a fraternity prank, and he got kicked out. And in that time, his parents had moved back to Erie. But he had already been accepted to law school there, and at Northwestern. And so they said, "Your punishment is you got to graduate from somewhere else. You can still go to law school, but you can't get your degree from here." So my dad went to Allegheny He finished one semester at Allegheny, got his degree, and then went back to Northwestern undergrad, or then he got his master's in economics and his law degree. And then he moved back to Erie to start his own law firm. And a lot of this, part of the reason why I'm doing this is for my kids, because like I never met my grandparents. I didn't know, like a lot of this for me was hanging on my mind. Like where were these stories? What are my kids, what are they going to know? But anyways, so this is, my dad, he comes back and starts his own firm. He gets married, has a couple kids, and he gets divorced. And I have a half brother and a half sister that I don't really, we've met a few times and we have had a brief relationship, but it wasn't a lasting thing. And he was working as an attorney. He was very successful. And then meets my mom, who at the time she was going to Edinburgh University and studying music. She was a viola player and also playing in the Philharmonic in Erie. My dad was just a newly divorced attorney, and he starts dating her, and they date for get married, I think when she was around 21. And, he's in his late 40s, and I'm pretty sure I was an accident. And here I show up. He's 51 and my mom is 25 at the time. And he had this house out in the country, and we had a horse stable there. My mom, from pictures and whatnot, she loved horses. She was a musician. She would go to parties and pull out a guitar and sing, and everyone used to tell me stories about her. And she was this vivacious, beautiful woman. And part of what they used to the culture back then was they would, in the winters in Erie, we used to get tons of snow. And so everybody had snowmobiles. And the snowmobile crew, they would trail ride all over, and they would go bar hopping. And one night I must have been around 10 months old at the time. It was March. The crew came by the house and said, "Hey, come on, let's go out." My dad had just bought my mom a brand new John Deere 340 liquefier snowmobile. And my dad said, "You know what, I'll watch Peter. Why don't you go out? You haven't ridden this new snowmobile yet." And so my mom went out with her crew. And in Girard, a few miles away from our house, there's a big open field. And the story goes that my mom got in the open field and wanted to see what this new snowmobile can do. And she hammered down on it, and she hit a fence and was killed immediately. And so their friends were there, and they came upon her, and she was gone. And so here's my dad, 51 years old, and now he's got a 10-month-old baby. And he was not prepared to be a father in that capacity. And we had a family from right near us that was helping the Burkles. And at the time, my mom had help from one of the daughters, Beach, and they were German immigrants. Beach was actually born in Germany, and she came over, and her brother, Ralph, was actually born in Germany as well. He spoke German in the house. The father, Rudy, wonderful, wonderful man. He was a butcher. And Beach was helping with me, and my mom dies, and she just kind of goes full time. And my dad ended up, he post that, he kind of fell apart in a big way. Lost his practice. He'd gone from this successful attorney, and he just kind of, I think, from what I can gather, he stopped kind of working. He went into a depression. He was a pretty heavy drinker. Very smart, but very ruthless with his words. And so Beach stepped in and started taking care of me, and my dad married her. And she was my mother. She was the one that I identified with. And my dad wasn't nice to her at all. He was really mean to her. And as I got older, I started to see this. They got divorced, and
What age?
I was probably 6 when they got divorced. That was when my dad's world was really coming apart. The IRS, he hadn't paid taxes. He had lost kind of everything. He had sold our main house. And I just recently remembered going through the adoption proceedings. My dad decided, to give me to the beach. And so I remember being in the judge's chambers. Judge said, "Hey, who do you want to live with?" And I was like, I want to go with her. And the judge was a friend of my dad. And I think my dad changed his mind at the last moment and said, no, he's not leaving, because she had decided to move. And her family was moving to Texas. Moved into a new house, and I would go visit her, and I'd stay at the house all the time. And the brothers were like my uncles. And one day she came to the house and she said, "I'm leaving. We're going to Texas." And said goodbye to me. And in that moment, and post-Ibogaine and therapy, but in that moment, I had this they had told me stories about my mother, and I'd seen pictures, but I had a mother. So it wasn't like a priority, you know what I mean? It was like there, but it wasn't there. And then all of a sudden she was gone. And I remember laying in my bed, and I still go back to this moment. It was like the most horrific feeling. I felt like I was being torn apart in every direction, and I couldn't sleep. I watched the sunset, and I had this overwhelming feeling that nobody was coming for me. My dad didn't want me, and she was gone. No, you're not picking up the phone and calling. And then here was the pictures of my mom, and my dad was like, and I started asking questions. But I go back to that moment because what I found is that with our community, I think a lot of people go through something at a young age that makes us driven, that lights this fire inside of us that makes us want to achieve. And mine was fear. Nobody's coming for me. My dad would always tell me that, and I'm going to die at any minute. Right after my mom died, my dad had a catastrophic heart attack and and he was in the CCU, and he was a heavy drinker. And the physician actually told me, your dad left the CCU and walked down. He was at Hammond Hospital, walked down to there was a bar, the buoy, and he's like, "I found your dad sitting at the buoy in his robe, having a drink and smoking his filterless Pall Mall." So he's just like, "I don't care anymore." He was just constantly telling me, "I'm going to die at any minute. You got to figure this out."
How old are you at this point?
I was about 7 or 8.
7 or 8 years old?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what specifically would he say?
Just, it was a constant reminder, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to be here." And so after Beach left, he took me to Ohio to a family he was friends with. And we're going to stay a week. And he goes, we're kind of hanging out. They have 2 boys, the Buckles. They're very nice. My dad, "Oh, I'm going to go home for a little bit." He goes home, and I overheard the family "Well, we got to enroll him in school, and we got to figure this out." And while he was gone, they took me to the local school, enrolled me in school, and I was like, "Hey, what's going on here?" And they were like, "Well, your father's," he was suicidal at the time, and he was ready to "Hey, this kid needs it better than I can help him, better than I can give him." And I figured I'm like, "Oh, he's leaving me with these people." And he came back to visit, and I crawled in the car, and I was like, "I'm not going anywhere without you." And he just kind of looked at me. I don't remember packing. I don't remember any of it, but I remember getting in the car saying, "I'm not getting out. You're not leaving me." And we drove back, and he never, we went home, and it was just it was just a lonely, the feeling of loneliness still haunts me. It still really haunts me. It did. And some of the families in the area, knew what was going on, started calling my dad, saying, "Hey, he's getting to this age. You should enroll him in soccer. You should enroll him in sports." And so, but I lived out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I was 10 miles from anywhere where there were other kids. And so we still had the snowmobiles, and my dad had this kind of remnants of toys. He called it the toy barn, and there was he bought me a 3-wheeler, and we had a pond in our front yard, and I would spend my time in the woods with a BB gun or fishing in the pond, and I would talk to my mother, just talk to her, and I had this relationship. And when I did my first Ibogaine journey, I was back in the woods walking around, and it put me back into those moments. And I didn't feel lonely when I would go in the woods and talk with her. That was kind of my sanctuary. I never felt lost. I felt where I was supposed to be. I felt loved. And then my dad started signing me up for sports. You got to stay busy.
I'm super excited to announce a project that I've been working on. I partnered with Ironclad for their newest original series, Target Intelligence PSYOP. It's an 8-part audio experience where we find out who is really pulling the strings. Enjoy this trailer and stay tuned to the end of the show to listen to the prologue. Buy it today at psyopshow.com. Link is in the show notes. The stakes have never been higher.
Do you feel it? That something's off? What if none of this is real? For decades, wars have been fought in silence. No bullets, no bombs, just influence. They're called psychological operations, PSYOPs. What if it's all designed for you? Find out who's really pulling the strings. I'm Sean Ryan, and this is Target Intelligence PSYOP, an Ironclad original. In this 8-part audio experience, we uncover the ghosts in the machine. Buy it today at psyopshow.com.
What would you talk to your mom about?
Everything. I'd just have a conversation. I would be like, "What kind of tree is that?" Quite literally, like, "Where are those bugs from? Like, is that an anthill? What do you think?" Like, I was a kid having just a conversation with somebody who wasn't there, but they were. If that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. It was like this. And then I found her. She had a guitar. And I found her guitar, and I picked it up and I started trying to play it. And I went to my dad. I said, "Hey, can I take guitar lessons?" He's like, "No." He anything that had to do with music, he was like, I think it was too painful for him. At one point, I said, "Hey, can I try acting?" My dad was like, "No, I'm not doing that. You can do sports." And so I was kind of this lost kid sitting in my room and playing around in the yard alone. Talking to his mom. And we had a couple kids in the neighborhood and a couple families. The Supers that lived across the street from me, Mrs. Super would step in, and she would pick me up on Sundays and take me to the Methodist church and try to put me in Sunday school. And nothing really took from me, but she cared enough. And in the mornings for school, I would walk up and I would get on the bus with David, her son, who was a wonderful human being. And she'd feed me breakfast, and I'd get on the bus and go to school. The summers, my dad, when he was a successful attorney, had joined a country club. At this point, we were still a member because he had paid the initiation fee, but wasn't active in it. And they had a swim team. So one of the parents said, "You're still a member there. You should sign him up for the swim team." And so my dad signed me up for the swim team. But instead of driving me the 10 miles, he was like, "I bought you a bike. So you're going to get up in the morning, you're going to ride to swim team practice. So I get up in the morning, it was about 10 or 11 mile ride, and crank on the pedals. I get to swim team practice. And that's where I had my first group of friends, like buddies that were, we'd meet there the first thing in the morning and swim for an hour. And the coach at the time was a guy named Dave Utley. And Dave was this larger than life person to me. He was he'd broken every record in swimming at Fairview where we were in school. Went to Penn State, swam for Penn State, was accepted to Harvard Medical School. And in the summers he was coaching, and he deferred it so he could run the Ironman. And I was like, what's an Ironman? And like, well, you swim 2.2 miles or whatever it is, and then 100-mile bike ride, and then a marathon. And I was just like, this guy is going to do that? Like, what? And he was just cool. He's just cool, man. He was just a cool, wonderful human being. Like, he just has this calmness about him. And so he was the first guy that I was like, oh, I want to be like him. Whatever he's doing, I want to be like him. And so I started taking swimming a little bit more seriously, and he taught me how to swim. And since I took to swimming and I was getting pretty good, my dad signed me up for another local swim team in the winters. I'd also play he signed me up for soccer. I said, hey, I want to play baseball. My grandfather and my mother's father was a baseball player. My dad didn't like that side of the family, and he was like, you're not playing baseball. You can play soccer. So he dropped me off at soccer practice, and I started getting good at soccer. And then he said, you're going to go wrestling practice. Wrestling, okay. Pennsylvania, everybody wrestles in Pennsylvania. Signed me up for this little club team called Girard Barbarians, and we practiced in the like boiler room at the middle school. And that was the real deal, man. I remember going to my first practice there, and it was hardcore calisthenics, hardcore, we started out with 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, chest spins, jumping jacks. Then we'd run for 30 minutes and then round robin, work on moves. And I mean, it was gritty. I started wrestling. I started getting good at wrestling. And every time, and then wintertime, the one thing my dad liked to do was ski. And so we would go to this little resort called Peak and Peak, not a big resort, 250 vertical feet. And my dad loved skiing. So I was like, I wonder if I get good at skiing, like maybe he'll like me or want me around. So I started trying to get really good at skiing. Some of my friends raced. I said, hey, can I ski race? My dad was like, it's a lot of money. I got a lot of hand-me-down stuff. And the first year I raced, I placed in the state.
Wow.
And then second, I placed both years. And I was getting up towards around 8th grade. Skiing was like the first thing that I felt this confidence. I would go up there and I was like, I belong here. Like this is my place. And I love freestyle skiing, but back then there was no freestyle skiing. Peak didn't have it. I didn't really like the racing. I was always good at it. But there was freestyle skiing. I wanted to freestyle. So I was spinning helicopters, and I was about 13 years old. One day I'm in the lift line, and this guy looks at me and he's like, hey man, I saw you rip on the bumps. About 5 years older than me. His name's Paul. He goes, come ski with me. I was like, okay. And this guy who's 5 years older than me, turns out he was an amazing motocross rider. He ran with this other guy who was Trevor Vines, who Trevor was on the first Sobe Can freestyle rider. If you remember the first Sobe Can, he was Trevor from wherever. Trevor and Paul and his crew of buddies, Sean, and they were 5 years older than me. And because I was a good skier, they just Paul took me everywhere. And he'd say, you got snowmobiles? You can come ride with us? He'd drive out and pick me up. I mean, he's no reason to know each other. He just genuinely cared about me. And he meant the world to me. He became another big brother. And so it was like Dave in the summers, and then I had Paul. And got into skateboarding. I got just any sport that I could do. In skateboarding, since I was out in the middle of nowhere, we had a cement driveway. I started building ramps and getting good at skateboarding. And this was like Tony Hawk. This is, early 90s. And I got into everything that was skating. It was alternative. Started running with a guy named Bobby Jensen. And Bobby was this amazing swimmer. I mean, like, he could have been an Olympian. An amazing skateboarder. And his whole family, JR, and Gretchen. And they were just these awesome athletes, and we were a small community, so everybody kind of knew each other. And I would bounce around to the different families, and people kind of knew my background, so I'd sleep on a couch, they'd feed me here or there. A lot of the families in the area used to call themselves the herd, and they were this, the mom, the Mrs. Zone and Mrs. Ferrier and Mrs. Thomas and Mrs. Stevens. They all knew my background, and I didn't know what they knew, but they made sure I was fed, and they made sure I was, loved and taken care of. And so as I got towards high school,
Let's backtrack.
yeah,
When did the questions start for you about who your mom was? I mean, she died at 10 months old.
immediately.
You were 10 months old.
My first memories of when it was just my dad and I, at the house, I would ask him about her. What was she like? Who was she? Like, tell me about her. And he always shied away from the question. It was such a painful thing for him. So I would ask anybody I could find. Like, people would come up to me, "Oh, I knew your mother. Like, what was she like? Well, tell me about her." Oh my God, she was, so charismatic and beautiful, and she was such a great musician. And they'd tell me some random story about her, showing up at a party and grabbing a guitar and singing. And I was like, oh my God. My dad would just, he was a very reserved, he was really nice to other people. It was interesting. He was very nice to other people, but it wasn't really nice to me. And I just kind of felt like anytime I could get away, I would get on my bike and leave, ride to swim practice, go hang with my friends there, take my skateboard in a backpack. Somebody be building a new ramp somewhere, and we go skate. I just kind of tried to get away from him. And in the winter, skiing was my way to get away. And yeah, it was this constant theme when I was younger of just to get away. And he started dating another woman, and she moved in, and her son, John, great guy, he was like a punk, hardcore punk. He was into alternative music. And I remember he didn't really live with us ever, but he kept stuff at our house, and he had this box of tapes. And I never knew what the bands were. They were just like mixtapes back in the day. Remember, we used to have to make a mixtape? Mm-hmm. You just go through all these mixtapes, and I put them in my stereo. And, I'm listening to like Black Flag and all these, Sex Pistols and all these punk bands. And I'm just like, listening to this where I first heard The Cult. And I started to foster this love for music. It just came like I'd go to where I was drawn. And music really became this like sanctuary for me. And a couple of my other friends got into, I'll never forget it. We were going on a swim team trip, and we were sitting on a bus, and my buddy's like, "You got to hear this." And I put on remember those little puffy headphones? I put on little puffy headphones, and I heard Black Dog for the first time, Led Zeppelin. And I was like, what was that? I'm like, what is this magical sauce you just poured into my ears? And it was like, oh my God. And Andy and Craig were musicians. Andy was a drummer. Craig plays everything. I was like, this is amazing. And so I was like, what are you listening to? And so it was like this time where music started to, we didn't have Spotify, like you had to save up money to go buy a tape. Mm-hmm. You'd go to the mall, and you'd like go through the tapes, and you'd be like, oh, I'm going to get this tape. And you listen to everything, right? Like you listened to both sides, and over and over and over again, you read the inside cover, like what was going on. And like, so music became this like haven, sports and music. How do I like disappear from this world that I don't really feel like I belong in, or I don't feel like I'm wanted in? And Yeah, I talk about music a lot because it really was this like safe haven for me.
What about Beach? Did you ever hear from her again?
Yeah, she moved to Texas, and she started dating a guy, and she was going to get married, and I was supposed to fly down to be in the wedding, to be there. And before the flight, my dad said, the trip's canceled. And I was like, what do you mean the trip's canceled? And he said, sat me down, and he wasn't really like nice about it. He goes, look, the guy she's marrying doesn't want you there. He doesn't want any part of her past. He wants a fresh start with her. And, you know, this part of me that woke up that day was like the protector. And I was like, okay, I want her to be happy. Like, I remember looking at my dad like, you treated her like shit. You were not nice. You were mean to her. And she was a young girl. She was like 21. And she stepped in between me and you. And she made sure that there was no gap when my mom went away. And I wanted her to be I wanted her to be happy. And I respected that. I never pursued her after that. And driving down here, talking to God in the car, and I said, should I talk about Beach? And I looked down at my thing, and it's 333 miles to Nashville. I'm like, okay. A few more miles go by, I pass an exit. It's the Beach Road, Beech. I'm like, this needs to be said. I was debating on whether bringing up this part of my life, but I know she's been brokenhearted over this all these years. You know, she had her 68th birthday 2 days ago, and her brother still keeps me kind of informed, and I've let her be. It's always been heartbreaking knowing that she was walking the earth and she didn't want or couldn't. I don't know if she wanted to. But I want her to know that I forgive her. I know there's something, I feel it, but I forgive her. She did everything she could, and I hope she had a great life. I do. I hope she's happy. And, you know, and I wouldn't be here telling you this story had that not happened. It set me on a course that I'll never be able to, in a weird way, thank her for. That I forgive her. Yeah. In that day, you know, it's interesting. I go back to that day, and that was a day that when I felt like nobody was coming for me. I lost my mom too. She died in my head. Like, oh, she's gone. Like, this is what I was supposed to feel this. You know what I mean? Like, it ripped me apart. Like, she had left, but that leaving, like, opened up the wound of knowing that, like, my real mom was gone. And my dad didn't want me. And it was just like and I don't think he didn't want me because he was, like, mean. I think he felt like he couldn't do anything for me. Like, he felt so bad about himself that he felt like he couldn't bring anything to the table. And he turned to me, and he was really hard on me about everything, every sport. You're not good enough. You're not fast enough. You got to be better. Why'd you get second place? Second place, the first loser. You got to be first. And I became maniacal. And then the winters I would hide up in the peak. My buddies would pick me up, we'd go skiing, and I could be free on the slopes.
Is your dad still alive?
No.
Did you
Dad,
see
my
that
freshman
just
year.
happen?
What's
The
that?
lights just shut off.
I know. Yeah. He passed away my freshman year at the Naval Academy.
Let me ask you this. I mean, you said you were talking to your mom in the woods.
Yeah.
Do you still do that?
No, I don't.
Why?
Because I've realized that voice in my head was God. She's with him. And that's what that has been. That's what brought me peace.
Do you think she's ever spoken to you since she's passed?
I think she's had a hand in protecting me at every turn. No doubt in my mind. You go back and you think, like, you know, after I got hurt, and you realize, like, you have 30,000 neurons in your heart, and you got 30,000 neurons plus in your gut. And you have this access of, you know, your brain's telling you one thing, your heart's telling you one thing, your gut's telling you one thing. And I was always really attuned to that. I think, and I'm an empath, and I was always good at reading people and situations and finding my way. But because of that voice, I always trusted in that access, I guess. And there was definitely times where I'd be like, yeah, we're not going down that road in Baghdad. We're going to keep going straight. And then, you know, I do find out, like, the next day, and M1 got IED'd on a culvert on the road that we didn't go down. You know, and I just thought to myself, like, I'm going to keep in touch with that, with that access. And all my big decisions in life, I always knew what the right thing was. I didn't always do it, but I always knew what the right thing was. And I think that voice, and for years I've always thought she was watching over me.
Do you think your dad has ever spoken to you since he's passed?
I don't know if that was him. It just turned the lights out.
I think it was.
I think it was too.
How does that feel?
You know, he was it's funny, when I got to high school, spring sports, I played soccer in the fall, I swam in the winter, and we skied. And then spring came along in high school, and there was track. I'm like, I walk on the track team, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm a freshman. And I see this pole vault thing, and I'm like, I'll try that. I start pole vaulting, and I sucked at it. I mean, like, dude, it was embarrassing. It was like, the Coach Keck at the time, he's like, oh my God, you gotta just go jump in the sand pit. Like this is, you're embarrassing yourself. And my dad would come to my sporting events, just sit in the corner, never say anything. And he came to a track meet. And after my first track meet, we got in the car, he goes, you need to quit. This is embarrassing. I was like, and I remember thinking to myself, I looked at him and I was just like, fuck you. I'm like, I'm not quitting, man. I want to figure this out. And I go back to practice the next day, and Keck would be like, oh my God, like, you're back? And I think my freshman year, I jumped, like, I'm not kidding, I jumped 7 feet, 8 feet, you know, and I wasn't fast. I wasn't a good sprinter at the time. I went through this growth spurt. I was like this. I couldn't really run. You know, when you're a kid, I grew like 10 inches. I went from being like 5 foot to 5'10" in 12 months. And when you grow like that, you just become gangly and slow and uncoordinated. And my dad's like, I was horrible soccer that year. I was horrible swimming that year. I was horrible at track. My dad was just like, and your grades suck. Like, I don't even know what to do with you. Like, and he was just like, you got to figure something out. And the next year I got a little bit, my legs underneath me in soccer, got a little bit together in swimming. And then track season starts. My dad goes, "You're not doing it. You're not doing it. I'm not going to support this. Like, you just got to stop. You're embarrassing." So I went, I jumped. And then my dad wouldn't come to any meets. And then we had another jumper. His name was Ty Baird. Ty was just this amazing athlete. Everything Ty touched, he was just like unbelievable soccer player, leading scorer, unbelievable basketball player. And he's pole vaulting, jumping like 13 feet. And he was just a natural athlete, light on his feet. And here's me like just like stumbling all over the place. Ty, it turns out he had a degenerative back problem. And he was having all these back pains. And to be middle of pole vault season, they said, "Hey, you have to have your spine fused and you can't jump anymore." And I showed up to practice and it was cold and rainy, and Ty was sitting there, and I walk in and my coach goes, "Okay, so I have you." He goes, "I want you to measure at 8 lefts, plant the pole, I'll make sure you hit the pad." And I was like, "What?" I mean, it's a 14-foot pole. And I'd been jumping in a sandbox. Like, I mean, this is straight out of like Karate Kid shit. Like, you know, wax on, wax off. I'm jumping in the sand pit. I'm like, is this going to work? Like, and then now I'm holding at the end of a 14-foot pole, and he wants me to run as fast as I can, plant this thing, and he's going to make sure I hit the mat. And I remember standing back there, and I'm just like, all right, you know what? I just had this moment where I'm like, I can do this. I don't know why I thought that. I run down, plant the pole. And it happened. And it didn't just happen in a light way, like everything just fell into place. And that day I jumped 13 feet. I'd never even gotten off the ground before that. And I go to jump at 13 feet. And I went into the next day in school, I had one of the other track coaches, and that happened at like 6:00 at night. So I go to the next day, and one of our soccer coach was also one of my teachers, and the track coach. I'm like, "Hey, Mr. Double, I jumped like 13 feet last night." And he's like, "No, you didn't. Like, I just watched you last week. Like, you couldn't even get onto the mat." I'm like, "No, I did it." And went back to practice the next day, and I remember the pole vault record at the time was 14 feet. And I was like, I can do this. Like, I can do this. I said, "Dad, I'm really getting good at pole vault." He's like, "You got to quit. I'm not supporting this." So I became maniacal. That year I jumped at the county meet and the district meet. I jumped 12.6. Didn't jump as high as I wanted to. But you get to 12.6 in Pennsylvania, you're people start to notice, mostly because your track season's so short. You know, anywhere else in the country you can jump all year long, but you have 2 months or 3 months to run track. And so that summer I started working with my coach, and my dad was mad that I was working with my coach all the time. And that winter I stopped. There was my coach was like, "Hey, I think you can actually do this." He called the other coach from Joe Sanford from McDowell, and he says, "Can Pete jump with you guys and indoors in the winter?" And Joe was like, "Yeah." And Joe, another Christian, just absolutely the best human being I've ever met in my life. And I don't say that lightly. Like, Joe Sanford, he just is, everybody in Pennsylvania knows Coach Sanford. He was a football coach at McDowell. He played at Edinburgh as well. But he's like ball of positive energy, and he would run his pole vault. He was just turning out state champions and record holders. So I show up as a Fairview kid, and Joe and so I got Joe and Keck. Meanwhile, my dad just like, "Yeah, you suck at this," and he's not coming to any meets. I jump all winter, and actually this summer I went to Slippery Rock pole vault camp, and spring comes around, my first meet my junior year, and I jump 14 feet, 14.3, and I break the record, the school record that had been there since 1976, a year before I was born. And I was like, I'm doing this. And that year I ended up, I won every meet I entered. I went to states. I tied for first and lost on misses. Jumped 14 feet that year.
Damn.
And senior year comes along. I'm blowing this thing out of the water. Like, I'm going to take this as far as I can go. And jumped all winter long. Senior year, same thing. Broke every record at every meet I jumped in. I jumped 15.1 won. Won districts, won states. And my dad came to the state meet, the only time he came to see me jump. And he shows up at the state meet. Weather sucks. I actually jumped the lowest I've ever jumped in that year. I jumped at the state meet. And I think partly because my dad was there. And I jumped 14 feet. And I tied for first, but I won on misses that year, even though I had jumped 15-1. The week before, I jumped 15-1. Anyways, it was like this, I don't know, pole vaulting became my way of rebelling. Like, I can do this. In the summers, my dad's like, you got to work. And there's Presque Isle State Park, which is, it's a beach. It's actually the most visited state park in Pennsylvania and in the country. And it's like 6 miles of beaches in Erie. And they have a lifeguard that go out every day and guard the beaches in the summers. And that was where like all the elite swimmers in Erie would go work. And you have morning workouts. So it's kind of like the teams. You'd show up and you'd have a morning, run, swim, run. You get your beach assignments and you headed out to your beach and you were there until 8 o'clock at night and, rinse and repeat the next day. And my dad's like, you're going to go work at the beach. That's where all the swimmers work. I know you like this track thing, but you're a swimmer. And I was. My junior year, I think I went to states in 4 events, a couple relays, a couple individual events.
Yeah.
And my senior year, I did the same thing. My coach, unbeknownst to Mr. Jensen, I didn't go to any practices. And then I showed up for districts and go to states and a bunch of events. He's like, you set a horrible example. I was like, I'm pole vaulting. But in the summers, I was working at Presque Isle. And that first summer, before I broke the record, was my rookie year as a lifeguard. And all these guys are like, all swimmers that I looked up to in the town from all different schools. And it was the first time I felt responsibility. Like you're looking at a beach and, Bob North and John Dahlstrand are still the managers out there and they take it very seriously. When I had started working there, we had never had a drowning on any of our beaches. And it was there have been accidents since then and everybody did their job, but at that moment it was like, hey, we got a reputation to uphold here. And, you're joining this elite group. And I like that. I like feeling like I was being part of something that other people couldn't do. And so my rookie year during Discover Presque Isle days, they pulled me off the beach I'm normally on and they said, we're sitting at Beach 8. We're expecting like 5,000 people on the beach. And the water is just like jam-packed with people. And I get out there and I'm like, oh my God. And of course, being the new guy, just like the teams, they're like there's, the big, nice lifeguard chart. And they're like, yeah, you see see the last one on the end over there? That's like, this is like rickety and barely holding up. You go to that one. And so I wander down there and I'm watching this and I'm just like kind of overwhelmed with the amount of people that are in and out of the water. And you'd see people in the unguarded area and you'd whistle them out. And I watched this guy run down the beach and stand up and I put my whistle in my mouth. Like, I'm going to whistle him when he jumps in the unguarded area. Got to keep the people out of the unguarded area. Guy runs down the beach. He dives in and I see him all of a sudden float up and he's face down. And I see him start to shake a little bit. And I'm like, I knew right away. I'm like, he broke his neck. So I turned my whistle to the head lifeguard. I jumped off my chair, grabbed my rescue tube, head straight down the beach, and everything just got like slow. I got to the guy, put him in a head chin splint, and flipped him over. Started taking his pulse with my other fingers as the other guards got there. Had a rescue breathing mask on the end of my tube. And I'm like, hey, get the tube out. He's not breathing, doesn't have a pulse. And when I said that, his family had come down the beach to see what was going on. And then this crowd started to form, like a huge crowd. And I said, he's not breathing, doesn't have a pulse, as the head lifeguard showed up with his radio. And then the crowd starts yelling, like, get him out of the water, get him out of the water. And then they start getting really mad. Like, a guy comes in, he's like, I'm a doctor. He grabs him by the foot. And I was like, release his foot. And I was holding him in a head chin splint because I knew, like, hey, listen, if I move this guy right now, he's going to be, like he's going to die. Basically, I was afraid that it was a full, it severed the spinal cord, and we gave him 2 breaths and he started breathing, but like 7 times a minute. So I'm like, there's a spinal cord injury. We got to keep him in the head chin splint. And then for about 5 minutes, it was this onslaught of people screaming, like, get him out of the water, you stupid fucking lifeguard, you're going to kill him. Everybody had been drinking. But I remember just being like, no, I know what we need to do here. And then I remember hearing the sirens as I'm laying in the water holding this guy, and I was getting really tired, like dealing with the waves. And the sirens and the jet skis, and everybody shows up, and we put him in a board, we sent him away. And my boss, John Dahlstrom, walks up to me and goes, all right, get back up on the chair. And I'm like, what? What do you mean, get back up on the chair, dude? And he's like, get back up on the chair. And they start questioning people as to what happened. And in my mind, you're just running through your mind. You're like, did I do everything right? And the woman, his wife, about 3 hours later, shows up at the foot of my chair. And she says, I'm sorry. And I was like, what? Who are you? She goes, you saved my husband's life. And I said, and then I remembered her yelling at me. And she said, when we took him to the ER doctor said that he has a spinal compression. And had you moved him, there was fragments all around his spinal cord. Had you moved him, he would have cut his spinal cord and he would have either died or been permanently paralyzed. And I'm sorry. And I remember just being like, I just had this moment where I'm like, I found something I'm good at. Like when everything goes to shit, like I'm good. Like that was it. That was a fork in the road for me. I came home that night and it was on the evening news. And I remember walking in, I didn't say anything to my dad. My dad's like, you want to tell me something? I'm like, what? Like, what? You don't care about me. He's like, what happened at the beach? And I was like, I don't know, made a save. And the next day in the paper, it said, the title of the article just said, rookie lifeguard makes save. And the first line, it says, he was calm, he never yelled, he saved his life. And it was a quote from the man's wife. And that was leading into my senior year of jumping. And I just all of a sudden had this, like when I was there, I just had this moment of calm and just patience where I'm like, this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I am meant to be here. I don't know how I knew that. It was like that feeling that someone was watching over me. And that led me into my senior year of jumping. And that confidence kind of all of a sudden bled through. And around that time is when I first heard about the SEAL teams. And I remember like, I'm going to be a Navy SEAL.
Before we get into that, I mean, what did it feel like? I mean, did your dad ever give you positive affirmation for that?
Never to my face. I mean, he was constantly saying, hey, listen, you need to be ready to do this on your own because I'm gonna die at any minute. And you're not good enough. You're not strong enough. You're not fast enough. Your grades suck. You got lucky. You know, when I tied for first my junior year, that was right before the summer of working at the Presque Isle, my rookie season there. Came home and I was like, hey, here's my silver medal, state silver medal. And my dad goes, congratulations, you're the first loser. You should have been working. And I was like, okay. Put it in the drawer and I went, and had my summer. And that happened during that summer. And that was like I don't need you, man.
Did you ever get a positive affirmation from him?
No.
All the way up until he died?
Yeah, man. When I graduated from Buds, he came out to the graduation ceremony and it was over. I got my, Buds graduation certificate and my dad takes it, folds it in half and puts it under his arm. He goes, why weren't you the honor man? And I was like, I just kind of looked at him like, whatever, man. And when I went to the Naval Academy, I said, Dad, I got into the Naval Academy. He's like, why would you go there? What do you mean, why would I go there? He's like, why don't you get out and, finish your time in the SEALs and get out, go to Northwestern, do something else. Why you don't need that chicken shit. He called it chicken shit, experience. And not one time until the day he died, I just left class and I got an A on a calculus test. And my dad told me a story that the only class he dropped in college was calculus.
You got an A on a calculus?
I know, right? So I run into Fifth Wing and there's a payphone. And I had a, this is way before cell phones and all that stuff. Like there's a payphone. And I had an AT&T calling card. And I was like, I'm going to tell him I got a fucking A on a calculus test. And I call him up and he happened to answer. I was going to leave a message on the machine. And he said, what's up? And I was like, Dad, I got an A on a calculus test. And he starts laughing. And he goes, and he just had like a very calm way about him. And I said, I just wanted to tell you that. I got to go. I got to go to track practice. And he goes, I love you. And I said, I love you too. He never said that to me. And I hung up the phone. What I didn't know was he laid down on the couch and he died probably 15 minutes after that. That's the only thing he ever said to me that was like positive. The last time I physically saw him was at the Naval Academy. He came down for a visit. His heart was giving out. I wanted to show him around. Like, this isn't chicken shit. This is a pretty amazing place. And we sat on Stribling Walk, and he said to me, I think you'll be all right. And I just kind of looked at him, and I'm like, okay. And it was, I don't have any, I just remember thinking, like, when I'm a dad, I'm not going to be like him. That was in my head. When I'm a dad, I'm not going to be like him.
What would you say to your dad now if he was here?
I forgive you. A lot of lessons to learn in his time in this human experience. I hope you learned them all. I think I ended up all right. But
Why do you think he was so reluctant to give you any credibility or affirmations? Or
I think he thought I was going to quit pushing.
do you think he was trying to prepare you?
I think he was. When he died, I came back to the academy and it was like it never happened. And thank God I had Jeremy and Brett and Johnny. But it was like, I remember feeling like alone in the world. Like it was really kind of an empty moment. And to the credit of one of my friends' families, Bob Ferrier, he met me for breakfast the day I got home from the academy, and my dad was dead. And he goes, "You're gonna join my family." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You're part of the family. You're one of my sons now." And Bob stepped up, and I just put it behind me, and I moved on.
Damn, man.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy. I was a lot as a kid, but I really do forgive him. I think he was doing the best with what he had. I think he was depressed. I think he was dejected. And I think he I don't know if he ever found his faith. And I pray that he did. I don't know. It wasn't a bad, I guess the way I tell it is it sounds like he was this horrible person. He wasn't horrible. He was just over there. He was always pushing. And when you're a kid, you want somebody with you. Maybe I would have been a better athlete if he would have been more supportive. Maybe I would have been a better student. Maybe I would have been better. I didn't know, but I was like, I don't understand how you do that as a dad. I just don't. And when I got in the Navy, I remember that he dropped. Well, I told him I'm joining the SEAL teams. I'm going in the Navy. I don't care about SATs. I don't care about all that stuff. I'm not going to college. And I had scholarship offers to Penn State, UMass, for track and field. I'm gonna go be a SEAL. My dad's like, you'll never make it. Don't do that. And the summer after I graduated, dead set on joining the Navy. And then I met a girl, and she had gone to Penn State, and I was like, yeah, maybe I can go to Penn State. It was my first like girlfriend, and it was the first person that saw me for who I was. We liked the same music. She introduced me to Steely Dan, like Steely Dan. Are you kidding me? Like, she liked Nirvana and Rush. Huge Rush fan. I love Rush. And so I kind of I hesitated, and the last second, I went to Slippery Rock. They had the pole vault program, and about 6 weeks into it, I had never been to class, and I was like, this is stupid. And she dumped me. She was like, you need to go figure it out. It's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I went on this round trip. I got my car. I mean, we didn't have GPSs back then. I got in my car, started driving west. I didn't stop till I got to San Diego. I wanted to see the beach. I wanted to see Coronado. So I literally drove from Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, swung through West Virginia, and where my wife was actually going to school, and I saw her. She was just a friend of mine at the time. And then I disappeared. Nobody saw me for about 3 months. And I went to Coronado. I saw buds, and I looked at the beach, and I saw the buds students running. Went up in the mountains. I went to Mammoth. I went skiing. Thought maybe I'll stop here. Maybe I can pursue this skiing thing. And then the voice was like, join the Navy. I hopped in my car, and I drove all the way back. And I drove straight to Penn State. I saw the Penn State-Michigan game. Biaka Batuka was the running back. I don't know how I remember that, other than the fact that Biaka Batuka, I was like, man, that'd be a rough name to grow up with. But I remember he was the running back for Michigan. And I went back to Penn State to see a bunch of my friends who were going to Penn State at the time. And you're good friends with Rhett. You just had Rhett on here. Mm-hmm. And I was going to tell the story first because Rhett was on there, but this is one of the guys, a good friend I grew up with. He's quite literally the original Van Wilder. He spent 10 years in Penn State and in fraternity. He was there 10 years, a decade. Everybody calls him Reese. He's like Oprah. He's like a legend. And he was in this fraternity, and I'm like, well, I'm going to go see Reese. And Reese is one of these guys that just does weird shit, and he ends up pulling stuff off. The first time I ever saw Pat Monahan sing, who's a singer for Train, was in Reese's basement in Fairview, and Pat Monahan was singing for Rhodes Gallery, and it was a Led Zeppelin cover band. And Reese's 5 years older than me, and I'm like, oh my God. That was the first time I saw. We had all these little parties where that's where you got into the music scene. But Reese he was like a legend for parties. He just made stuff happen. So I'm like, I'm going to go see Reese. So I go to the KDR house, and there's a bunch of pledges. And I'm like, hey, I need to see Reese. And they're all like, I'm not taking him upstairs. I'm like, come on, I need to see Reese. So finally, one dejected pledge is takes me up to the top floor, knocks on the door, and Reese is in there. He's like, enter. I open the door. It's 10 in the morning. Reese has got a bathrobe on. He's got a visor with flashing lights, and he's got a beer in his hand. And he goes, and the plebe's the pledge is like, hey, this is Pete Scobell's here to see you. And he's like, oh, Pete, come on in. And just as the pledge is about to leave, he goes, you're not going anywhere. Just get in here, pick a pepper. And I'm like, what is it? He's like, see these peppers? I've been drying them out for like 6 months. He's like, they're like the hottest peppers in the world. And this kid is just, he doesn't want to eat the pepper. So he grabs a pepper and he's like, eat it. The pledge eats it. And he goes, all right. He goes, so what's going on? And I'm like looking at this kid who's just starting to like, dude, he's got snot coming out of every angle of his body. And I'm like, doesn't he need some water? And he's like, no, he needs milk, but he's not getting it for another 2 minutes. He's got to go for 2 minutes. And I'm looking at Reese and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna join the Navy. I'm gonna be a SEAL. He goes, we got a guy out there. His name's Elvis. When you get out there, look for him. And I'm like, what? He goes, you staying tonight? And I'm like, no. He goes, well, anyways, good luck. I'm like, are you sure he's going to be there? He's like, oh, yeah. He's been there a while. But yeah, when you get out there, look for Elvis. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I leave the fraternity. I get to Buds and check in 208. You know, it's like chaos everywhere. Everybody's running around and like I'm just kind of overwhelmed. Like, holy shit. And there's this one rollback who he like talked to the instructors, like, and they'd be like, hey, come here. And he has Rutherford on his shirt. And they like kind of respected him. And he was in rollback land. And I'm like, and I realized like he had been beaten to a pulp. Like, and they were just like, we can't beat the guy any harder. He won't quit. So they stopped. They were just like respectful of Rutherford. Anyways, we're going through getting your gear, and he ended up getting me a pair of UDTs, and he's like, give him a new pair. And I'm like, why do I get a new pair? He goes, and all the other ones had the names through the back. You know, you stenciled your name on it, and there was like a name cross out, and another guy underneath cross out was all the quitters. He's like, that's bad luck. He's like, you want a fresh pair of UDTs? So the first weekend meeting, I look over, and there's Rutherford, and he's wearing a floral shirt, and he's got Roy Orbison sunglasses on. And I'm like,
not much has changed.
And I look at him, I'm like, and in my mind, I'm like, I think that's Elvis. So I walk up to him and I'm like, hey man, are you Elvis? He like rips his sunglasses off. He looks at me, he goes, no one's called me that in a long time. I was like, Reese from Penn State said to come find you. And he's like, Reese, how's he doing? And I'm just thinking this, like, how the world just happened. And so when Reese, I became good friends with Rut during Buds because of my friend Reese, who ended up being the manager of my band.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so Reese ended up being the manager of my band. He does everything. He's got a bar in Aspen. He's just one of these guys that does it, but he's a legend. He actually graduated in 10 years from Penn State. I think he got like an associate's in like underwater fire prevention, or leisure studies or whatever it was. But he's a great dude. That's how I met Rutherford. Anyways, I decided to go in the Navy, obviously, and I drop out of Slippery Rock, go around the country, and I show up at my doorstep. My dad meets me at the doorstep, and he says, "You're not coming in here." And I was like, you dropped out of college. He disappeared for 2 months. Like, you can live somewhere, but it ain't going to be here. And I was like, well, I'm joining the Navy. He goes, well, show me a piece of paper. I drive down to the recruiting station on State Street. I'm like, hey, I want to be a SEAL. And they're like, no, you want to be a nuke. I'm like, no, I want to be a SEAL. And they're like, yeah, no one does that, especially from around here. No one does that. I take the ASVAB test, and I did pretty well. And they're like trying to sign me up for nuke paper. I'm like, I just need a piece of paper. So they give me that first piece of paper, like your intention to go to MEPS or whatever it is. Take it home, and I have a MEPS date. It's 1995. I have a MEPS date in December, first week of December, and show it to my dad. He goes, all right, you can stay here until you go to MEPS. I go to MEPS, and I go through the process, and I sign up for the dive-farer program. And I want to be a medic. And I want to be a medic because on the beach, when I saved that guy, I was like, I want to help people. Like, I want to go to the worst places on earth and be the guy that helps people. And so the dive-farer program, you went to Buds, and then you went to boot camp, then you went to Buds. And then after that, you went to 18 Delta. and got your medic certification. I was like, that's perfect. That's what I'm going to do. Come home, show my dad, like, hey, I enlisted. When's your shipping out date? It's January 26th. He goes, all right, you can stay here until then. On the day of boot camp, we drove down to Pittsburgh, stayed at John's house. The Steelers lost the Super Bowl to the Cowboys the night before. I remember that. It's like, and my dad put me in a cab, like an old beat up, just a nasty old smelly cab. And I was like, later. Went to boot camp.
Damn, man.
Never stepped foot back in that house. When I would come home, I would go stay with friends and stuff. Yeah, it was in the summers when I was younger, I would go visit my grandparents in Pittsburgh. My grandpa was this legendary guy. He was a CB in World War II. Was on Saipan in Okinawa, and then he worked in the steel mills, pitched semi-pro baseball, and he pitched batting practice for the Orioles. It was just this larger than life guy, and I go down to visit them, and my grandmother hated my father, hated him, and she was Catholic, and she was the expert of the shame and guilt, the Catholic shame, and every time I get down there, she would just tear into me about my father, and I was just like, hey, like, I don't like the guy either, but like, he's still trying. You know what I mean? In the back of my mind, I'm like, he's still giving it the college try. So I can't I can't hammer him too hard. And she is on this thing about how my dad, there was a life insurance policy, and when your mother died, your dad, it was supposed to go to me, and your father took it from me. And I was like, and she'd show me pieces of paper. I hired a private investigator, and I was like, as distant as my father was, he wasn't evil. You know what I mean? And it just really soured. I love my grandfather, and he was this wonderful human being. And they were big on you weren't baptized. Your father wouldn't allow you to be baptized, but we snuck you in, and your mother and I baptized you in the Catholic Church. And she would tell me these stories, and I was like, I don't know, man. I just had a bad taste in my mouth about Catholics and Catholicism. It was my grandmother kind of hanging over us. It wasn't a nice. They were great people though. I go down in the summers, and my grandfather would take me to the Pirates games, and in those summers I would get to see my cousin Alex, who he had been born in Lesotho. Our moms were best friends and sisters, and were college roommates. And he had been born in Lesotho, was being raised over there. His father was an international engineer, put in water systems. And he was an Air Force combat vet from Vietnam, was like part of the first CCT group. And I could see Alex in the summers. That was like my highlight. And he was the one summer we decided we wanted to be SEALs, and we're going to do this. And Grandpa, he told me about the frogmen at Saipan, and I was like, "That's cool, man! Like, I want to swim ashore. I want to." Like, the idea, like being underwater and sneaky and being in places that nobody was and doing stuff that that was cool to me, and I was good in the water. And that was both Alex and I. He went on to be a team guy as well. A couple years after me. And he retired from the teams as well. Still one of my... But those younger years, I couldn't wait to get out of there. But it was music. I was playing in bands, playing these little bands we would pick up and play, Grateful Dead cover songs, or jam to Fish, or then play Nirvana and Stone Temple Pilots and Led Zeppelin. And, it's like, into music, into skiing, and just anything to get away from my house. And then I just kind of walked in the Navy. Like, I used to start a new life.
Doing all right?
Yeah, man.
Good.
That was a lot. I didn't know where I was going to go with I hadn't talked about beach, and I buried that.
Feel good about it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll bet this gets to her.
What's that?
I'll bet this gets to her.
I don't know if I want her. Forgive her. I don't know if I want her. I think as a dad now, I look at it and I'm like, I get it. She was a kid. She needed to live her life, and I wanted that for her. I wasn't her biological son. So there was part of me that was like, I understand that. But what I wonder if she understood was that, like, my bond was with her. Like, I didn't know the difference.
Yeah.
And that was what it just changed everything.
That's a lot to go through, man.
A lot as a kid, man. I think of that with my kids. Like, we'll talk about it later, but like, when the opportunity to be on set with Walker and be there for all of that. When we get into the Atom Project, dude, that comes full circle on Dad. That movie is a father-son love story about going back in time and talking to your dad. Yeah.
Wow.
That's when you're like, okay, I think I've been a little bit hard on him in the beginning of this interview, because when all of a sudden it was Walker and I alone for 4 months shooting this movie about fathers and sons, it was like, holy fuck. And, you know, Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy, and we all had these issues with our fathers, and we're all dads, and they have girls. Ryan finally has a son. But there were moments while we were shooting this that it was like, just heavy for all of us. But it was because like of the weight you've been carrying. And then like, I saw my father from his side for that time when we're shooting that movie, you know what I mean? And I was like, oh man, that must've been much harder than I thought it was. You know, I just saw him pushing me, but maybe he did feel what I feel for him. And there was a lot of forgiveness in that, of his distance and behavior. Like he didn't, and I felt that, like my scars from the teams, like I didn't want to pour that onto him, you know, like, and I was pulled back with my kids. And I mean, that movie, I get on a plane, guy next to me pulls up Netflix, and he pulls up the Atom Project and watches it. And I'm like watching this dude watch my kid, and he's crying, and I'm like crying next to him. And he's like, you ever watch this movie? This movie's amazing. And I'm like, yeah, that's my favorite movie. And I don't tell him. I can't even say another word about it, because it's like the ultimate dad moment, you know? I'm watching somebody watch my kid changing the world in front of me. And you're just like, whoa. Yeah. A lot of, I talk about my childhood is tough, and I'm tough on my dad. But man, if I didn't have the experiences that I've had, the failures that I've had, like pulled me into, the beginning of his career, and being home for that was so healing. It was like every day, so much, every day. And Sean, Oh, we'll get into that. That was Sean. Those guys, that experience. I don't care about fuck politics, fuck all that stuff, man. We were there as raw human beings making a beautiful piece of art. And I watched a kid doing exactly what he was put on earth to do.
Pretty amazing.
Dude, you can't. I can barely watch that movie, man. I can barely watch a movie. And it was funny. It was punctuated with these moments we would have, just heaviness, and then Ryan's sense of humor. He's very much like a team guy. Like, he's that our same, and you know what? He carries around a lot of weight too. I'm his dad, and he covers it up with humor. And you know, you spend 4 months with people, you see things and feel things and talk about things, and you know, that's everybody's going through that. Everybody's got an issue with their dad, I've found, and especially in driven people. Like what's you find, you go to these elite groups, whether it's athletes, artists, and veterans, whatever. You go to these elite groups called elite achieving people, and a lot of it comes from pain in the past that lights the path ahead. Like, I'm not going there. I'm going somewhere great, and you're gonna be mad when I'm successful, or whatever it is, you know. Yeah, it's Dad was, again, I can't be mad at him.
Do you think you would be who you are today if he wouldn't push you like that?
No. On those moments in Buds, and you know what I'm talking about, like Monday night when you're like, fuck this. Like, back in the surf, you're watching the sunset over Point Loma, and you've just been through Sunday, all day Monday, and you're realizing you got to go to Friday. And then you're watching guys just getting up in droves, walking away. You're like, fuck him. Fuck him. I can just see him telling me, you're not going to make it. Fuck this. And then the guy would quit, and I'd be like, see, I'm tougher than him. I would have never. He put that. We talked about it yesterday, like, would I have been a team guy? I don't know. You know? Maybe I would have been a musician from day one. And I would have explored that part of my life. I would have never had a longing or a hole to fill. And maybe it would have made me a better dad. But I wouldn't have had these moments that I've had because of the shit and all the failure and all the pain that takes you right to that, like why me? And then a moment like your kid getting cast in that, and you're just like, oh, you know, Clay Pendergrass. I was talking, like, I got ID'd, and we were hanging out, and Clay, you know, we were having great careers, and then and Clay, one night we were sitting around, and he goes, you would have died for me. And I said, yeah, of course. Overseas? Like, yeah. He goes, what would you do for your kid to have the opportunity that he has right now to follow his dreams? I was like, I'd go to hell to kill the devil with a fucking spoon for that. He goes, so was it that bad? Would you change it? I'm like, no. It's like God put me right where he needed me to open that door and help him find that thing. Like, yeah, bring it on, man.
Well put. Let's take a break.
All right, we're ready. Let's do this shit. Fuck! 706. You guys
Let me
again?
go. No, I gotta. Damn it.
The most important action you can take today is to protect your family's future from cyber criminals and online predators. And the one app to do it is Bunker. Bunker is developed by experts with 25 years of experience catching criminals and fighting cybercrime. They created Bunker to protect their own family. Now they're sharing it with you. What do you get with a Bunker family plan? With the family plan, you get a private messenger to share messages, photos, and files with your spouse and children, connecting only with the people you approve. No spam, no surveillance, no imposters, ever. You also get a password manager to safeguard your family's online accounts, including financial, shopping, streaming, and social media. And with the family plan, you get a vault to help securely store your family's wedding photos, baby pictures, and special memories. IDs, birth certificates, and passports, and a vault for your tax documents, wills, trusts, and insurance. Go to the App Store or Play Store or visit their website bunker.life/SRS and use code SRS for 25% off your family plan today. That's bunkr.life/SRS and use code SRS for 25% off your family plan today. Managing a household, especially with kids, is no small feat. I totally get it, and that's why I've made sure my family has a plan in place if something unexpected ever happens. But what about you? Do you have a plan to help protect your family's financial future? Don't worry. Fabric by Gerber Life can help. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today. Made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. Fabric has flexible, high-quality policies that fit your family and your budget, like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. Fabric also has free digital wills, tools to invest in your kids' future, and more, all right from your phone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. MEETfabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. All right, Pete. We're back from the break. Nice shooting, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's the first time I've been on a gun in a while.
How long has it been?
I don't think I've shot in a year. Every year I have my, I'll take out my stuff we have a little property with some steel targets I set up, and I have some paper targets, and I do from the holster, and I'll shoot one full loadout. I'm like, because that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I look at it. Like, and then I assess. I'm like, man, I'm good enough.
Can I still get the job done?
Yeah. Can I still? Yes. All right. We're good.
Nice. Yeah, I like those lever actions now. I love all of them, but
Yeah.
I'm really into the lever actions right now. Just because it's like new to me. You know what I mean?
Well, again, like I grew up shooting, you know, a 22 and a shotgun and a hunting rifle every once in a while. And so when I got in the teams, the pistol, I remember the first pistol I ever shot was a P226. And then you'd go to Shaw's and, you know, you get talking points just drilled into your head and decock, thumb, holster, retain. Like, and in that 2 weeks, so that first trip to Shaw's, that first 2 weeks, you come away as you're like, I am a gunfighter now. You know, it's like that. I think everybody goes through that. You're like, okay, in the back of your mind, what am I going to do when it actually happens? But then you go to Shaw's and you're like, all right, motherfucker, I got this. Like, fuck yes, let's go. And so I always stuck with the SIG and I'm like, I know it. I've shot we've gone so many, back to Shaw so many times that those two platforms are ingrained in my head. And I'm like, well, if I really need it, I want the one that I know I'm going to be able to manipulate in any frame of mind.
Yeah.
So
Same here. Those are my go-tos, but I like the other stuff. It's new.
it's fun. I would love the lever action from a horse.
Dude.
I bet that would,
I haven't done that yet.
that's got to be, I've seen videos of that and I'm like, the Teddy Roosevelt, man, that guy's just, what a Teddy Roosevelt lever action. Like, all right, that guy was badass. He did it from a horse. I want to try it.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to you. So we skirted around a little bit, got your childhood, got a little bit of Naval Academy, a little bit of buds, but I want to talk about, so I think where we left off was you told your old man you're going to buds.
Yeah. I came home, I dropped out of school, and showed up. Dad was like, no, you're not living here. Figure it out. Like, you are a official fuck up. You dropped out of college. You don't have a plan. Like, what are you going to do? And so I went to the recruiter, got my first paperwork, did my tests.
We hit all of that.
Yeah. And then shipped off to boot camp. And, the first day of boot camp, that feeling when you get in there and you're like, I had like long hair. I'm like, cool. I had like earrings. I'm like, right on. And then all of a sudden, I'm here to be in the Navy. I'm going to be a SEAL. And they're just tear into you. This is January 96. And your head shaved. You got 28 vaccination shot in you. And then you're laying in that mattress. You're laying on that mattress that's covered in plastic, like alone in the dark. And you're like, what the fuck did I just do?
Yep.
And the boot camp goes. And I remember about halfway through boot camp, they're like, hey, you got to take the SEAL test. Whoever's in this program, SEAL test tomorrow morning. You have to leave here at 2 a.m. to get in line for the swim. And I remember showing up. Well, let me back up. Before I joined the Navy, and I was like, I'm going to be a SEAL. There was one guy in my hometown, two guys in my hometown. One guy was a guy named Jake Banta, who was...
You know Jake?
Yes. So I forgot to tell you about this. So I'm lifeguarding on my beach. Now at this time, I'm a huge, I love Stevie Ray Vaughan. I got posters of Stevie Ray Vaughan all over my room. Huge into music. I bought an old Squire Strat saved up, and I was like, I love Texas blues and like into Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'm lifeguarding on Beach 10, and they're having a free concert, and Jake's Blues is playing, and I'm listening to this guy, and I'm just like, holy shit! Like, this dude is just tearing it up. And on my lifeguard break, I go back there, and I had heard that they're like, oh yeah, that guy used to be a SEAL. And I'm like, okay. And he's playing a left-handed Strat. It was like, I forget what year it was. I think it's like late 60s Strat. And I look, and he's got a tiny little trident on, like pinned to the front of the Strat, and a 69 on it. And he is just tearing it up. And I'm like, whoa. So he finishes up, and I walk up to him, and I'm like, hey man, are you a SEAL? And he just kind of looks at me. He's like, yeah, I was, and I'm like, I'm going to Buds. And he goes, okay. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. So I met Jake on the beach, and where I'm working. And another one of my friend's fathers was a SEAL. It was in Vietnam. It was a Naval Academy grad. His name was Dave Strong. And 2 tours in Vietnam. And they ended up being the CEO of SEAL Team 1. He was retired. He'd worked as a school teacher in town, and both of his kids were in my school. Went to my high school. And we had a small high school, 130 kids per class. And so I called Mr. Strong. I'm like, hey, I want to join the SEAL team. So he has me over and sits me in the living room, and he's just like, tell me what you want to do. And I said, I want to go to BUDS. Tell me about BUDS. And he's like, hey, listen, he's like, there's 3 phases, all that stuff. He's like, but that doesn't matter. He goes, there's a few things that do matter. He goes, what sports did you play? And I give him my list of sports and stuff. And he's like, yeah, I know about your swimming and I know about your pole vault. And he'd kind of followed me a little bit because of his kids. And he goes, when you go to BUDS, your first day, look around and you're going to see all these guys that are just, they look huge, they're strong, they're going to be, all these athletes. He goes, I want you to pick all the guys that you think are going to graduate in your head. He goes, then on graduation day, because you're going to graduate, I want you to look around and make note of how many of those guys are still there. And he goes, none of them are going to be there. He goes, I promise you this, because it's not the guys you think are going to make it. He goes, you have everything you need. Don't second guess yourself. And I was like, okay. And with that, I went off to BUDS. Those are the only 2 exposures I had to real SEALs were Jake and Dave. And so go through boot camp, go to BUDS, and I was in class 208, and we had this amazing officer corps in 208. Mike McGath was a Naval Academy grad, and he was a SWO for a few years on a PC. So he was a full lieutenant when he came, which he just had a different presence. He was really big. He was actually from Franklin, Pennsylvania, which was like 30 minutes down the road from me. And he was state champ of the 100 freestyle. He was an amazing swimmer. He had hands like coal shovels, and he was just calm. He was just a calm guy. And I kind of am looking around, and we've got Tom Donovan, Russ Giraldi, we've got Brian O'Lavin, just this stacked crew, and they're all Naval Academy graduates. And then we had one guy named Adam Smith, who was just this tall, really good-looking dude, and he was just calm as a cucumber. And day one, everyone starts shitting on Adam, and turns out that his dad was Admiral Smith at the time, so he was the 2-star. Well, you get assigned a swim buddy, and Scobell and Smith aren't too far apart. So I end up being Adam's swim buddy. And BUDS took on a whole new adventure for me, because everywhere he would go, they'd be like, Smith, drop, take your little buddy with you. I was like, I got an extra. Like, nobody knew who I was, but I was, Adam's little, buddy. And, he'd get pulled in front of the different phase offices. You better not tell your dad his shit goes around here. You think you're going to make it, And I'm just like, damn, dude. And Adam he played football. Played football for Coronado High School. He was like the captain football team, went to USD. He's just he was bigger than life. And I looked around that class, and we had some professional. I think there was a guy who was like Olympic swimmer. He quit like the first week. There was some other dude who was an Ironman triathlon. He quit like the first week. And I looked at the guys that I'm like, I'm going to listen. I picked like Mike, I picked Tom Donovan, and I picked Adam. And I'm like, those guys are going to make it. I'm following them. And that's what I did. I kind of just tucked in, and the water stuff was I love going to the water. Anything in the water, I was very happy with. No one was yelling at us. No one was beating Adam and I. Like I could, tie me up, throw me in the pool. Like drown proofing is like, no one's yelling. Like, this is great. All I got to do is exhale. And in high school, I could do like 100 yards underwater.
100 yards?
Four laps underwater when I was my senior in high school. And so I was like mentally ready to do the water stuff, but I sucked on land. I could do the obstacle course, and I could do water. I couldn't, the distance running, not so much. Sprinting's fine, but just the trudging in the soft sand, I just hated it. And they told me right away, they're like, listen, be good, but don't be great. Like you want to pass and you want to be in the middle of the pack, maybe the upper pack. You don't want to stick out in anything. They're going to come find you. And once they signal you out, single you out, you get screwed over, or you're going to get beaten. So I just kind of stayed in the middle of the pack until we did the 50-meter underwater swim. And so 208 was right around the time the movie The Rock came out. Remember the Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage, The Rock? Well, the command master chief was in the movie, BUDS was in the movie, and a couple of the instructors were in the movie, one being Instructor Hawes, gigantic, ripped African-American guy. I mean, he was just like, and he had this real deep voice. And the movie wasn't out yet. And so we'd go on runs and you'd hear Instructor Hawes on the speaker. He'd go, I'm going to take pleasure in gutting you, boy. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, everywhere we go to the 50-meter underwater swim. And I was like, all right, I got this. Like, the deeper you go, the easier it is to hold your breath. So everyone's freaking out. I hop in the pool, do my breathing exercise, get relaxed, hop in, go down, do my flip, and I stay real close to the bottom, and I'm just cruising along the bottom, touch the other side, and I come back. All of a sudden, I feel this tap on my shoulder. And I look over, and it's Hawes, and he's looking at me, and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And I really slowly get to the end, touch, and I come up, and I'm like, "All right, good, that's over with." He's like, "What? Scobell! We got ourselves a fish." And I was like, "Oh shit." So every time I went to the pool, it was like, "Hey, where's the fish at?" And we had this handful of guys that were great swimmers. Mike was a great swimmer. Tom Donovan was he was captain of the water polo team at Navy. He was just a beast. And there was a couple of us that were swimmers. And Nick Hawks, who Dave mentioned, we were the two young guys in the class. He was 17 and I was 18. I turned 19 that year. And so that whole adventure was like, the other thing, music colors those times in my life. And that's how I go back. And that summer, Metallica Load came out. And I had enough money. Remember, I was like an E2 showing up to Bud's. And I had enough money. I went to the exchange on NAB and I bought an alarm clock that had a CD player in it. And I bought one album and it was Metallica Load. And there was a song on there, Hero of the Day. And I had that as my wake-up song. It's like, da-na-na-na-na-na-na. And every day I would hear the spinning up of the CD. It's like, and you're laying Buzz, you're like, fuck. And then that song would start playing. And that was kind of punctuated that time. And I was just like a sponge watching, and nothing was, the evolutions are hard, but nothing is, it's just the amount, I think. It's evolution to evolution to evolution. And we get to Hell Week, and that everybody has their Hell Week story. And I think it was like Tuesday night, or it was Wednesday night. They were surf torturing us, and the sun was setting, and it was, if you look in the paper, the Coronado paper said, "Big Wednesday, biggest waves in 50 years." Like, of course, Wake of Summer Hell Week. Of course, we're going to get these huge waves. And we're getting surf tortured, and Instructor Schmeck, I remember this clear as day. Instructor Schmeck's like, "Who's going to quit?" Well, Bob, they do the whole bullshit. Who's going to quit? And I was I was locked arms with Tom Donovan. And Tom, out of the blue, goes, "Whatever, punk." And there was this pause, and then over the bullhorn was, "Who the fuck was that?" And Tom looks at me, he goes, "That was a bad idea." And he gets up, he's like, it was me. And Tom was my boat crew leader, and I'm like, oh no, they're going to start beating him. And if he quits, like, that's my guy, he's my boat crew leader. And they send us back out, and, we reorganize and we paddle out, and they beat Tom mercilessly. I remember the trucks going down the beach, and, his feet up on the bumpers, getting wet and sandy. And in my mind, I'm just praying. I was like, please, God, don't save him. Save him. I'm like, and we come in, they put him on right before we do surf passage on Chiefs Beach, they put him on the, back on the boat. And Tom was like, all right. He's like, that guy is just born to be a leader. And he's like, all right, guys. And I'm like, is he okay? We paddle out, and we see these waves roll in. And I'm just like, we start getting closer and closer, and the sun's going down. And like, these waves are like at like 2 boat lengths vertically. And I'm watching the back of the waves, and we're like sitting out there, and they're giving the signal to come in. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? And Tom's like, ready, paddle. We start paddling. And one of my only like vivid memories of Hell Week was Tom, the boat picking up, and then I was number 1 man. I was on the port side, number 1 man, and I watched Tom just go that way, and the whole boat just went, and it was like, it was just in every direction, and somehow I got my foot hooked under one of the cross members, and I just got dragged all the way into shore. like with the boat, like just gasping for air, no paddle. And I was just like, what the? And the instructor's like, yeah, one made it. Just stand there looking around. And it's like a sea of bodies. And that night, you know, you do the fire thing and then you're telling the story, make us laugh. And that night, every single person they sent to the surf, they sent Tom with. And I'm like, oh, they're trying to break him. And they're like, hey, you know, you tell a story. We're down to probably 25 guys at this point. Every story, fail, go hit the surf, take Donovan with you. And I'm just watching Tom, and he's just shivering, and it's getting colder and colder. And then they have us dig a hole, and our boat crew loved him. And we were like, Tom, get in here. Throw him at the bottom of the hole, and we're like, all right, everybody pee. Tom. And, you know, after that, it was like, Tom was just this resolute guy. And I saw it in his eyes, like, he's not quitting. I'm like, I'm not quitting. And, you know, made it through Hell Week and made it through second phase and third phase. I mean, everybody's got 1,000 Bud stories, but the Bud stories that I always took away were the people that affected me personally, like, that made me, like the Dave Utleys of the world, the Jake Bantas, the Dave Strongs, the Tom Donovan, the Adam Smith, like, what I saw in them that I wanted to try to emulate in myself, and Mike McGath. And, you know, we got to the end of Buds, and like, I knew Mike and Tom had gone to the Naval Academy, and I was like, I think I want to go to the Naval Academy. Like, whatever those guys did, like, I want to do that. And in the back of my mind, I was like, my dad always said, well, you can join the team, but, you know, get a degree at some point. And I was like, and I remember my high school GPA, and I was like, it's probably not going to work out so good. Graduate, we go to jump school. Jump school's pretty uneventful, except for Hawks hanging a banner off the big tower, and all the SEALs always getting in trouble. Check into SEAL Team 8, and I get thrown in training while we're waiting for, back then, STT. And the training at SEAL Team 8 at the time was just a bunch of guys who went on to be legends, one of which was Jeff Tobos, Turbo. And, you know, when you're a new guy in training, you don't have your trident yet. And, you know, you just do everything. And I remember getting there, like, well, actually what happened was I checked into 18 Delta, and they said, you're going to be here a year before you class up. And I was like, a year? I'm like, you're 19 years old. Like, I don't have a year to waste. So I literally got on the horn, and I called the quarterdeck at SEAL Team 8. Like, I dug up the number, and I was like, is there a command career counselor there? And Rich Black gets on the phone. Like, he's like, who are you? And I'm like, I'm Seaman Scobell. I'm at 18 Delta. I've got a year. Is there any way I can get orders to SEAL Team 8? And he's like, makes a few phone calls, and all of a sudden, the set of TAD orders comes in from through the 18 Delta, and the SEAL that was a rep there is like, I have TAD orders for you to SEAL Team 8. A bunch of guys, Gary Ellis being one of my class, had gone to Team 8, and so had Mike McGath. And so, you know, kind of politicked a little bit, and they got me orders, and I checked in, and I started doing team guy stuff. You know, like, hey, we're jumping tomorrow, and I got like all 5 jumps in a day, and I got my gold wings, and you know, we're gonna go do VBSS at the time, and you know, hey, got to set up some kit, got thrown in a stack, and you're like, this is cool. Like, I wanna do this. I don't want to go to that 18 Delta course for a year, and so Rich Black's like, hey, listen, if you just go up and go to quartermaster school, you can get your rate, and you can just stay here. You don't have to go to 18 Delta. And I was like, all right. They sent me up to quartermaster school, and I was like, well, in the back of my mind, I was like, if I apply to the Naval Academy, I got to like do well in one of these schools. So I went into quartermaster school thinking, which is being a navigator, and I ended up finishing first in the class and being the honor grad or whatever from QM school. And I came back from that, and I looked at all the programs that were available, and there was like ROTC, Seaman Admiral, and the Naval Academy, and I was like, like, and there was an age limit on it. And so I talked to Rich Black, and I'm like, I want to apply to the academy. And I'm like, I graduated BUDS. I was first in my class in A school, pole vault state champion, good athlete. And he's like, dude, we don't send SEALs to the Naval Academy. Like, it just doesn't go that way. Well, I'm like, well, what would I have to do? And he's like, you're going to have to get some letters of recommendation. You're going to have to go up there, visit. There's like a whole process. So I called Adam Smith, who was my swim buddy in BUDS. And I was like, hey, man, I'm going to apply to the Naval Academy. Do you think your dad would write me a letter? And he's like, I don't know. Let me call my dad, but I'll be happy to ask for you. And 10 minutes later, my phone rings, and I'm sitting at home, and it's Admiral Smith. Hello, is this Pete Scobell? And I'm like, this is Admiral Smith. And I'm like, what?
Damn.
He's like, Adam called me. He said, you want to apply to the Naval Academy? He said something about you being track and field. I said, yes, sir. I was a state champion in the pole vault. He said, how high did you jump? I said, I jumped 15-1. He's like, you know, when I was at the Naval Academy, I was captain of the track team. And I thought to myself, I'm like, this could be good for me. He goes, and my coach is still the coach there, Al Cantello. What are your grades in high school? And I was like, well, I got like a 2.3. and I didn't take the SAT. Well, I did, but I only showed up like halfway through. And you know, he's just like, He hangs up the phone. He calls me back. He waits, like a day goes by, he calls me back. He goes, drive up to the Naval Academy. You're going to meet with Al Cantello. I drive up to the Naval Academy. And Al Cantello is this legendary Navy track coach. He was an Olympian. He's from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was an Olympian javelin thrower. And at the time, he was coaching both cross country and distance at Navy. And we used to have Cantelloisms. He just had these one-liners that would fly out. And he was just to the point. So I drive up to the Naval Academy and knock on the door, and he's just like, come on in, sit down. He's like, I talked to Ray. So I'm like, that must be the Admiral's first name because it's Admiral to me. He's like, I talked to Ray. And he said, you're a 15-foot pole vaulter. Tell me more about your pole vaulting. So I told him my background. He's like, you can jump Division I. He goes, now tell me about your grades. And I was like, well, and I'd got my transcripts at the time. I went back to my high school, and my guidance counselors, I was like, hey, can I get my transcripts? They're like, why? I'm like, because I'm applying to the Naval Academy. They're like, shoot, you're never getting to the Naval Academy. And I was like, show it to him. He's like, oh my God. Well, fill out the paperwork. We'll see what we can do. And I go back to the team. I'm like, whatever. At least I tried, you know what I mean? But I remember walking on the yard and being like overwhelmed with the architecture. I remember the first time I walked there and I was like, I want to be part of this. I'm like, that's what made Tom and Mike who they were. Like, there's something about this place that makes you want to be better than who you are. And I just felt this like calling to the academy. And
No shit.
yeah.
You had your trident.
And I already had my trident. I had just gotten my trident. And I was in, and so I went back and I'm in the platoon and we're doing BBSS, and I'm actually in the out platoon with another one of your guys. And I come back from BBSS one day, and the admin officer, who's a senior chief, she's like, meets me at the quarterdeck, and she's like, you've been accepted to the Naval Academy. And I was like, what? And immediately she goes, well, you got to go to the Naval Academy prep school first. And I was like, oh, what's that? And they're like, well, that's kind of like that's for the guys that they're usually a bunch of athletes that they redshirt or prior enlisted. And in your case, we're going to see if you can actually hack it academically at the academy. So you go up there and you do 10 months and it's an academic course. And I immediately got this sinking feeling. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, I'm not smart enough to go there. Like, I'm going to fail. Like, I hate school. What I didn't know at the time was I'm kind of dyslexic, dysgraphic. I mean, I have a tough time reading. And I'm like, oh no. And I just dealt with it through high school, but it was, I was a good listener. And she's like, yeah, get ready, pack your bags. And I call Adam. I'm like, dude, I got into the naps. And he immediately calls his dad, and his dad calls me. And about a couple days later, actually, we scheduled the call. And at this point, I was like, I'm not going. I'm like, I don't want to go to the academy and fail and then try to come back to teams. Like, the teams are going to eat me alive. I can't do this. And so Admiral Smith calls me. He goes, congratulations. Got into the Naval Academy. He's like, we're going to prep school, which is fine. He's like, just get up there, knock it out, and you'll be a plebe in the class of 2003. He goes, are you excited? And I go, Admiral, I don't know if I want to go. And it was just a pause on the phone. I go, I really love being a SEAL. Worked really hard to get here. I'm in a platoon, jumping out of airplanes. I got my own car. I got an apartment. Like, I got a life. And the idea of going back to, shaving your head and pulling your socks up and somebody yelling at me again. And long pause on the phone, Admiral Smith said to me, the greatest piece of advice I've ever been given in my life. He goes, Pete, when you're forced with a hard decision, always choose the hardest path. It's always the right one. Every time. Call me tomorrow with your decision. And I hung up the phone. I was like, fuck. Oh no, this is going to suck.
Great response.
Yeah. Called him the next day. I said, sir, I'm going to do it. And a couple weeks later, check out and head up to Newport, Rhode Island for another round of boot camp. And that's where I met Jeremy. And I show up, and all the prior enlisted guys are kind of looking at each other. You're looking at each other's chests, and a couple Marines wandering around. Everybody's doing the butt sniffing thing. And this circus began immediately for me. I get your little issue. I go to my room, and I'm like, he gave me a robe. I was like, oh, cool, man. I got a robe. I'm like, I'm on my way to be an officer. They gave me a robe. So I put on my robe, and I'm like so I get my shower shoes. I'm like, this is awesome. I got shower shoes. I got a robe. I put my toothbrush in my mouth, and I'm just cruising down the hallway. And I didn't know what midshipmen were. And there were some midshipmen there from the academy that come in and they do summer detail, and they have their collar devices. And when you come from the fleet, the midshipman collar devices, they don't mean anything to you, And they start kind of like, what are you doing? And I'm like, what? I'm like, just chill out, man. I'm just going to the bathroom, brush my teeth. They're like, you don't talk to me that way. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, everybody needs to take a wrap off here. I turn around, and this gunnery sergeant hat hits me in the bridge of my nose. And this gunnery sergeant, he just starts tearing into me like Marine Corps boot camp. And I was like, I remember I put my hand up and I just pushed his hat back. And I was like, everybody needs to calm down right now.
I'm just trying to brush my teeth here.
That's exactly it. I'm like, I'm just here to brush my teeth right now. Like, get in this office. They dragged me in the office, and it's the Marine captain. And they knew exactly who I was. And they were like, okay, here's the deal. They put the paper in front of me, like, sign this and you can go back to the fleet. And I was like, I just got here. They're like, we don't want you here. We don't want the trouble. We know you're going to be an issue. And I was like, okay, well, I didn't know we were starting this stuff. Take a second. I didn't know that we were doing this. So can you give me a little read-in as to what's happening? And they were like, well, this is boot camp, and you're back into boot camp. And I was like, okay, well, that would have been good to know before this whole thing unfolded.
I didn't know we were playing boot camp here.
Yeah, well, exactly it. I was like, I didn't know we were doing this game. But now that you told me, I'm like, now I'm here. So you don't need that. I'm not going to quit. And I went back, then I just pull my pocket, put it in my pocket, and I'm just,
fine, I won't brush my teeth.
Jeez. I guess we don't brush our teeth. We don't wash our hair. And everyone starts to show up, and all the priors go through this adjustment period. And it's athletes division. It's all the red shirt athletes from the football team. And they had a track team. And so now, mind you, when I was in high school, I was 160 pounds pole vaulting. I was 5'11". I went to Buds as 160 pounds. I graduated about 180 pounds. And then I really started to lift at Team 8, and I got to be about 205. So I show up at NAPS at 205, and I'm there to walk onto a Division I track team and pole vault again. Pole vault is a math equation. It's how fast you can run, how far you can long jump, and essentially the lighter you are, the higher you can go. So I'm like, I got to like recalibrate my entire mindset now, and I got to start losing weight. And that's what I did. I started running like 15 miles a day and not eating, and I was like shedding pounds. I just became like the shell of myself.
Did you know that you were the third ever? Were you the third?
So
or were you?
Yes, I was the third
second
one.
or
There were
first?
two before me. Jim Galladay, who was a 1995 grad, he was on Petit Airfield when all those SEALs got shot up and he got the Bronze Star. And so he showed up as a plebe with the Bronze Star and a combat action ribbon. This is 1998 at the time. And the stories of Jim, like, just saturated. Like, it was this legendary, he was a legend. Like, he was mystical. And there was the second guy was Jim Foreman. And Jim was SDV-1, super cool dude, surfer, blonde guy. He played lacrosse at the academy. And I actually met him when I went up to visit. And he was getting ready to graduate. And I was like, "What, would you do it all over again?" He's like, "Fuck no." I'm like, that wasn't exactly.
That's
like
encouraging.
that wasn't what I was looking for, man. So, and I knew I was, I'm number 3, but I hadn't been in there was no combat, there was, and that was part of the reason why I went. I was like, well, I'll go to school. Like, what can it hurt? Like, take advantage of everything that the Navy throws at you was what I was always told. If you get the opportunity to go to school, go to a school. If you get the opportunity to better yourself, go do it. Father Frank Mulcahy told me that. Who was head of training at SEAL Team 8 when I was going through this, whether or not I should go. And he's like, "Hey, heard you got in the academy." And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going. He's like, "Nope, you're going. Anytime the Navy offers you an opportunity to better yourself, you go. And don't fuck it up." It's just like, everyone's like, "Don't quit." So, yeah.
AKA,
naps.
don't embarrass us.
Yes. This is what it really was. We don't really care about you.
Yeah.
We care that you don't embarrass us. And, plebe year, that boot camp, that first year, it was academically unbelievably difficult. Because they basically take your plebe year and they shove it into 10 months. So you get a head start for your plebe year, right? So you're taking chemistry, you're taking calculus, you're taking I want to say English class, but it's a pretty heavy English class. And chemistry is always an issue at the academy, and calculus is an issue. And I was scared shitless of all of this. Like my academics, I always stayed away from academics in high school because I'm like, I had a tough time reading. And now I'm in this is all you're here to do. This is buds for academics. And oh, by the way, you're wearing this, target on your chest.
You wear the SEAL trident in
yes.
the academy?
Yes.
What is that like?
So I used to take it off and put it in my pocket. I go in the bathroom and I take it off. And
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it was like a different world. When I would take it off and just blend in, I'm like, this is doable. And then the minute someone would see me, they'd be like, "Hey, you're out of uniform." And I'm like, I go back and put my uniform. And, at the academy, you'd be chopping down the hall and they'd be like, "SEAL." I'm like, oh, here we go. And, some kid who got his lunch money stolen, who's a, academic whiz kid, he's like, "You think you're a badass? You think you're a tough guy?" Like, "Sir, no, sir. You play the game." And then they'd hold me up and I'd be late for class, and then they're like, and then you're getting in charge, you're getting in trouble for being tardy, and then you're getting extra tours. And anytime I would go to do anything, everyone's measuring themselves against me. And so it was like being a celebrity at the academy. Mm-hmm. There's only 16 billets a year, and everybody wants to be a SEAL, and everybody talks about being a SEAL. And here I am wearing this Budweiser, and they're all like, is this guy that guy? And they all want to find out. Meanwhile, I'm like, dude, I'm in chemistry class, and like, this is not easy. Like, you can have all of this misery, but I need to focus on studying. And, so NAPS was amazing. I played rugby at NAPS. I got my first taste of rugby. I've got my first taste of, I jumped again. I started losing weight. And but I was focused. I was like, I really want to pole vault. Like, I want to see how high I can go. It was in the back of my head. I want to see if I can do this. Like, I just have to try this. And, and then you go to plebe summer, which is another 6 weeks of boot camp. So at this point, I'd been through regular boot camp, and then I went through buds. Then I went through boot camp at NAPS for 4 weeks or whatever it is. And then a year at NAPS where you're basically loosely treated like a plebe. And then plebe summer where you're back to being like literally shark shit, lower than shark shit in the ocean. You're like back to zero again. And boot camping it all over. And mentally you're just like, and now it's not drill instructors yelling at you. Now it's 19-year-old upperclassmen, right? And they're getting in your face and you're just like, and meanwhile in your head, you're just like, what am I doing? Why? This is like the worst thing. Like I went to a place where I suck at everything, right? Everybody's competing with me. And now people are yelling at me and I want to beat everybody up. Like I want to beat everybody up every day. And during plebe summer, and that's when you start to find your
Did you
crew.
just have Jeremy beat him up?
So Jeremy ends up in my company. We go from NAP, so we end up in the same company. And so he's prior enlisted Marine. And boot camp comes around and we're playing the game. Plebe summer, we're playing the game. And it's easy. It's not hard. You're just, folding your socks and folding your uniform and the same shit. You're memorizing stuff. And but both Jeremy and I were just kind of overplaying the game. And so a lot of they were like, oh, are you a Napster? Oh, you're a prior. You kind of get like earmarked. Oh, you're going to be, trouble. And we all have fun because we just end up fucking around with the upper class, just like, and we're having fun on our own. And that's when we met Brett. And I've been hesitating to tell this story because it's hilarious, but it's kind of disgusting. But it's hilarious. And one morning, and Brett ended up in our room and our roommate and a big part of our life. I mean, he was like a huge part of my life. They wake you up in the morning and you chop. So every time you go somewhere, you have to go Navy and make a right-hand corner. So you run out of your room, you run to the center of the hallway and you go Navy, and then you turn right. And then you say, beat Army, and you run down to the next corner and you go Navy, beat Army. And you have to square all your corners everywhere you go. And it's, you got your socks pulled up, you're wearing your like grandpa New Balance shoes and your head shaved, and you're just like, dude, I'm back. So I might roll out of bed and I'm like last to formation. I'm like, go Navy, beat Army. And I get in and they start screaming and yelling at me. Scobell. Like, what do you think? You think because you're a SEAL, you can do whatever you want? I'm like, sir, no, sir. And you brace up and you put your chin back. And they just, it was great for the other people in my class because they were like, he's going to take all the shit anyway. And at that point, it was like, I'm getting all the shit anyway, so you're not helping me. So I come in the room, I come into the hallway, and this upper class, this female upper class who is rather pretty, I come in, she starts yelling at me, and she's like, what are you're late, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden I hear this, go Navy. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, someone's later than me. Like, he's going to get this shit. And Brett came around the corner. And now in the mornings you have these mesh shorts that are like down to your knees, and you have your shirt tucked in, a blue rim shirt, and your socks pulled up. And Brett turned the corner, and I kind of looked at the corner of my eyes because all eyes, I'm like looking at this, who's late? Because he's taking the shit off of me. This is going to be great. Brett comes around the corner, and the first thing I see is his member. And it is massive, and he has morning wood. And he comes around the corner, and I'm like, oh. And he's high-kneeing. He's like, go Navy. And the thing is bouncing. Like, he turns in and he stands across from me like you are, and he whips around and he braces up and he looks at me and he has this infectious smile, and I look down and I'm like, oh my God, dude. And the pretty detailer, she looks at me, she's like, why are you smiling, Mr. Scobell? why are you smiling? What's so funny? And I'm just like,
You'll find out in a minute.
She goes, you think I'm cute? Is that why you're smiling? And in the back of my head, I was kind of like, well, yeah. But and she turns around and she goes, Harmon, oh my God. She goes, get in a room. And very calmly, he has this gigantic smile on his face. He goes, go Navy. Goes into the room. And I'm like, that guy is a legend. And halfway through that day, I mean, I was laughing all day about this story. And halfway through that day, they pulled me aside. They're like, we're going to put you and Mr. Harmon together. You know, he needs to mature a little bit more and he needs to grow up. And we think that with your experience as a prior enlisted SEAL, you can help him raise his standards. And I was just like, who's helping who here? Like this guy. So they put me with Brett, and the plebe summer ends, and you know, we it was always a joke. You know, his nickname was Tripod. He was just like, he was on the wrestling team, and we would go to, he was on the wrestling team, and we would go to the matches and sit next to the thing because he would tuck that thing into his singlet. Like, he'd go out there, and the guys would shake hands, you know, before they matched, and they were like, what the? It's just unfair advantage everywhere in life. And he was unapologetic about it. And so, plebe year, I get set up with Brett, and Jeremy's in the room next to me. And these guys got to see what it was like for me during that year. I couldn't study. People come to my room. You didn't know who was coming in. Some guy wants to fuck with you. Some guy who wants to ask you about buds, you know, and you're just like, hey, you gotta realize, like, most people understand, like, at the academy, it doesn't matter what you major in. You're going to take 3 semesters of calculus, 2 of chemistry, 3 of calculus-based physics. You're going to take electrical engineering, thermodynamics, weapon systems engineering 1 and 2, which is applied physics. You're going to take naval architecture. And then, oh, by the way, what's your major? And then you get your majors on top of that. And then you have leadership courses. And so this is like, it's a full load. You're taking, 20 credits a semester on top of professional knowledge as a plebe. And then every day you have to memorize the menus for all 3 meals. You have to know how many days to the next Army-Navy event. You have to know just this massive amount of information. And so you're just constantly studying, and there's just all this crap you have to do. And that's at max capacity already. And then you add the layer of being a team guy, and everywhere you go, you wear this big gold, and people were like, "Oh, it must have been fun." Like, no, it wasn't, because it was like a bullseye on your chest. Everyone wanted to see what you couldn't go anywhere without people staring at you. Like, you'd walk into Bancroft Hall, and people would be in the rotunda, and like they would stop the tour and be like, "This is our SEALs," like shit like that. Like, you couldn't get away with anything. And everywhere you went, people were, constantly. And I was always late for class because people would stop me. I was doing tours, and they were always commenting, like, you got a bad attitude.
What do you mean doing tours? What is that?
So you get enough demerits, or you do something stupid, they assign you a tour. So if you get up early, like 4 a.m, and you take your rifle and you go down to the whatever, there's a courtyard. That's a big square courtyard, depending on the hall you're in or what wing of Bancroft you're in, and you walk around in circles as punishment. And they'll assign you 10 tours. That's 10 mornings you got to get up at 4 a.m. and just go walk around with your rifle. And, demerits. And it's just like everything you do is watched and graded. Every physical PT test, every academic. It's plebe year it's 2 full plates of food. And then throw on top of it being this team guy, this, and I'm carrying around all of so every team guy that goes there, the legends begin, what Jim did, and then what, Jim Galladay did, and then what Fortman did, then what Fortman did, and then what I did, what I'm building. So there were these crazy stories. And since then, what's funny is I'll run into a midshipman now, and I'd be like, "Hey, was it ever a SEAL that went there?" And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, his plebe year, he killed his detailer." And like, they just get blown out of proportion. It's just like this. But what happened is, Jeremy and Brett, they saw what was going on, and Johnny, our other roommate, they saw what was going on, and the rugby players, and those guys would run point for me, and the prior enlisted Marines, and I'd be getting raided on my way to meal by some other upperclassmen, and Ryan Curry and Mark Pavandra, these two prior enlisted Marines, would just slide in between me and the upperclassmen, and they'd be like, leave, and I'd just bolt out of there and like, who are you guys? And they would take the heat, and they'd run point for me, and because they saw, they're like, hey man, this is already hard enough. It's not fair. But whatever, like I signed up for it, And meanwhile, I'm trying to walk on a Division I track team. That in itself. And got back into jumping. I went down to 170 pounds. I went from 205, 208 or whatever, back down to 170 pounds. So now everyone's like, they're looking at me and my uniform's like hanging off me. And I'm like skinny little SEAL, trying like dangling, getting yelled at all the time, like just getting my ass handed to me on a daily basis. But I started jumping well. First semester, I did okay academically. And then beginning of second semester was February. And we had a 4-star lecture. So every Wednesday night, you have someone will come in and give a lecture. And that night, it was Ross Perot. And Ross Perot is a Naval Academy grad, and he came to give a speech. And so Wednesday nights, you get in your full dress blue uniform. So you go to school, you go to class all day, you go to sports, you go to track practice all day, you come back, get dressed, then go to meal, then go to a couple-hour 4-star lecture, and then study for the next day. And I go to the 4-star lecture, hear Ross Perot speak, head back to the hall. I stopped by my friend's room, and my friend's mother had emailed her. And this title of the email was, go find Pete. His dad just died. And I walked in and I looked over her shoulder and I saw that. She just looked at me, and I walked out. And you're supposed to chop and run. And I just walked. Upperclassmen are yelling at me, and I'm just like, I just had this, I was like that. People don't, unless you've lost a parent, you don't know. It's like the day after the day, the feeling that the world is never the same without that person in it again. Good, bad, or ugly. Like, I walked back to my room that night, and the upper class were like yelling at me in the hall because I wasn't chopping. I was like, fuck you, literally. And they go tell the company officer, about my bad behavior. And I walk in, and Brett was there. And man, I just collapsed into his arms. And he's like, what? My dad's dead. And upper class come to the door. Scobell, get out of here. And Brett just fucking slammed the door. He's like, fucking leave. Locked it. And Brett and I just sat on my bed. And it was like the world came undone for me. And it turns out that he had died right after I'd gone to track practice. I told you before, I got an A on a calculus test, and I went on my way between class and track practice. I stopped at the payphone and called my dad. And that was the moment. I said, hey, I got an A on a calculus test. And he was like, he starts laughing. That was the class he had dropped in college. And it was like me saying like, I got this. And he just, I love you. It was the first time. Only time. I didn't even know what to do with it at the moment. I hung up the phone. I was like, wow, that happened. And I didn't know it, but he literally hung up the phone. He had a couch. The phone was next to the couch. He used to read on the couch, everything. He did just books like it was nobody's business. He laid down, take a nap, and his heart gave out. He died on the couch. His girlfriend came in and found him. They called the academy, and they knew before, like while I was at track, that this had happened. But your attendance at meal and at Forrestal lectures counts for a point system for your company at the academy. And we were up for color company, and that's a great fit rep for your company officer. And they waited, the word had gone out, and they waited till I had gone to all of that. And the chaplain, I had already found out. I found out via email, and I was sitting in my room, and the chaplain shows up in the room, and he's like, "You want to come to the company officer's office?" And I walk in, and like, "Your father, dad passed away." I'm like, "Yeah, I found out on email." They're like, "Well, we're gonna send you home." And immediately the company officer's like, "You gotta watch your attitude." And I was like, next day I got up, that was a Wednesday. Thursday morning I got up, I flew home. My friend's parents picked me up, took me to the airport. I flew home, got there, immediately went to the funeral home. He wanted to be cremated, picked an urn, came home. My dad's girlfriend was like, "Here's the will. I get everything. You can have whatever pictures you want." And I was like, whatever. I went to a lawyer that afternoon. I pointed to the executive of state. And I was like, listen, I couldn't get everything done. I actually had to sign some more paperwork. I forget what it was. But I had to be there. I had to be there. Monday was a day off, and I had to be there on Tuesday. I'm like, I have to be here on Tuesday to sign paperwork. So I called the company officer, and I said, "Hey, sir, I need an extra day. I got to clean this mess up. It's just me. There's no one else." And he's like, "Pete, you're not focusing on being a midshipman right now." I was like, what? Like, come on. Like, enough with the games. Like, this is, I got to deal with this. So I called the SEALs in the yard, and the SEAL chiefs in the yard were like, "What the fuck?" And I get a call back from the company officer, and he's like, "All right, you're extended until Tuesday. So you have to be here Wednesday morning," and I'm 6 hours away. I sign everything, hop in the car, drive 6 hours back to the academy. And I wasn't supposed to have a car, but it was my dad's car. And so I pull in, park it at, Jim Galladay was a SEAL. He was actually living in Annapolis at the time, and he'd come, if I needed stuff, he would help me out. And I'm like, "Hey, I got this car." I parked it at his house, and got back to the academy. And first thing, went to the company officer's office, and he's just like, "Why don't you just go back to the teams? Just go back." And I was like, "Excuse me?" Like, he's like, "Your behavior, you're not focusing on being a midshipman. Just go." And I'm like, and I remember looking at him. In my mind, I'm like, he in that moment, I saw my dad's face, and I was just like, fuck this guy. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. I was like, no, I'm not leaving. And put me on the upper class because of my bad attitude, put me on all calls, which was mean I had to be outside their door at 5 a.m. because I didn't memorize my rates. The one upper class stopped me in the yard. He goes, "What's the menu for morning meal?" And I was like, "Dude, I just literally walked in the door. I just buried my dad." He's like, "Doesn't excuse you from your duty." And I was like, "Dude, fuck you guys." And I looked around. I'm like, what kind of leadership laboratory is this? Like, this is just unbelievable. So I went back, just like nothing happened. I was like, "Put that away."
Damn, Pete.
Dad's gone. Everything's gone. A couple weeks later, we were track meet, and the freshman record was 16-3. And the weather was perfect. It was like the sun was out. It was March. My dad died in February. It was the end of March. And home meet. And I don't remember who we were jumping against. What's interesting about pole vault that it's all about you competing against yourself. And that day I just had an amazing day. I broke the freshman record. I jumped 16.3. And I swear to God, on that jump, I felt like something pulled my hips up. So I swear to God. And for me, it was just like, I had that moment and I'm like, okay, like, I continued to run track. Plebe year ended. At the end of that year, the woman my dad was dating at the time, she sold everything, had a sale. The house was gone, but my friend's parents had welcomed me into their family, and life goes on. And I just kind of put that part of it. I mean, that's just what it is. Your parents die, But yeah, my junior year or my sophomore year, I ran track again. I was jumping well. I jumped mid-16. In the beginning of junior year, 9/11 happened. And Johnny, Jeremy, Brett, and I walked out of one class into the heart room upstairs. I got a cup of coffee, and they had those gigantic TVs. Remember the big screen TVs that are like 4 feet deep? Mm-hmm. It was not now where you have the thin screen. And I saw everyone's crowded around it. Like, what happened? They're like, a Cessna crashed into the World Trade Center. And I was like, dude, you ever been to New York City? I'm like, that's not a Cessna. And I said, that's a terrorist attack. I just knew it. I was actually in a political science class. I walked out of political science class. And in between, I was going to a philosophy class called Friendship and Death. Just then, the second plane hit the second tower. And we all scurried off to class. I went into Friendship and Death, and the teacher's like, all right, let's talk about last night's. And I'm like, no, turn the TV on. Like, this is happening right now. I turned the TV on, and everyone was just, holy shit. Like, we watched the towers fall. And then the announcement came, everyone go back to Bancroft Hall. And so all 4,000 midshipmen are back in Bancroft Hall, which I was like, cause then you're hearing like the planes crash into the Pentagon. And I'm like, well, I'm not sure the smartest thing in the world is to put all 4,000 midshipmen in one building right now, And we get back there, and a lot of the guys from my class who would always come in, Brett was a legend. He would cut everybody's hair. And so, guys from every team and would, come in, and he'd have this hair cutting. We'd all talk and BS. Travis Mannion, Brian Stan, who's a UFC fighter. Brian came over that night, and he's like, what do you think, dude? I'm like, we're going to war. Like, this is war. And we just had this moment of like, holy shit, we were juniors. And all my buddies from Naps, Ryan, Pavandra, we're all kind of like looking at each other like, the game just changed. Like, the game, and we were settling in on that. And I was like, I need to be part of a team. And I quit the track team, and I walked on the rugby team. Like, I need to be around. I need to get ready for war. And that was my way of like shifting gears. Like, enough of this. My dad's gone. I broke the record. Now it's time to get ready for war. And so I walked on the rugby team. And my last 2 years, I played rugby. Started A-side. Played NCAAs a couple times. And it was. That's one of my most vivid memories. Was like, it's fucking on. But rugby team is right. You have to take double electrical engineering, and electrical engineering is like the class that everyone struggles through. And there was a cheating scandal back in the 80s about the electrical engineering test, and I had these two amazing coaches in the rugby team, Major Renforth and Major Shea. Sparky Renforth, he's a 3-star, and Major Shea, who's a recon Marine. And my first double E test, I got like a 5%, not like a 15%. Like, you got 5. And Major Shea taught double E. And I go to rugby practice and Major Shea's like, hey, dude, I saw your test. Like, what's going on? I'm like, he's like, who's your teacher? And I told him my teacher was, he's like, sleep through his class. You got a free period afterwards. Come to my room, come to my office. I'll teach you double E. And man, Major Shea, he just was a godsend. I walked in there and the teacher that I had would spend 2 hours or an hour talking about electrical engineering. I'd walk in there and Major Shea would be like, teach me what I need to learn in 5 minutes. And I was like, and I ended up getting great grades in double E after that. Like right before the final, I remember Jeremy and Brett and Johnny came out and I'm like giving extra instruction to other mids. And they were like, is he? He's teaching me? And, but I had applied to come back to the teams. So it wasn't a foregone conclusion. And at that time, I started, post my dad dying, I started picking up my guitar again, bought myself a nice little Martin guitar, play in the room. And it was my way of like just calming it, making it going away. And I had like kind of a communion with my mom. It was like, I like that part of my life. I want to go back to harnessing that and to get the noise of the academy out. And I started playing in the bars. I'd go out and sneak out and put civilian clothes on, get up there and sing in the bars and play. And it was so asinine that when, other officers on the yard would see me, they're like, he's got to have permission. Meanwhile, I'd be like, throw my guitar in the back of my car, sneak back on the yard. And so, the years went by and I had a selection again. One of the summers I went, the SEAL rep at the time said, you got to go to Mini Buds. And I'm like,
For what?
thank you. Well, you got to, just because you went through Buds before doesn't mean you're gonna go back to the community. And everyone was like, wait,
What?
Fortman and Galladay went back. He's already got his Budweiser. Why would you? And at the time, that officer was he was a team guy and he was on the rugby coach as well. And I was butting heads with him. I was just like, come on. He's like, hey, listen, there's 16 billets. And he called me in his office. He's like, there's 16 billets. These guys have worked really hard. Just go out and go to SWO, put SWO as your second choice, go out to a ship, get your pin, then you go back to teams. And we get an extra billet. And I was like, no, that's bullshit. I went to NAPS. I'm here for 4 years. I'm like, the war is on? Like, this is asinine to me. And I go to rugby practice one day, and Major Shea is like, Pete, come here. Major Shea and Major Renforth. And one of the summers I did a Marine training, and I won a leadership award when I was there. And you have to go to like Leatherneck, and I hadn't gone to the formal Leatherneck. I'd just gone to like the Marine fam. And Major Shea goes, hey, we found out that they're trying to boot you. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, you want to be a Marine? And I'm like, but I didn't go through any of the stuff. And they're like, doesn't matter. We'll take you. And I looked at Major Renforth, Major Shea, and I was just like, they're like, put it as your number 2 choice. And that's like the kiss of death. The academy, you put your number 1 choice to spec war. You put your number 2 choice, it has to be SWO, because then you can lat transfer, and that shows you're committed to the community. And so when I had to fill out my preferences, I put down NSW, then I put down Marine Ground, then I put down Marine Air, and I put down every other service selection except for SWO. And I put that at the bottom as my like, kind of fuck you. And I went into right before I went into my interview, I had to go into an interview for NSW. It's all the NSW officers. Major Shea and Major Renforth knew when my interview was, and I was standing outside the door, and they walked up to us. They're like, hey, we want you. So if they don't want you, we'll take you. And I was like, these are 2 of the best leaders I've ever come across in my life. I mean, they were just absolute champions. And I'm like, I want to be like those guys. Like that's leadership. And I looked around the yard, and the Marines were the guys I looked up to the most. And I was like, you know what? Whatever. I went into my interview, and I was not very good in Spanish, and there's a slide behind you with your grades, and the captain, who he goes, and they're all looking at me. I got a Budweiser and a Jump Wings, and they're just like looking at each other, like, wait a minute, what? Why is he in here? And the officer at the time briefs your record, and he starts briefing my record, and not very kindly about my attitude, my behavior, and the admiral, or the captain, who ended up being an admiral after that, he goes, well, I'm not going to ask you any questions in Spanish, given your grades. He goes, but you put Marine Ground as your number 2 choice. You want to explain that? And I said, sir, I'm 26 years old. I want to lead men in combat. And if I'm not ready to lead men in combat by now, I'll never be ready by spending 18 months out on a ship. And he goes, whoa, 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 it's fine. You're coming back to teams. It's a done deal. But it was stressful. It's like you get to your senior year and, like the guys that you think got your back, they,
Man, that's crazy to me. What is that?
What's
Ego?
that?
Is that an ego problem? Are they just fucking with you? Why would they do that? It's fresh after 9/11.
Fresh after 9/11.
You're a SEAL.
Yep.
Fresh officer.
Yep.
And they want to send you to a boat.
Yeah. A lot of times when you get an officer program, a lot of this, they'll compete for officer programs, enlisted SEALs, and they'll take a SWO billet just to get a commission, then lat transfer back in if there aren't enough billets. So it's not an uncommon thing. Some guys come in OCS, they want to be SEALs, but there's not an NSW billet, so they'll go get their SWO pin and then lat transfer in. It's the easiest way to get into the community. So we have a lot of SWO officers that turn into SEAL officers. And I think at the time, the thinking of that particular guy was, I can get another billet, I can get another SEAL in, and he'll just get a SWO pin, and then he'll come back to the community anyway. So it's a win for the community. And
yeah, if the guy even makes it,
yeah,
it's like an 85% dropout rate at Buds.
I know. Well, the Naval Academy has like a 95% graduation rate.
Well, I've seen a lot of Naval Academy grads go through that never should have fucking made it. I've seen them quit.
Yep.
And then the instructors ask them, are you sure you want to quit? And miraculously, they're better the next day.
Yeah.
Which is a fucking shame.
It is. All that said and all that headache, it was still the most amazing experience of my life. The education I got there, they taught me how to think, not what to think. Like weapon systems engineering is applied physics, and it was, understanding the electromagnetic spectrum, wave propagation, and, why use HF comms, why use VHF, why use, how night vision interacts with NVGs. And it was like applied physics for battlefield. My political science was understanding, how governments interact with people. And I wanted to know what the problem was. I always saw, being a SEAL officer, you got the why, the what, and the how. And, you got to explain to the guys why we're doing what we're doing. We're a tactical unit that makes strategic impact. And how can you look at the scope of what's happening on the battlefield and figure out how to apply this force and have the most bang for the buck? I was a political science major. You get a Bachelor of Science in political science, but it's I don't even know what the politics were of any of my professors. That's unbelievable these days, right? It was this is what's going on. And let's talk about it. The Middle Eastern politics. I did a deep dive and did an 85-page paper on the Muslim Brotherhood. And it was just unbelievable, that portion of it, how to think and how to prepare. I felt extremely well prepared when I left there as a thinker, if that makes any sense. Look at, that was worth its weight in gold. That place, they always say it's a great place to be from, not a great place to be. And I will double down on that one. But the education that I walked away with was, we used to joke around it's a $500,000 education shoved up your ass, one nickel at a time. It's like, it is. But it was worth it. It was all worth it. You know, graduation day, everyone else you get 30 days of basket leave, and I hopped in the car and I drove straight out to Coronado, and I joined a SQT class, went through a brush up, and then went over to SEAL Team 1, found Commander Wilson and said, hey, you guys are deploying first. I want to deploy. And Commander Wilson sat me down and he goes, all right, here's the deal, man. Your education's on the battlefield. You run a gunfire. Any chance you get to deploy, you deploy. You don't take your disassociated tour and go get a master's degree. You go back. And this is like, we don't know how long this war is going to end. And to be an effective officer, you need to be downrange. And so that was I went back to the team. I was just like, okay, like, let's go. Like, I want to do this.
How'd it feel getting back to the teams as an officer?
It was weird because as an officer, you have to go I was enlisted on the East Coast, and then I had to go to the West Coast, because they don't want you being enlisted in the same on the same coast. But I've been gone for so long that it was like, you know, I knew a bunch of guys, and it was great because you had a ring, so you were part of the circle. But I had a good conduct medal, and I was a prior enlisted team guy, and so I didn't get sloughed off by the enlisted guys. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It was like I was able to have one foot in each, and getting back to the teams was like, I was like, okay, this is what I did all that bullshit for, and there's a war. Like, I have purpose. Like, I want to go downrange. It was like coming home. Coronado was home to me. One of the my senior year, so you have different sponsors at the academy and their families that take you in during the time, and you go there on the weekends. You can wash clothes, hang out with their families. You become like a part of their family, and oftentimes you have multiple families because you'll go home with your roommate's family and become friends with them, and then they come to your family. And so there are all these families in Annapolis that take care of the mids, and it's a really cool aspect of it that often gets overlooked when people talk about the academy. And I had two real groups, and one were the McWaters. And she was a Navy captain. She lived on Captain's Row. And my plebe year, when I met her, I go over to their house, and we knock on the door, and her husband answers the door, Bernie, and he sees my trident, and he's like, what the hell are you doing here? Like, and I go, I don't know. And he goes, where are you from? I said, I'm from Erie, Pennsylvania. And he goes, I was an intel officer in Vietnam with the Navy SEAL from Erie, Pennsylvania. His name was Dave Strong. And I was like, I know Dave Strong very well. And he's like, come on in. And it was one of those moments where you're like, oh, I'm in the right place. They were this amazing family that took care of me. And then Jeremy, we had these two gentlemen, Alex and Joe, who owned the Annapolis Inn, and they've sponsored hundreds of mids. And Alex and Joe were our other sponsor family. And, you know, we go over there, and Alex was a Spanish teacher, thank God. He tutored me through Spanish so I could get through the academy. But my senior year, the McWaters came to me and said, we're going with the Catholic Midshipman Club to Rome and then Medjugorje on spring break. We'd like you to come with us. And I was like, hell no. Like, spring break my senior year, we're about to go back to war. I'm like, I'm going to Cancun. Like, there's no way. And, you know, Bernie's like, our son Brendan really looks up to you, and we want him to go, and we'd really like for you to come with us. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. And so I went, and I was, you know, I had my grandmother as a Catholic, and my dad always just did not like the whole Catholic Church. And I'm like, but these people were so important to me, and they were so good to me. And when they asked me, I'm like, okay. And Bernie and I, you know, he was an intel officer with the teams, and he's just the nicest. There was just the nicest people ever. So I went, and we went to every basilica in Rome, and there were some admirals. There were some young midshipmen, some old retired admirals, and it was this massive group. And I was like kind of security, I guess, like this gaggle. And so I'm like, all right, I'll go this, but I'll just like, I'll just kind of look over everybody. I don't buy any of this stuff. And the chaplain became my drinking buddy. And they were doing communion like 4 times a day. And I was just like, whoa, my God, this is crazy. And every day we'd get down, we'd go to dinner, and then I would sit down and I would just start to talk with the chaplain, because in my mind, I'm like, maybe I should find this thing. I need to find this. Like maybe this guy he's going to open up my heart and tell me something that I don't see. And if I'm going to combat, like I should have this. And every day we would just pick it apart. And I'd be like, I don't buy this. Like I'm reading his words, and his word says the kingdom of God is inside you. Like, why do I need this building? Why do I need you? Like, what's this voice in my head? And he'd laugh, and he was a great dude. I wish Father John, I can't remember his last name. We went, every basilica, went to the catacombs where the Christians prayed when they were being persecuted and they were buried, like walking. I mean, it's like tunnels under Rome, and their bodies are stacked, and the skeletons. We had mass, and there's a small cathedral under St. Peter's Cathedral that's like a private mass. We had a private mass down there. And then we all got on a plane and flew to Medjugorje, where the Virgin Mary appears to, they appeared to these children, these visions. And it's in Bosnia. This is like 2003, and Bosnia is still kind of, I'm like, you think, guys, this is smart? We're taking a bunch of like military people into Bosnia to go on this adventure. And we go to this town, and Medjugorje is just this really interesting place. And the story is that these children were playing, and the Virgin Mary appeared to them, and they flew up the mountain. And over a 40-year period, she would appear to them and give them, would talk to them about what's going to happen, and then they would repeat what's going on. And I was just like, with the priest, I'm like, you really believe this? He's like, I'm not even supposed to be here because it's not sanctioned by the Catholic Church. And there were all these things you do in Medjugorje. You go up and pray on Cross Mountain. And in Virgin Mary, if you're there and when the sun comes up, you're going to get blessed, And first day we're having breakfast, one of the midshipmen comes down, and they'd gone up and been there for sunrise. They come down, and she goes, I saw the Virgin Mary. And the priest and I at the same time were like, bullshit. And I was like, you don't believe it either. He's like, I don't. He couldn't wrap his head around it. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I went up there. I was there in the morning. There was another guy who became a team guy, Jimmy Batista went with me. And we went up and slept on Cross Mountain, and, we're there in the sunrise, and we did everything we were supposed to do. And I'm just like, listen, I don't buy any of this. And so the second to last day we were there, we went to see one of the one of the children who's now an adult. They're going to speak through a translator and tell us what her latest vision was. And so Bernie's next to me, and the priest is next to me. And there's probably 150 people. And this woman gets up on a deck, and she's talking about the vision. And I'm just kind of like, the translator's giving the translation, and I'm just kind of like, all right, let's get this over with. This woman looks at me, and she locks eyes with me. And I feel this, like someone's grabbing me on my shoulders and pulling me down, and I can't move. And I'm just like, and I start to sway a little bit, and I'm like, what the fuck? And the priest like looks over at me, and I'm just kind of like, and this wasn't like 2 seconds. This is like, now we're into like 10 seconds. And I'm like, I can't move. And finally she just smiles, and she looks away from me. And I look over at the priest, and he goes, what was that? And I was like, I don't know. And I turned around and I walked away. And he came and found me, and he's like, what happened? And I was like, I don't want to talk about it. He's like, something happened. And I was like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, I don't want to talk about it. And we left there, and I'll never forget that. I wasn't instantly converted. I wasn't like, oh my God, I found it, I was like, I don't know what that was, but that happened. And I was afraid to tell Bernie and Marty because they're like, see, you're meant to be a Catholic. And I came back and I signed up for confirmation classes. And I'm like, you know what, I'll try this out. And so I went to my first Sunday confirmation class because the priest was one of the chaplains. And I went in and he does the mass. And then at the end of the mass, if you're in confirmation class before communion, they go, okay, you guys leave. Like you're not good enough to be here. And when we did that, I turned around and I just looked, and it was like this feeling came over me of like, well, why am I pledging? The word says he's within me. The kingdom of God is within me. Why do I need to do this? And I walked out, and after mass, the Father John was there, and I was like, I'm not doing it. He's like, why? And I'm like, this just doesn't feel right to me. And that was it. I left it, walked away, graduated. And I was like, I tried. I gave it a shot, man. I did your trip. I'm trying to play this game, but I couldn't wrap my head around the way it was structured within the Catholic Church. It just didn't make any sense. It's like, well, what he said, like, isn't what he said, get this church thing doesn't, he said, he was flipping over tables. He was saying these guys this is the problem, this organized religion. And he's saying that the kingdom of God is within me. Like, I don't understand why I need you. So I gave it up. Went back to teams.
What do you think that was?
I don't know.
What comes to your mind?
Guardian angel. My mom. Like, hey, it's time. I don't know. It was real. It happened, and it freaked me out. But I couldn't. When you're not there mentally, well, my ego was in the way. I was like, I'm a Sierra Leone commando. Like, I'm gonna go do this. I'm going to war. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just playing these games for you. Like that's where I was mentally, I think.
You weren't open.
I wasn't. I was like, I'm playing your games, but I'm just not there yet. And I don't, but it happened. That's real. 100%. And it freaked me out.
Does it still freak you out?
Not anymore. I think it was my mom. I think it was my guardian angels. Like, they just make our job a little easier. Can you just make, like, you are a complete shit show. Can you just, like, let's try this. Like, we can guide you a little bit. We'll have more pull. Otherwise, we got to work overtime with you. You got too much going on. Went back to teams, and first deployment was a liaison officer on the Expeditionary Strike Group to General Medina. I ended up coming into southern Iraq, and we were the Northern Arabian Gulf Task Unit, and and I flew around to work with the Brits. There's nothing, little stuff here and there, patrols, overflights. That was when the suicide bomber tried to take out the gas and oil platforms. They took the boat out there. And so we were looking for the cell, but the Brits owned the southern Iraq, and that was the Brit AO, and they wanted nothing to do with kinetic stuff. And so we were trying our best to affect the battlefield, but the Brits owned the battlefield, and they did not want anything happening on their watch. And, we were, little stuff getting shot at on patrol, but not like in a war. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, is this what this is? But during that deployment, I was at a Danish base. I logged on to my email, Hotmail, trying to figure out, you know, the keyboard looks a little different. You're trying to figure out like, where are the letters that I need? And I log on and there's an email from Brian Bourgeois, who was in our company. And it said, I'm sorry about Brett. And I was like, what? Then I scroll down and it was a forward of a newspaper article. And Brad, my roommate, tripod, he'd gone in the Marine Corps and finished TBI, or TBS, the basic school. He went to basic school, then infantry school, and he was down in Camp Lejeune, and he was a rifle platoon commander getting ready to deploy to Iraq. He and a bunch of his friends, including his best friend from high school and a fellow wrestler, Kevin McCann, they all met up and went to a North Carolina State football game for opening day, and they were tailgating, and a car came ripping through the parking lot, and everybody was throwing stuff at the car because they were speeding, and the car came to a screeching halt right in front of the Marines' tailgate. These kids get out, and altercation happens, and with Brett, they almost hit a little girl, and all the Marines are like, "Hey, man, you got to calm down. Like, you guys are driving like assholes," and they were obviously under the influence of something. And altercation breaks out, and Brett just wipes the floor with the kid and throws him back in the car. He's like, "Get out of here." And they drive away. Marines go back to tailgating. 30 minutes later, that kid walks up with a gun in his hand and fucking shoots Brett in the throat, kills him. Kevin McCann, his best friend, not a Marine, everyone else hits the deck. Kevin McCann jumps on the shooter, starts wrestling the gun away. Shooter puts the gun to Kevin's head, executes him.
Shit.
These kids get up and leave. It's gone. Not war. He'd spent every single day of my time at the academy. He was 2 feet from me. He held me when my dad died. Quite literally the most beautiful soul I'd ever known. The smile is like, would light up. It lit up heaven. And I just sat in this base. And I was like, I read that. I'm like, I don't even know. The last picture I had with him is on graduation day. I'm standing behind him. And Mr. Ferrier, my stepdad, he just walked on the field with the camera. He snapped this picture of the two of us together. And Brett's beautiful smile, and we're in our whites. It was pouring down rain. And he was a born leader. He was an amazing wrestler. But he wasn't the best wrestler. He just worked the hardest. There's an award at the Naval Academy called the Brett Harmon Award. We give out every year. It's the kid. It's like the fire in the gut. You know, he was a part of every good memory I had at that place. All day, every day. We struggled through every class together. We laughed, played music, made up songs, wrestled, drunk on the floor. Jeremy and Johnny and I to this day, I still think I've lost other guys in combat. You know, you lose friends in combat. That we signed up for that. Like, that's okay. That was like, that side, that hit me like, I can't even imagine. I still was like a train, just fucking bulldozed me. And the Marine I worked for at the time Jen Till was she was a Naval Academy grad. Jen Till was his secretary, and I emailed that to Jen, and she went and told the general, and he goes, send him home. Send him home to be with their mother. The other Marines aren't going to get to go home. So I got this note on a base and was like, go home, find a way. And so I grabbed field camis, my gun, hopped on a helicopter, flew to Basra, like gave my shit to another SEAL that was there, caught a transport plane to Kuwait, finagled some orders. I was covered in, I literally had a backpack with a flip phone and a credit card, landed and finagled my way on a flight with a group of Army reservist guys going back for their mid-year tour break. Landed in Dallas, and one of the sponsor dads from the Naval Academy, Mr. Bentley, he'd sponsored a bunch of prior enlisted Marines. He was a legend. He was Trident Industries in Dallas. So that you can do a 2-hour podcast on the good that man did. Had his guys pick me up and drove me straight to Neiman Marcus. And he's like, you need clothes. I was wearing field camis. He dressed me. He bought a gift for Brett's mother. And he's like, here's a plane ticket to Chicago. Go be with his mother and make sure she gets that. And that's from your room. I got on a plane and went there, and we all just congregated in Chicago. And Brett was a huge Cubs fan. And we buried him. My buddies from the academy went, they found whites for me. They put together a uniform for me. They met me, and I just sat with his mother and then ass over tea kettle, planes, trains, and automobiles, finding my way back to Baghdad.
Damn,
Trying to convince people at Dover, like, I just need a flight back to Iraq. And they're like, who are you? I'm like, But people talk about their first rotation. Like, that was my first rotation. It was the worst loss that I'd ever experienced, and it wasn't even on the battlefield.
Damn, Pete.
Yeah. He was the best of us.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I came back from that rotation in Brett, and we immediately started another workup at Team 1. And I was like, yeah, anyways. It was hard to shift gears from that. That one just doesn't sit well with me. Still to this day, it doesn't sit well with me.
I could see that.
I hope this motherfucker's burning. They get life in prison. I don't know. It's senseless. Senseless.
Want to take a break?
Yeah.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. October 10th is World Mental Health Day. BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Behind each of those journeys is a therapist who listened, asked the right questions, and helped someone move forward. BetterHelp is committed to helping people connect with credentialed therapists because the right therapist can change the way forward. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences, and BetterHelp's 10-plus years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate means they typically get it right the first time. If you aren't happy with your match, switch to a different therapist at any time at no extra cost. This World Mental Health Day, we're celebrating the therapists who've helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/SRS. That's betterhelp.com/SRS. Check this story out. A new discovery found a massive trove of gold coins in the Czech Republic, minted by a long-lost civilization. It's from before the 2nd century BC. They also found silver coins among artifacts. I mean, the proof is there. Not only have gold and silver been valued for thousands of years, but they can physically last that long too. Just another reason why I'm partnered with the award-winning company Goldco. They sell gold and silver, and they do an amazing job with it. So if you're ready to learn how gold and silver can help you protect your savings, I want you to go to SeanLikesGold.com. You can get a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, learn how you could get 10% in free bonus silver. It's the best silver offer out there. Don't miss this one. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. All right, we're back from the break. Where are we picking up from here? Get back to the SEAL teams.
Yeah, SEAL Team 1. Back in a platoon and starting work up again. Go to pro dev and whatever. But I got picked to go to JTAC school, and I was like, right on, this is cool. And my shooting buddy at the time was Bo Nankibble, and Bo's roommate and best friend was JT Tomlinson, and JT and his platoon had been picked to be a JTAC as well. And so Bo and JT and I always were hanging out together. And I said, you guys are going to go to the same JTAC school. So JT and I loaded up my pickup truck with 2 dirt bikes, snowboards, road bikes, all of our kit, and we headed up to Fallon. And we had 2 hotel rooms. So one hotel room was the gear box with all of our shit, and the other hotel room we slept in. And every night we'd go to JTAC school, and then as soon as it was cut, we'd either go for a road bike ride, or go for a run, or hop on our dirt bikes and head all around the desert. And I started, when I got out, got back out there, I bought a dirt bike and I started racing in the desert races. One of my chiefs, Hans Garcia, was like, you got to try this out. And so I bought a YZF 250, and we would go out, and the desert races are like 60 miles, 120 miles, and it's just a loop. And it is a physical, it's unbelievable. It's a great workout, but it's like, as a team guy, being a competitive person, the minute they drop the bomb on that thing, you're just like, pin it. And you're like, bah! And you go until you crash, and then you get up and you crash again. And it's just like, but it is unbelievable. So I started doing that, and we're at JTAC school, and there's all kinds of trails to ride around Fallon. So JT and I are ripping around Fallon. On the weekend, we'd go up to Tahoe. We'd go skiing. He was a snowboarder. I was a skier. And we just had the best time. And during that, I think it was a month, JT and I became extremely close. We were together all day, every day in class, and then all day, every day after class. And it was like, I don't know. That was the best part of that workup, was that trip, dropping bombs, learn how to drop bombs with the Top Gun guys. And then that night, heading out on our dirt bikes and, tearing up the single track around Fallon. So that was, we came back from that. And then my troop commander at the time, he'd just come over, Team 5, Dave Silverman. He said, hey, do you want to augment Dam Neck? And I was like, yeah, let's send me down range. So I went over, and it was right after Red Wings, those guys were on their way back, and I was coming into country, passing the airfield. And it was my first augment. And as soon as I got there,
Dam Neck is SEAL Team 6, for those who don't know.
Yeah. And so as soon as I got there, I went over to the compound. So you have CJSOTF and JSOC, and CJSOTF is Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force, which would be all the foreign guys plus all of the white side, Green Berets, SEALs, STBs, and then JSOC is obviously JSOC. Anyways, so as soon as I got there, I went over to the compound. I mean, they just lost, the biggest loss in NSW history. And a couple of my friends, Dave Williams was on the helicopter behind the helicopter that got shot down. And Man, there was just weight on that compound. And it was just heavy. And Kevin Pope was like one of my sea daddies at Team 8. He was a master chief at the time. Found Kevin and, like, just what happened. And you didn't see the effects of war, and I hadn't seen the effects of war until that moment. Like you saw it on guys' faces that were like, they looked older. Like guys that were young, happy, laughing dudes at the Naval Academy, like Dave, like he was visibly shaken, and it was like this is real. Like, and it was a really, I remember that's very specifically. And I was, at the time, I'd just gotten over there, and we were running some of I was working the desk at the Omega desk, and we were putting together so the minute the helicopter crashed, the investigation went from Siege of Sodef, and it became a CSAR, and the authority went to JSOC. So at that moment, all of the investigation was shouldered by JSOC of the Red Wings operation. And they were in the middle of it. And since it was out by Asadabad, and I was working with some of the Omegas, which were the outstations, we were tasked with helping with the investigation. And so going through all the reports and just getting to, see the whiteboards were still drawn with, like, hey, timelines, and this went to here, and like trying to, piece this whole thing together. And being in the jock suck, man, it was like the plywood palace. And one of the master chiefs, Billy, he's like, we had a couple other team guys that I had been through buds with, and they're like, "Oh, you were prior enlisted?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "You got any good quals?" And I was like, "I just went to JTAC school." And they're like, he's like, "Perfect. There's a helo leaving in 30 minutes for Kandahar." He hands me a wad of cash. He's like, "Take this down to Omega down there. Get out of here and don't come back." And I was like, "Roger that." And so, I got to, that deployment was fantastic because I got to call in some airstrikes. I got to see the different outstations. I got to see how JSOC operated, which is completely different from how the regular teams were operating in country. And that was went down to, when I was in Kandahar, I was big into riding dirt bikes, made dirt bikes down there. And they had a track out in Kandahar at Camp Gecko, which was Mullah Omar's old compound. And Mullah Omar had built a cave. Osama bin Laden had built a cave for Mullah Omar, and it was on the compound. And there was a statue at the front of Camp Gecko that had it was like his interpretation of what hell looked like. It was this crazy, like, it was really freaky. We'd go out on the dirt bikes and rip around the track. We took him into bin Laden's cave and did donuts, and that was
I think we were there at the same time.
Yeah, probably. So that would be 2005.
Yeah, because we were
July and August. July, August into the beginning of mid-September 2005. That's when I was there.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. The 50-meter single shot. There was a plate at 50 meters. You go out in the morning, one shot from the holster, pistol, steel plate, and then the hike up behind Camp Gecko.
Yeah.
Little workout. Yeah, that was I came back, and since I was a new JTAC, I went and talked to the AC-130 crews, and they were going up to sight in the 105s. And I said, "Hey, can I come along?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "I would love to see, from a JTAC perspective, what you see. I know what it's like to talk to you, but like, it'll help me picture what you're seeing." So I went up, and we were over the range. I was up in the cockpit, and the selector, the phone of Ahmed Shah, who was the guy they were going after during Red Wings, the selector popped on a mountain, and they spun us over there, and they said, "Hey man, we're gonna roll over there. You want to clear hot on this guy?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like, it was a guy under a blanket making a phone call at the top of a mountain, and I don't think it was. I think there's no way it was Ahmed Shah, but it was a bad guy nonetheless. And so he's no longer on a blanket underneath laying under a blanket on top of a mountain. He just picked up the wrong cell phone. Yeah, that was interesting to be in the plane, and we're just like, looking down.
What was that experience like?
Just seeing from the pilot standpoint, seeing the FLIR and how everything, how the whole system worked, and being in the plane and watching the air crew, and sitting up in the cockpit and watching the pilots, the AC-130 pilots, like that platform that's the most amazing platform we have in, the spooky guys. I can't say enough about those guys because they fly low and slow and they hang it out there, man. And the amount of firepower that they are able to bring to bear in a fraction of a second. I mean, because you said the TGB, the green beam. It looks like a lightsaber, and you just kind of on the ground. You just hey, rope, yeah, I mark here, call contact, and then they just start hammering, and their precision is unbelievable. So to see that from the sky, and to watch the crews and just kind of be present in there was a really amazing experience. But had the chance to. I'm not sure who we got, but we got somebody.
Nice.
But yeah, we came back from that rotation, and they immediately put me in. I had about a month, and they threw me in free fall school. And my wife, Heather, at the time, not my wife, she was my friend growing up, and we used to ski together. She actually knew my dad. I had this huge crush on her. I met her in the 6th grade, and I was like, oh my God, this girl's amazing. She's a awesome skier, an awesome soccer player. She post-college, she went and played soccer at WVU, and she's beautiful. I just had this thing for her, and I wrote her some music. And I sent it out to her, and in the mail, unlike a CD. You know what I mean? Like, hey, and I said, hey, you want to come out and go on a road trip? And she's like, sure. It's off season in Aspen. She was working as a snowboard instructor on Snowmass, and she coached the soccer team in Basalt, a high school soccer team. And so she came out for a road trip, and I ended up getting thrown into free fall school. And at the time I was living in Coronado, my sponsor parents from the academy, the McWaters, they had this awesome house, and they had a back alley apartment. And so they rented me this back alley apartment that was a single car garage converted into a living space. It had bunk beds. I'm 26 years old. I got bunk beds and a tiny little bathroom, and there's a dirt bike in there and like a love sack. And it was like the crash pad for all the team guys. They get drunk at Danny's, and they'd be like, I'd come into my apartment, and I'd be like, dudes I didn't even know, like, crashing. Cause I'm like, hey, if you're drunk, don't drive home, just crash at my place. And so you'd wake up in the morning, and it was like littered with frogmen. Like, dudes would be coming in the middle of the night, like, hey, can I stay here? I'm like, yeah, whatever. Dudes coming. I had this tiny little window, and and I had cinder blocks with like 2x8s. That had like a little TV on that were on the windows. And I can't tell you how many times dude came through my window and wrecked my whole 2x8s. It would be all over the floor in the morning, and there's like some half-clothed frogman like laying on the floor, and I'd be like, hey dude, I'm heading in. Do you need a ride? Like, what team are you at? I'm team 5. All right, let's go. And so I had this awesome little apartment. And I didn't really leave Coronado back then. I love Coronado. Like, it was awesome. Home. We go to Danny's. It wasn't the tomb that it is today. It was just kind of lighthearted. I met Eric Schellenberger there, and I thought Shelley was a bartender. Turns out he was actually at Team 1 at the time. I was like, oh, you're the bartender from Danny's. He's like, actually, I'm in Delta Platoon. I was like, oh, cool. So I invite Heather out for a road trip. And I'm like, let's just hang out and do something fun. She comes out and get stuck in free fall school, and I show up and she's sitting in my little apartment, and I'm like, this is my dream girl. And we ended up hanging out 6 days. And after 6 days, I was like, you want to marry me? And she's like, yeah. And I had hoped something like this would happen. And on my deployment to Afghanistan, I actually ordered a ring on USAA. So I was like in the jock, like ordering a ring. I sent it, and it was supposed to be like delivered, to the apartment, and they delivered it to the apartment or the house across the street because I couldn't find my little back alley apartment. I came home freaking out. I'm like, was there a package here? It says it's delivered. And she's like, no. I'm like running around knocking on everybody's door, and this woman hands me this 1 carat diamond ring in a box. And we go to the Hotel Del, and I asked her to marry me. I was like, you want to marry me? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, all right. Gave her a ring. And I'm like, I guess we're doing this. And this is about we're about 2 weeks from deploying. And a couple more, we're tying up loose ends before deployment. And I go in, and Silverman and Nankivell are there, and they're like, so you going to do this or what? I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you going to marry her or what? I'm like, well, yeah, eventually. And they're like, no, you got to do it before we leave. Like, you got nobody to you have nobody to sign your SGLI paperwork to. And I was like, oh, let's go. So we all packed it up and went down to the courthouse, and we the four of us coughed up our cash. It was like, they wouldn't take cards. They wouldn't take a debit card. You had to pay cash. So I'm like, you got 50 cents? Like, we scraped the money together, and Heather and I get married. And we go to Danny's afterwards. And of course, Bo and Dave are like calling the platoon. They're like, Scobell got married. And everyone's like, wait, what? And so they all show up because they're like, who is this girl? And the guys show up, and everybody's, we're all drinking and hanging out. And one of the guys goes, Mrs. Scobell, would you like to order a shot for the troop? And she's like, sure. And they're like, what would you like? A lemon drop? She goes, I don't drink that pussy shit. Jack Daniels. And they were like, this is the girl. And so we hopped in the car. So after we got married, we hopped in the car. I take that, the party happened before the marriage. The next day was the marriage. We went to Dave's house, we had pizza, and we hopped in the car, and we drove up to do like a road trip. And we ended up pulling over at a rest stop, and we slept in the back of my Toyota Tacoma. And so our first night was in the back of a pickup truck.
Nice.
Headed up to Healdsburg, and went up to Healdsburg. We stayed at this place called the Madrona Manor, and it was a cool bed and breakfast. We were there like 2 days, did some wine tasting, and then I bought a ring in town in Healdsburg, and we drove back, and it was like getting on a plane the next day. I mean, wow. It was that fast. And I'm like, well, so I did my paperwork. I'm like, so here's the deal. Like, I don't have anybody. I don't have family. I don't have anybody. But, if something happens to me, then, you'll get this. And here are the keys to my car. I don't know. That's what she drives me to the North Island. And it's right out of a movie. You got the band playing, everybody's saying goodbye to their families, and we were flying out on C5, and the guys get on the plane, and I'm sitting with Heather, and I go, I don't know how we do this, and she goes, don't be careful. And I'm like, what? She goes, looks at me, just very calmly, and she goes, don't be careful. What? She goes, every time you try to be careful, you do something stupid. She goes, just go all out, kill everybody, and come home. And I was like, all right. I handed her my keys, and I got on the plane, and Bo goes, what'd she say? I'm getting on the plane. I'm like, she told me not to be careful. And Bo goes, oh, this is going to be a great deployment.
Told me to kill everybody and come home.
Yeah, not to be careful, kill everybody to come home. And they were like, dude, that's awesome. And, that was goodbye. And she drove She'd never even drove a Standard, and she drove my Toyota Tacoma pickup from San Diego back to the Valley, Roaring Fork Valley, and I bought her a computer. We went to the Apple store. I was like, and we set up an email. And I was like, I'll email you, and later.
See you in 6 months.
Yeah, see you in 6, well, 8. Ended up being 8 months, and that's we got to Baghdad, and it was 2005 in Baghdad, and it was like, you had the invasion, and then there was that lull after the invasion, and then we came in and made a bunch of stupid decisions, like firing the entire leadership of the army, the Iraqi army. I mean, the makeup of Iraq is like about 70% Shia, 20% Sunni, 10% Kurd, and Saddam Hussein was a Sunni. And so he was in a minority leading, he ruled with an iron fist, the Shia. And Iran is Shia, right? So that's, the Iran-Iraq wars over the border down south. So you said it was the massive influx of Shia, and most of the officer corps of the Ba'ath Party was Sunni. So when we fired these guys, it was like chaos. And that's, these guys all packed up, and that's what started the insurgency. It was like, it was, in my mind, probably the worst decision. And I still hadn't figured out, like I get Afghanistan. That one makes sense. Bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, that makes sense. What are we doing over here? I was like, it was from a geopolitical standpoint in that moment.
Halliburton.
Yeah, I was just like.
That's what we were doing over there.
We were what?
Halliburton.
Oh, yes.
That's what we were doing over there.
Yes.
Feeding Dick Cheney's company.
We were feeding. I mean, this kind of jumps a little bit. I remember coming in from an op one night, and it was around Thanksgiving, and we roll in onto Bayat, and we've just been out getting after it, and there's an ice sculpture in the chow hall, and I'm sitting there looking at my chief, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? We had been working with the Iraqi counterterrorist force, and we had no budget, right? It's like we're trying to scrape together, gear and whatnot for these guys, and you roll into the chow hall, and there's a ice sculpture, and I'm just like, I remember, this is fucked up. This is how do you explain to the guys, yeah, we're doing God's work, we're God and country, what are we doing here? I mean. Anyway, so when we get there, we kind of got chopped away. It was an interesting time, and the insurgency was starting to pick up. And there was a Green Berets that had trained the Iraqi counterterrorist force. So the SIF companies had been training these guys for about 2 years, and they had been billed as the Delta Force of the Iraqis. And so we're like, well, that sounds cool. And they wanted to put an Iraqi face on all the operations. So we were in this hybrid mode of outdoing assaults, but with Iraqis. So, we had total of maybe 10 Americans going out, and then, 50 Iraqis. So we get there, and we're working with 5th group. So over their time, we're at 5th group, 3rd group, and 7th group. And we were kind of chopped away in this really odd, we weren't working for Siege Sodif directly, and we got loosely attached to 17 or 16, which was JSOC. And at the time, Delta, that was when Delta was spinning up, dude. Those guys are legends, man. I mean, I remember rolling in the green zone and just watching every night the little birds lifting off the green zone, and those guys are just getting after it and slaying people. It was like, holy shit, man. I got so much respect for the D-boys. Those guys, they were living the dream during that time. I mean, they were just running and gunning. So when we got the Delta Force, the Iraq, and they break it up. We get over there, and they're like, you're gonna take recce, the recce guys, and you're going to do ground mobility, because I was into the mobility thing. I was riding dirt bikes. I was doing all the off-road stuff. And we had, NSW didn't do ground mobility. Until we got to Afghanistan, it was we weren't allowed to touch anything that had wheels on it, because everything that we touch breaks. Remember that old saying about put a frogman in a room with no doors, no windows, and 3 steel balls, and he'll break one, lose the other one, and get the third one pregnant. Like that's like nobody was going to give us vehicles, right? And we get over there, they're like, okay, you guys are going to patrol in Humvees. And so the NSW mobility was in this like infant stages. And so it was like, write the book on it. How are we going to do it? And so at the time, we got over there and like looking at the battle space, and the IEDs were going up, and we were like 5 or 6, like a week. And then it started getting more and more and more. And I was in charge of ground mobility and the recce guys. And so as soon as we got there, I'm like, hey, I went to the EOD guy and I'm like, let's plot every IED on Falcon View. So we had Falcon View, which is flight planning software. And we were actually using that as our navigational software, because it's like the only other way you navigate around Baghdad is like, there's like a map, right? And you have a GPS and you try to match it up. And so what we did was we took GPSs, like maritime GPSs, and we would take the GPS feed, put it into Toughbook, and then we would download all the available maps and geolocate them, including overhead imagery, into there. And then I would start to layer, hey, this road isn't here, the latest imagery of whatever got blown up the night before. And so we built this database with every IED time stamped, and we started to see these patterns emerge. And it was like, right before curfew, IEDs would go off, and then right in the morning, and they're on the main MSRs, and then you'd see them around the FOBs. And so, as a lead navigator, I was like, all right, so I would throw these potential routes in there, red, yellow, and green routes, and we'd head out, and we would navigate on flight planning software, so we could use the latest and greatest navigational stuff. The Army had a navigational component in their system, but it was like this big thing in the Humvee, and then your blob was like this big, and you can't see turns, it was like kind of useless. So we created this, like our guys do. We just innovated, we created this database, we created a new way to navigate, and my recce guys, I get there and I'm like, this is going to be cool. Like we get the recce guys, like they were plain clothes, and their mission was to, we would give them a location where a known location of a bad guy, and we'd put them in a car, and they had cameras in the car, and then we would put an E-Trex in it with a hidden puck, and they would drive out. They would go to where they thought the location was, take a couple pictures. They would come back. I'd download the pictures, and we would pull the breadcrumbs off and analyze the route. And then that night, that was used for the assault force, right? So that's how we were kind of using these guys. And so, and they were also tasked with, QMINT. And so we get there, and, we had a great working relationship with the Green Berets. I love those guys. A phenomenal group. They were just like, we've been training these guys for 2 years. We take them out to the range. We're like, well, let's see what we got. And, let's do they're wearing plain clothes. So the recce guys are plain clothes. And I'm looking at my crew, and I'm just like, kind of feeling like maybe I didn't get like the elite group. You know what I mean? These guys pull out a holster, and dude, like we were diving for cover. We're like, what? The bullets going everywhere, sweeping everything. Come to find out, one of the guys, he had shot himself in the foot like the week earlier in his barracks room. Oh, shit. And I'm like, oh, maybe this can be a little rougher than I'm thinking. And I come to find out, like, nobody wanted to be in recce. So, like, I got the bad news bears of the group. And the fifth group guys are like, okay, magical seals, let's see what you can do with these fucking guys. And we were just like, all right, I guess we gotta start training these guys. And the other side was like, well, take the car. And they were like, no, we're not driving that car. I'm like, why aren't you driving? They're like, we've driven this car in every neighborhood in Baghdad, and every time we drive in, this is via the TERP. Every time we drive in there, like they know the assault force is coming, so they were scared of driving the cars in. I was like, well, let's get them new cars. And of course, the Green Berets are like, no shit, we haven't thought of that. We're like, we don't have any budget, we got no money. I'm like, there's ice sculptures in the chow hall and there's no budget for these guys that are out there, we're conducting ops. So I'm like, so one night we go on an op and we kill a guy and there's a set of keys in the room, in the house. And I walk out on the street and there's a clicker and beep, beep, there's a Suburban. And I was like, he's dead. And it's my new guy. I'm like, just drive this thing back. So we drive it back. And I'm like, so we had a mechanic that worked there. His name was Ali. He was either Muhammad or Ali. And I go to Ali. I'm like, hey, we need to sell this and buy a new one. And I'm working with my Terp, who's Sudanese, and he's doing the go-between. His name was Pete. And Ali, he gets it right away. He goes, yeah, me go Baghdad. And the next day, he comes back and he's got a new car. And I was like, I'm sure he's, sold it, kept some money, whatever. I didn't care. So then I'm like, where else are there cars around here? They're like, well, the diff has got cars that we confiscate at the interrogation facility. So we sneak over there one night and jump the fence. We start looking at cars with Ali and we're like, pick a couple that can be fixed. And so we gank those and we steal those. Take them to Baghdad, swap them out, bring them back, rig up new cameras. Now we got new stuff. Meanwhile, we're trying to train these guys who these guys are not elite. The one morning I'm like, hey, all right, guys, you got to be here tomorrow, 9:00. Lieutenant Mohammed looks at me and goes, Inshallah. And he leaves. And I look at the Terp and I was like, God willing? He's like, they're not coming at 8:00. At 10:00, they show up. I'm like, hey. And I was like, all right. Next day, I'm like, 8:00. They're like, Inshallah. So at 8:05, I'm standing at their barracks with a flash grenade. I was like, whoosh. Like, blah! I'm screaming out, and they're running by me. I'm like, Inshallah. You'd think that would get them motivated. They showed up at like 9:30 the next day. They're like, it's better. I'm like, we're making progress. So we started scavenging. We started scavenging, and I go to the dump and I found like a CB generator, and we'd sell that on the black market, use the money to buy new equipment and gear. And we were training with them, and they started to get more capable. I mean, like they were getting more confident. We teach them how to shoot from the holster. We get them some new gear. Like a stepsister worked for North Face, and I called her up and I was like, you got any like old North Face gear that you guys don't want? Because they would see us in kit. We'd have like cool guy stuff. So I had her, she mailed over a bunch of old stuff from the, that was like laying around, extra inventory, and I handed it out. These guys get like Black Day there. They're like, we're like cool guys now, They're running around. And Recce like started to become like cool. As that was going on, Dave Silverman was just, I call him the Silvermanian devil. He just knows how to get shit done, and he just spins. And Dave's working the liaison piece, and we send a couple guys up to MNFI. We send a guy over to 16, and at the time, like there's a whole bunch of there's rivalry everywhere, but it was just like inter service rivalry and within the Army, from the Green Berets to CJ Sotos to SIF, or JSOC to SIF, and so we send one of our guys up there, and he won over the trust, and they started farming out targets to us because we had the Iraqis, and so our op tempo started to increase, and so they'd come back, I'd take the information, throw it in Falcon View, and our op tempo started to increase. And just during that time was when all of the cell phone stuff started to take off. And that's when like Delta's ops went to like 4 a day. I mean, they were just over and over. And, they started winning, we started winning their confidence, and a lot more targets started flowing to us. I think what also happened was they just had too much work, and so they would send us to the sensitive stuff. Anything that was, we don't want an American face on that, we need an Iraqi face on that. And we had this amazing working relationship with the 5th group and 3rd group, and out in the field, it was just awesome. And handful of team guys, handful of Green Berets leading this hodgepodge of, our Iraqi Delta Force out and about. And we ended up going from 1 op a week to 4 a day.
4 a day?
Yeah. And we cleaned out the top 10 deck a few times. We caught, I think, number 4 elk. I mean, the stories out of that, I mean, we're just making shit happen, dude. Like you're trying to figure stuff out. I went to the green zone one day. And by this point, that was like Wild West of Baghdad in those times. Like, you'd leave out of the flying man, you'd leave, from the flying man, heading to the green zone, you'd cross that big bridge, and then you entered the green zone. And every time you'd roll out of there, it was just like RPGs and small arms fire, and everyone would button up, and it was just like a race course, like convoy after convoy, making the beeline. And what I found was like, if you just drove in a regular car, nobody shot at you, nobody cared. So my assault force was sleeping all day, and they were up all night. And since I was working with my recce guys, I was up all day. I'm like, hey, I need to get done. So I would just take one of the cars that we still drive in and meet the guys in the green zone, get target packages, come back. And, we were just making shit happen during that time. And it was crazy. It was one of those but it was team guys doing what team guys do. Make a way. It wasn't all pretty, like I remember we'd be out like herding cats and with the Iraqis, and you're just like, our assaulters would go in the room, and instead of having a gun on, they would have their hands on the back of an Iraqi. They'd be like, you over here, and like directing. It was that kind of, but hey, we make it work. And I remember being out there and seeing the Delta like coming by, like taking off from the green zone and the little birds. I'm like, it's like thoroughbreds. Like, wow. And I look down and I'm like riding glue stick in combat. Like, this is not what I was expecting, but you know what? We're getting work done. Everybody's experience over there is different. And, that a bunch of interesting little stuff happened during that, but it wasn't until the end of that rotation. That was when the Soldier City uprising happened. It was like March of 2005. I don't know if you recall that. There was a couple car bombs that went off in Soldier City, and it was just tensions were really high. And our force was like, fuck this, we're going home. Like,
are you serious?
Yeah, they were. I remember sitting down, the Iraqis, because they would rotate every 2 weeks. So, you get a new batch in. It was like it knew everybody. Every 2 weeks would rotate. And when this civil war kicked off, I was like, hey, I got to go home and defend my family. And we had the same kind of demographics of the force. We had 60% Shia, 20% Sunni, 10% Kurd. And, you could see the guys like percolating in it. And I remember during that time, like trying to, like, hey, you guys are the future of Iraq. And trying to like mend this, I don't know. It was unnerving because you're going out on target and you're just like, are they going to turn on each other? Are they going to turn on us? Are we in the wrong neighborhood? It was that was an unnerving time. And we had sent guys out to follow, essentially, there was one guy we had been looking for, and we hit his house, but like a soft hit because he had a sister. And we had hit the house, and we had essentially made friends with her, and she didn't like the guy we were going after because he abused his wife. And so we'd convinced this girl to just take a cab to where he lived, and our guys were going to follow it, mark the target, and come home. And that was like right as the uprising started. And while we're conducting that, I'm on the phone with these guys, and they get rolled up, and it's like hell breaks loose in Soldier City. And they got grabbed, and silent, like probably 6 guys we've been working with. And they got tortured. They got tortured and killed, and they get stuffed in a morgue. And our assault force, all of the guys, all the Iraqi counter-terrorist force guys, and hopped on the gun trucks and drove in to the morgue. And they went Winchester, all 50s. They were shooting pistols out of the turrets, dug through the morgue and got their guys' bodies.
Damn.
And they came home.
How did they torture them?
They had cut off their genitals, put them in their mouth. They'd skinned them. They had drilled. There were drill in their legs. They were drilling them. And this was Iraqi on Iraqi. It was like, and those guys, man, they fought their way in, fought their way out, and brought their brothers home. And I don't know why we went to Iraq. I really don't. But, you know, we always talk about, like, why do you fight? You fight for the guy next to you. And I was really proud that day of what they did. And they went in there and they fucking fought to the last round, dug through a morgue and got their brothers that had been tortured and brought them home. And, you know, I'm sure it went against, they were in the wrong neighborhood. There were Shias and Sunnis and Kurds fighting together. Like, those guys went in there and just duked it out. They brought them back. And I went to the head of the ICTF and I said, let's get the families. And I nailed their coffin shut. I'll never forget that. I personally nailed their coffin shut because one of the guys, Saad, had given me, and gave me a gift, and it was one of the red headdresses. And he gave it to me like right before that, and he was like, he'd given me that, and it was his. He went on that op, and I was like, fuck this, we'll bring the families in. And we did the best that we could. I nailed the coffin shut personally. And I gave him back. And I could never explain why. You know what I mean? Like, that was it. I started to lose a lot of, like, we were supposed to be doing good. This was supposed to be a positive, you know, we're going to free this country. And I was just watching what they were doing to themselves. And the only good I could find was in the brotherhood of those warriors. They were amazing. And, you know, I joke about at the beginning, you know, they were the bad news bears, but they fought like lions. They really did. And we came back from that rotation, and I actually flew back early, about a week, because I had gotten orders to SDB Team 1. My old boss said, don't take it any downtime. Get an operational, chance to take another operational rotation. You know, we came back from that one, and Heather picked me up. Actually, I landed, flew to Colorado, met Heather, and I was like, hey, we're going to Hawaii. Pack your shit. And we got pregnant with Lena right after that. She got pregnant. I hate when dads are like, we got pregnant. Yeah, not us, it's them. But, you know, now all of a sudden it's like we came back, and, you know, coming back from that, it was the first time it's like you within 48 hours of seeing that and being part of that, to sitting in a restaurant in Aspen, Colorado, having dinner. I was like that short of a time frame. And I was just like, I remember having second thoughts about what we're doing, but I was excited about going to the undersea stuff. You know what I mean? I'm like, I always want, like, the Frogman thing was why I came in. But that, I still can't get that one out of my head. I can't get Iraq out of my head. because it just I never got the answer to why. And I think a lot of guys, we lost a lot of really amazing Marines and just Americans in general, but Marines that I knew personally from the academy, and that it just never sat well with me. But coming back after that was just the sheer, where you go from this massive violence to you're in a 5-star hotel restaurant in Aspen. You're like, something's wrong with this picture, and you're trying to be okay. And at the time, I was okay.
To your new wife,
yeah,
you barely spent any time with.
Yeah. And so we
talked to her about it.
No. So
Does she have any idea?
I don't think at the time. I just kind of kept that to myself.
Why?
What do you say? Like, so what were you doing? Nailing coffin shut. Some of the nights were worse than others. We flipped Humvees off a bridge one night, off the bridge going into Baghdad. We were trying to teach the Iraqis how to drive, and Iraqi police got into our convoy, and the Iraqis tried to get them out of the convoy, lost control, and they flipped the Humvee with a bunch of ICTF assaulters in the back. They flipped the Humvee off, and they landed upside down, and then the ambush started. And that was a night that I was heading out to another op, and they were calling me QRF, and I rolled up, and I was just like, oh my God. We're like picking up body parts on the street. The Iraqis there were 2 SEALs inside the car that were okay, fortunately, but the Iraqis in the back, when the Humvee went over, it flipped upside down and landed on top of itself. And it was just a mess. I remember walking up to that scene being like, oh, you get shot at, you're just like, holy shit. You don't see this isn't in the movies. Like that, literally pick up a hand. That's in a movie, but like literally pick up a hand, throw it in the back of a Humvee. The Iraqis were like freaking out on our ground force commander, Will Hodge at the time. Like, you get helicopters here. And we're like, the hospital's right there. And they're like, you wouldn't, if this were Americans, you'd get helicopters. And, some of the Iraqis were really emotional, like ripping their body armor off while we're getting shot at. And you're just like, I remember pulling up to the scene and seeing Will, and I'm just like, dude. And he's like, just get them out of here. Like, get them out of here. And we were putting body parts and Iraqis in the back of a vehicle. And this was all kind of happened at the end of the deployment. Like, it was like quiet. And then ops ramped up. And then it was just like shit everywhere. And the stress of that was right at the time when the EFPs showed up. And you saw the pictures of the EFPs, it's a shape charge and explosively formed projectiles that the Iranians had built and shipped over. And, the offset was already built, and they were using the garage door sensors, where they would put the garage door sensors out. So when the front of the Humvee broke the laser, it was the perfect distance. So the EFP would go off and go through the passenger side and the driver's side and suck everybody. The overpressure would suck everybody in the Humvee out. And these IEDs were happening everywhere. It was just like, and I remember the Marines were building like arms that stuck out over the front. Remember that? They drive around Baghdad with the arms. That was the best you could do. Like, let's let the bomb go off and take out the front of the Humvee. Not stop the bomb. And then we were doing 4 ops a day, and it was just like, it was that ending. It was just like this.
Are these ops? Are they all kinetic?
Oh, what?
Are these all kinetic ops?
Yeah. So what was happening is, that's when all the SIGINT stuff was kicking off, and they were tracking selectors. And essentially what would happen is they would start popping. They would green would head out, and they were hitting, and whatever was left over, they were passing off to, or the targets. Like we hit the Imam Ali Mosque one night. They wanted more Iraqis on assaulting a mosque than Americans. And so when there were sensitive targets like that, or anything that was quasi-sensitive, they would send us. And so we ended up as this like additional arm of green during rotation. So it was just individuals going after. But what's in it? I think that's the hardest thing for me was like, they're HVTs. Well, define high. What is a high value target? Like, you know what I mean? Like what? Like when the risk got to that point, you're putting all these people at risk. In my mind, I'm like, strategic force, tactical operation. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze on this? Or are we just chalking up numbers? And you still can't explain to me why we're here in Iraq. Like I never.
Did you personally go kinetic?
I mean, like shoot somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah. And most of the engagements happened for me, it wasn't in the house, it was out the street. So as soon as you pull up and you breach the door, that's when the shitheads come out. And so, yeah, we were engaging guys in the street all the time. That was, 100, 200 yards. Like, did I hit him? I don't know. Returning fire? Absolutely. Yeah,
how did all that killing feel to you?
it wasn't in my.
Did you even have time to think about it?
No. That we were at the end when we were hitting targets, it was like most of them were either the wrong place or a dry hole. And so that was frustrating as well, because you're chasing the imaginary cell phone, right? And that's the bad guy. And so again, the engagements for me were out in the street. Guys pulling up, taking pot shots, driving off, getting in gunfights with the Iraqi police. You know what I mean? It's just like, you didn't know are you the good guys? Are you the bad guys? And
they're thinking the same thing.
What's that?
The Iraqi police and the Iraqi army are thinking the same
100%.
thing.
Because when we were driving everywhere, blacked out on nods as fast as possible. Like I'm like, hey, we go blacked out on nods, drive as fast as you can, keep a low profile, and avoid IED alleys. And then they start dropping more grids. So you're hitting a grid, and tensions are rising. That's when the Solder City started, and they just all over the country. They were bombing different churches. It was like everybody just wanted to fight, and we were kind of trying to navigate that, if that makes sense. It wasn't like the Team 3 guys that came after us, they had a completely different. They were moving to engage as full platoons. But we were out there onesie twosies with, five Iraqis, or, taking them from point A to point B. So that was always unnerving for me, because it's not like I got 40 SEALs with me. I got 5 SEALs or Green Berets who are managing these guys and literally running around. It was chaotic. It was like this, and then it ended here, and then it was like, now you're home. You know what I mean?
I do.
It was like this slow build. Yeah, this isn't so bad. And there's a lot of funny shit that happens. I always like to remember the funny moments more than, we had a rocket hit next to our trailers, and shrapnel went through my guitar. I was sitting up stand when our trailers were all in a circle, and everybody's doors fly open. Everybody okay? My chief was standing across, rock and roll, and I was like butt ass naked. I'm like, they got my guitar. And rock and roll, he goes, "Those sons of bitches." Turns around and slams the door. I'm like, come on, man. You gonna get my guitar? Like, this is bullshit. It was, yeah. That rotation was again, it was like this. And then, that the ending of nailing the coffin shut and was like, go back to your trailer, pack up your shit, fly home. It all happened in that period of time. And I left and they just kept going for the next, I mean, they were, I don't know how many more ops they did before they got on I was probably home 2 weeks early. And they went all the way up to the gun. And then
4 a day.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. And I came home and orders and packed up. And I was there when the guys came home, said goodbye to the platoon. And then we went to SDV school. Where I was like,
Can you describe what SDV is for the
SEAL
audience?
delivery vehicle. So it's a 22-foot mini submersible. Sounds really sexy. Battery-powered mini submersible submersible, I guess, not submarine. It's wet inside, so it's not dry. So, then you navigate with Doppler. You do GPS updates. You've got about...
That's run by batteries?
Oh, yeah, man.
I didn't know that.
Oh, dude.
I've never been
when they
in
short
one.
out, they zap
Thank
you with
God.
the butt, dude.
I never wanted to go there.
SDVs is...
I always
love SDVs.
envisioned it as looking at a screen, packed in there, freezing your ass off all the time.
Yeah, no, dude.
Just constantly wet.
I always tell this. I tell the story all the time. One of my pilot was Tebow, and Tebow was actually attached to SEAL Team 1 and was with me in Iraq. So when I got to SDV Team 1, he's in my platoon. We knew each other pretty well from being overseas together, and so he ended up being my pilot. And we went up to. You do a regular workup, but you're diving every day. I mean, you're underwater 6 hours a day in Pearl. You're underwater all the time. And then you're using different rigs. You're using Dragers, you're using Mark 16s, and trying to learn how to fly the boat. I mean, back then, I think they have much better stuff now. But back then, it's like fly by wire, dude. You got a stick and you got a potentiometer, and you're filling up tanks inside for buoyancy, and you're just kind of bobbling through the water. And it's like I remember when we got there, and I was like, "This is it." Dude, you're gonna send us, we're screwed, man. This thing is not. It's like. But then you like anything else, you get good at it. But I remember, I always tell the story, we were in Keyport, we do cold water training, and, water's 42 degrees up in Seattle. And Jeff and I were doing about an 8 to 10 hour dive, 42 degree water. And you're wearing crushed neoprene wetsuits. And you can try everything, like diapers. You're 8 hours, dude. You guys are trying diapers. You got P tubes with catheters. You're wearing. You try everything you can to stay warm. They keep you alive, but they don't keep you comfortable. Yeah. It's like right at that edge of what the fuck is this? This is where you sit for 12 hours. There's no food. You can try some water with a Camelback and try to, suck it under your face mask. You got a full face mask and you got boat air. You got all these rigs. I call it the death rig, Mark 16. It's always flashing, balancing out the PPO2 oxygen. You're like, I'm going to die at any second now. This thing is just not made for success. And Jeff and I, we had two guys, and normally it can fit four guys in the back, and you pack them in. And when you pack them in, I remember being on top of Matt Leathers, and it's snowing out, and I'm on my knees on his Draeger, and I'm trying to push him in and shut the back door. And Matt undoes, he cracks his valve. His lips are purple and they're huge. He's just so fucked up, sir. I'm like, I know, dude, get in there. Pops it back in and, shut the thing. And then 6 hours later, you open it up and you're just like, how you doing? What have you been doing down there? And they're just, they got their emergency regulator and they're just packed in like sardines. And the level of misery is, just next. It's just on another, it's so hard to describe. But this one night, Jeff and I, and the boat breaks. I'm in the boat breaks all the time. There's just something wrong with the boat all the time. The navigation systems are like Windows 95. They're decide to just reboot. You have 3 Windows computers and you're flying on a battery operated thing in saltwater. You think this is going to work well? It's not going to work well at all. And so we're up in Keyport training, and we do like a bottom up on the aircraft carrier. So you drive into the aircraft carrier and you can see the screws on your obstacle avoidance sonar, and you get underneath the aircraft carrier and you blow, you put some water in the boat and they pin it, and the guys go out and they go swimming. The aircraft carrier, it's not like there's the edge. Like it's huge. You know, when you're under there, you're not getting out from underneath there, and you just sit while the combat swimmers go do their whatever they're doing, taking pictures, you know, putting on a limpet line or something, and you just sit there and you have your full face mask on, you're just breathing, and you have what's called a brick, and you can talk to your pilot and talk back and forth, and you're just breathing. And our boat just started, like, all of a sudden valves started blowing, like overpressure, like it's hand tightening, you know, like, so valves break, you know, all of a sudden air starts leaking in, the pressure relief valve, the boats just start erupting, all the gauges go everywhere. You know, Tebow and I are like, the boat, our STV's bouncing along the bottom, it pops out, and there's a dive suit boat, and I'm like laying on top of the STV trying to get it back underwater. Like, no, don't worry. Don't worry, sneaky guys here. Like, no one's gonna see us. Push the boat underwater. And I'm like, all right, this thing's screwed. We got to get out of here. And it's about an hour and a half back up to where we were. And you got to go through, you know, ferry channels where you got to do excursions down to 50 feet so you don't get hit by a ferry doing 18 knots and get cut in half. And Jeff and I have been in the water about 8 hours. And at this point, you're at like that breaking point of like, I can't even fucking believe, I don't know why I'm doing this. And in your mind, you have gone to every dark place, and you're finding dark places to go. You're just like, what am I doing with my life? Like, why am I existence? What is this existence? Why are we here on Earth? Like you are just like, your mind's going. And I hit the next leg, and it's like, and the number pops up on the screen, like how far you have to go to the next leg of the dive. And it's like 12,000 yards. And I hear Jeff, and I hear this, and I'm like I look over, and there's a screen, so there's some light shining in his mask, and then I hear Jeff again. He's like, and I was like, dude, are you crying? And he's like, fuck yeah. He's like, I'd quit, but there's nowhere to go. And I'm like, it's okay. We're gonna be fine. We only got like another 2.5 hours. And then there's silence in the boat, and you just hear the humming of the motor. And all of a sudden I'm like, Jeff's like, it's okay, buddy. And then the potentiometer breaks and the boat's at full blast. He's like, how far do I go? I'm like, just go as far as you can. Crash the boat, come to the surface. I'm like, it's over. And, you know, it's like night after night of this just clown show. But, you know, you got to figure it out.
Yeah.
And guess what? You know, you're not having this night. The next night you're on dive souping, and you're sitting in the cold rain, and you're watching the buoy, and you're watching them figure it out. You know, and you're watching you know what the shit show is down there that these guys are doing. But what ends up happening is, over time, like, pilots are this magical existence. Like, when you find a good pilot, it's a unicorn. It's like, you know how to do this? Nobody else can do this. And we had a couple amazing pilots. And yeah, I had one of the guys from the platoon who became my best friend in the platoon, Matt Leathers. And Matt was like, he was an Alpha platoon from STV-1 with Mike Murphy and the guys from Red Wings. But when they split up the platoon, he went to Iraq, they went to Afghanistan. So his whole platoon dies, and then he comes back. And Matt I think he was the most talented human being I've ever come across in my entire life. First time I met Matt, we get to Pearl, and we're doing a bottom up, and he's not even a pilot at the time. He's like, and I'd never done a bottom up. He's like, hop it, I'll pilot, I'll go with you. And I don't even know who he is, but I know that my chief doesn't like him. He's like, we're getting rid of him. He's a pain in the ass. He doesn't listen. And he just, you know, he's on his own program. So I'm like, whatever. So Matt and I do this dive, and we have this like bottom up, and you can't see anything. The tide's going out, the ship's coming down. And Matt he's a magical pilot. And we get done with this op, and I'm just like, dude, like, that was amazing. Like, and I'm like, hey, we're keeping him. And he could do anything. He was an artist for Disney when he was a kid. Like he could draw. He would draw our platoon. So I'm like, Matt, something funny would happen, and I'd be like, draw a cartoon. And so you'd walk in, somebody would fuck up, and they'd walk in there'd be this like beautiful cartoon of somebody showing their ass, right? And we kept this running tally of this, and anything Matt touched, he could pull off. And one day he asked me, he goes, "Hey, can I have Friday off? I want to go play this golf tournament up on the North Shore." And I'm like, "What? I don't know you play golf." He's like, yeah, it's a qualifier for the US Open. I was like, okay. Like now I'm just morbidly curious. Like I didn't know. Like, okay. He comes in on Monday and I'm like, "How'd you do?" He's like, "I won." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Well, I didn't have a driver, so I had to use the driver out of the guy's bag that I was playing with." He's like, "But he didn't mind." I'm like, "Wait." He's like, "But I didn't win because I didn't have a handicap, and that guy had a 5 handicap, but I won like shot wise." And I'm just like, "Dude, this is unbelievable." And he decides he wants to learn how to play guitar. And I'm like, "Yeah, good luck. I've been doing this 20 years. Like, he's playing as good as me." I'm like, holy shit. And that we ended up, we were out there for about a year, and Heather and I, that the SDV portion was, that operational part I really enjoyed because it was different from the regular teams because you're all in that together. There's no good job. There's no cush. Like every job sucks in an SDV platoon, and everybody is sucking. So it was a very much like, there's only about 50 team guys out there, I think, at that command, but it's a huge command. And when we first got out there, Heather's pregnant, and she's like, "I got to find a place to live." And so McWater's, my sponsor, that she had taken orders out there, and she was out there. So we were staying with them, and we're looking all over the island. Like, I can't find a place to live. And Heather's getting pregnant and getting upset. She's like, "I'm going home. Fuck the Navy. Fuck you." Like, we can't find any place to live. The BAH is high, but there was, it's like you walk in, there's just mold. You couldn't find any place. And Commander Sass, who was my CO at the time, he's like, "There's a place on Ford Island. You gotta go check it out." And there's all these historic homes on Ford Island that were actually in the movie In Harm's Way. John Wayne's houses. And from that movie, you can actually live in it it's officer housing. So I got there, and there's one duplex open. And so I go over to base housing and I walk in, and mind you, it's like commander, captain, captain, captain. And so I go into base housing, and there's this Samoan woman, just stone-faced. And I was like, "Hi, I'm a JG. Like, my wife's pregnant next to me." And I'm like, "Is there any way we could look at 4806 Yorktown Boulevard?" And she goes, "No." Just like laughs at me. And I'm like, she goes, pulls out her desk, and she goes, "This is the waiting list to 4806. And it's just like a list of names. And they're all 04s, 05s. And she's like, "You would be number like 42 on the list." And I'm like, and I'm in my khakis, I'm just like, "Please, can you help me?" "No." So we go back. Heather and I are fighting. She's like, "Screw this. I'm done. I'm gonna go back to Colorado. You call me when you're done with this Navy thing, and we'll do this." So I go to the Navy Exchange and I buy flowers, and I go back to the housing, and I walk in. I'm like, put her on her desk. I'm like, "Please, my wife is gonna leave me. She's pregnant." This woman's like, "No." I'm like, fuck. So I get in the car, I'm driving away. All of a sudden my phone rings, and I answer it. I'm like, "Hello?" And it's the same woman, and she's like giddy. She's like, "Is this the cute lieutenant that was just here?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "I have a house for you at 4806. And I was just like, sweet.
Nice.
So she scores me this house, and Heather and I move in, and, we're doing the workup, dive in, like just learning this new tool, which every day was just unbelievably, it was just like comedy every day, but really rewarding. And I love the team guys out there. I love that unit. And it comes around, we're getting towards Christmas, and she's getting ready to pop. And she's not worried about it. She's like, "We're good." Like, she's an athlete, Division I athlete. She's like, "Just pop this thing out, and we're going to move on." And her due date comes and goes, and she starts going to labor. And I'm like, okay, like we're 10 days late. Like, this is good. Like, let's get it on. Labor starts kicking up. It's like 3 hours, like, contractions, like every 3 minutes. She's like puking bile. And I'm like, take her to the hospital. And they're like, she's not ready yet. She's not dilated enough. I'm like, listen, I've known this woman my whole life and she's tougher than me. And this is not right. And the woman looks at me, she goes, it's called labor for a reason. It's supposed to be hard. I'm like, take her home. We go back 2 more times. Finally get her into the hospital. They break her water. She starts into labor. And I'm like, something's not right here. And one of the midwives comes in, the nurse midwife, and she's like, all right, start pushing. And Heather's pushing, nothing. So now we're at like 50 hours of labor. And now we're into 5.5 hours of pushing. And my mother-in-law had flown out to be there, and she's a nurse. And I'm like, watching, like, my wife's badass, but like, I've never seen this amount of like effort and pain. And now you see the whole nursing staff just start to get like nervous, like they start freaking out. All of a sudden, this one doctor walks in and he goes, well, you were kind of too far along for this option, that option. Can't use I don't like to do forceps. And, and I'm like, wait. And they basically said, well, what do you want to do? And I'm like, find me somebody who can answer that question. Like, I'm not the guy you ask in this situation. Like, I want to ask you, and I want you to have an answer. You don't ask me. So he leaves, and this woman comes running in. She's got her keys in her hand, her Starbucks. She's like, I can flip that baby. And I was like, you're hired. And 54 hours later, 54 hours of labor, 6 hours of pushing, they break out their forceps, and they're yanking my wife off the table, and her vitals are plummeting. I'm like, oh. And flashing through my head, I'm like, I'm going to be like my dad. She's going to die, and I'm going to have this baby. And I'm watching my wife and my mother-in-law. People start coming into the room, and this pediatrician walks in. He's like, everybody stop. Who paged me? Baby's not born yet. I want to know who paged me, my mother-in-law. And I was like, get out. You're either here to help or get out. My mother-in-law like owns the room. She's like, you need to leave. You stay. They rip the baby out of my wife, and I stay with Heather. And I was like, I've never seen, I just come from Baghdad and all that shit. And I was like, I've never seen anything like that. And I've never seen a woman do that. My mother-in-law scooped up the baby and she worked in Shriners Hospital for 30 years. She was fucking amazing. I just sat there with my wife. I'm just like, well, that was easy. Holy fuck. 54 hours of labor and Lena was born. I've never seen anything like that, but I have to give my wife props on the next level, like tough as nails. And then, oh, by the way, hey, we got a deployment. So yeah, I know we got a 3-month-old, but I'm going to leave. And during that time, I'd screened for the command. And I was like, I got this boat job and they're offering it for platoon commander. I'll take the boat. I'll see if I can get it. That'd be kind of cool. I like mobility. I'm seeing a mobility kind of theme in my career. And now I'm checking the box on all the groups. I got group 1, I got group 3, I got group 4. So major command for me is I got a lot of options. If you stay at a regular SEAL team as an officer, you're only going to command, a regular team. But if you have SDVs and you can command an SDV group, or if you have boats, you can command boats. You have J-side command. And so
The command is development
06.
group for those that don't know.
Yeah. So major command. And I was like, wow, that's a cool opportunity and that'd be good for my career. So I screened and then we deploy. And that's the one thing I won't talk about. We did an STV mission. And it was I will say, the highlight of my NSW career, hands down. Coolest thing I've ever done was sit in the slipstream of a nuclear submarine in a place you're not supposed to be and pull a monkey fist and fly away, and knowing that you're the only people in the world in that moment doing that job. That was the highlight. Coolest fucking thing ever.
Yeah, man. So this is after you screened.
Yeah. So we go on deployment after I screen, and we go blackout on deployment. No emails, nothing. No communications. We surface the boat, and the antennas go up 4 months later. Surface the boat, and the download of emails pops in. Like sorting through emails. Like, I'm like, oh shit, I got picked up. Oh, that's cool. Like, oh, orders came in. Oh, my wife has already moved. Oh, I start green team in 5 days.
Holy shit.
Fuck. Like, and I'm looking, there's tickets for me as I run down, I pack all my shit. The guys that help me pack up my stuff, they put me in the van. They drive me to Tuman. They fill me full of alcohol. They drive me to the airport, and I hug my platoon goodbye. It was the last time I saw Matt. Hugged Matt goodbye and hopped on a plane. 4 days later, flew to Hawaii. I checked out. I flew to Cleveland. My wife picked me up. She's like, what the fuck? Like, I just had to pack up our house with a newborn, our dog. I just drove across the country with my mother and with my mom. I'm staying at the house. I found us a place in Virginia, and you're going to start this new command. I was like, well, it's a training command. We're going to take a break. I'm just there to test boats. And she's like, whatever. So again, we get pregnant with Walker. And in that time frame, if you look at Navy officers, the kids are all 2 years apart, because when you come back from deployments, usually you got a window of about 5 days and your wife still likes you. So I start green team, and welcome to the command. 5 days after being on a sub for 4 months, and we kick off green team 2008. And Heather didn't know what it was, and I didn't tell her, because at the time I didn't even know it existed. When I check into the command and they give you the brief and they're like, SEAL Team 6, I'm like, is this a joke? I was like, it's real? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and then 9 months of green team, which was gray green. So I'm doing the boat side. But the air portion is everybody's lumped together. And that's where it almost came to a screeching halt. Jonas Kelsaw, who was the troop commander on extortion, he was in the class with me, myself, Nick Check, a handful of guys from the class. We all decided to float the Salt River on a weekend during green team. And Jonas and I were the two officers, and beforehand we're like, all right, we signed designated drivers. And we signed designated drivers. Everybody gets in their tubes, bunch of alcohol, there's middle of green team. You kind of through that portion where you know you're going to make it, and everyone's ready to take a wrap off. And we're floating the river. We get to the pull point, and Jonas and I are well tidied up. And so are our designated drivers. Looking around, we're just like, dude, you're drunk trying to tell a guy, you're like, what were you doing? We're like, all right. So we pack everybody up, and most of the leadership, couple chiefs, myself, Jonas, our medic, Tori, and Nick, and we're hanging out. And there's no cell phone coverage. We're just like, all right, how are we going to get home? There's no Uber. This is like 2008. And Nick's like, dude, I didn't drink. Like, I'm fine. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. He's like, trust me, we got a pickup truck. We can pile everybody in. We'll go to sail to the hotel. It'll be fine. I'm just like, Jonas and I are looking at each other. We're just like, Nick's a junior man. And I'm like, no, we're not doing this. This is a bad decision. And he's like, I'm fine, Pete. I'm like, all right, fuck it. We're going to sleep out here. We hop in the car. We literally pull out of the parking lot, and it's like, woo! They pull us over. And of course they scream. They smell alcohol in the car, because there was plenty of alcohol in the car. And they give Nick a test. And he passes the field sobriety test, and then he blows up the legal limit at .08, and they arrest him. And I'm just like, fuck. So we get guys, we go to the hotel, we grab guys, and we go to the DUI checkpoint. We start making calls back to the command, or back to the green team cadre. We're just like, hey, this happened. Jonas and I are just like, fuck. Well, that's it. You know what I mean? Like, I went in to see the head of green team. He starts tearing into me, and I was like, hey, I got it. I take full responsibility. Like, he's a good kid. He was trying to do the right thing. Like, it's me. Like, I'm an officer. Like, keep him. But don't, he was trying to do the right thing, and we put him in a bad position. Dismissed. We finished that portion of green team, and I'm back, and everybody's just kind of like waiting for the shoe to drop. Like, what's going on? All of a sudden, the green team cadre's like, hey, get your camis on. Head up to the CO's office. And I was like, fuck, here we go. I get my camis on. I get up there. Jonas is there, his camis. One of the other officers, Bloom's there. Our chief, Bloomquick's there. And we march in, and it's commanding officer, every squadron commander, and every squadron command master chief. And the ass chewing starts. Like, what the fuck were you guys thinking? Like, I've never been, they were inventing words to call us. I mean, but to a certain point, I was like, Jesus, like this is the hands down the worst ass chewing I've ever gotten. We go to Jonas, they go, what do you have to say for yourself? And Jonas is like, at this point in our careers, I should be able to trust my men. And he said he was good. And, you know, and he was right. What Jonas said was right. And they just tore into him. And I'm like, Mr. Scobell, what do you have to say for yourself? And I was just like, I take full responsibility for Petty Officer Check's actions. Like, he's a good kid. You can delegate authority, you can't delegate responsibility. Like, I'll take one. Like, just keep him though. He's a good kid. And there's silence in the room. Like, Bloom, what do you have to say? He's like, what Pete said. He might be more of an ass chewing. They're like, all right, get out of here. And I thought that was a great time to throw out a classic line from Top Gun. I was like, hey, Jonas, you got that number of that truck driving school? We might need that. And the whole room erupts in laughter. And we get outside, and the head of green team comes out, and he's got these non-punitive letters of reprimand. And he hands them to Jonas and I. And he's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you pull your shit together. And Jonas, we go back to training, and we both make it through. And that became kind of an interesting interaction. They kept, Nick. And when I left, my last day at the command, we had moved to, last day at the command, I was leaving, and I see Nick on the quarterdeck, and he's like, hey man, where you going? I was like, I'm leaving. It was after post TBI stuff. I'm leaving. I'm going to the West Coast. He's like, dude. He's like, hey. He gives me a hug. He goes, I never got to thank you. He goes like, what you did. Like, I love my job. I love coming to work every day. Like, I really thank you. I was like, yeah, man. Like, you're a great dude. And that was the last thing he said to me. And I always, I always keep that like letter of reprimand as kind of as a thing. After Nick had died, I went to two Navy SEAL Foundation events. One of them, this is probably 5 years ago, his girlfriend at the time walks up to me that, he was dating at the time, Stephanie. And she goes, are you Pete Scobell? And I said, yeah. She goes, Nick left a list of people to thank, and you were on it. And I wanted to find Nick's mother, asked me to, you were one of the guys that I needed to tell that to. And I was like, what?
Wow.
That was like one of those, like, and I still talk to Stephanie, keep in touch with her, and she I get chills when I think about that. You know, Nick was number one man on the hostage rescue op that Ed Byers won the Medal of Honor, was awarded the Medal of Honor for, and he got shot coming through the door. And I still, I'm glad he stopped me on the quarterdeck though and said, "Thank you." But I had no idea that he had told his mother about it. And she thought to come make sure I was aware of it. So to Nick's mother and Stephanie, thank you. That was a gift truly a gift. Anyways.
Let's take a break, Pete.
What's that?
Let's take a break.
Simply Safe is the security sponsor I trust with my property. Can a home security system really call itself security if it only responds once somebody is already inside? There's now a way you can actually stop someone from entering your home. Most security systems only react after someone breaks in, but Simply Safe, it can stop crime before it starts. Their AI-powered cameras can help detect threats outside your home, and real agents step in immediately, talking to intruders, sounding loud sirens, and triggering spotlights even if you're not there. This is how you stop a crime before it starts. That's real security. I trust Simply Safe to help protect what matters most to me, and it gives me peace of mind, especially with the features Simply Safe offers, like the app, cameras, and rapid response. There's no contracts, no hidden fees, and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try it and see the difference for yourself. Right now, my listeners can save 50% on a Simply Safe home security system at simplysafe.com/SRS. That's simplysafe.com/SRS. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The folks at True Classic began with a simple goal: make premium, comfortable clothes available to everyone, because looking and feeling great shouldn't require a designer price tag. And clearly, folks agree. People vote with their wallets. True Classic has moved over 25 million shirts to more than 5 million customers, and they've collected 200,000 plus 5-star reviews. This brand is more than fabric or a cut. It's about helping guys show up every day with confidence and purpose. Their shirts sit where they should, feel fantastic, and they don't cost a fortune. You get that tailored look without sacrificing comfort or breaking the bank. I've worn True Classic for a while now, and you notice the difference the second you put one on. Tailored where it matters, relaxed where you need it, no bunching, no stiff fabric, just a clean, effortless fit that actually works in real life. So forget overpriced designer brands, skip the cheap throwaway stuff. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. You can find them on Amazon, Target, Costco, Sam's Club, or head to trueclassic.com/SRS to try them out for yourself.
All right, Pete. Back from the break. We're getting into your career over at Dev Group.
Yep.
And so you went to Gray Squadron.
Yep.
And I've never had a Gray Squadron guy on before. So can you describe to the audience what Gray Squadron is?
Yeah, so Gray Squadron is a mobility component at the command. If it's got wheels or it floats, they drive it. And so each squadron has a component of Gray Squadron that's attached to it and supports all the underway hostage rescue, ship takedowns, ground mobility elements, panders, what we used to have. I don't know if they have them anymore. That we're using up-armored 6-wheel vehicles. So if it has wheels and it moves and we get guys from point A to point B, that's what Gray is.
Okay.
So it's the pain. It's the pain train.
So is Gray attached to a specific squadron?
There's so each squadron has a Gray troop attached to it. And so you're usually the 4th troop attached to each squadron. Yep.
Who are you attached to?
The first, at the beginning, I was attached to Red, and then I stood up Gray-Blue.
Okay.
And so I was attached to Red when we first finished. They had pulled all the SEALs out of gray and put them in the assault squadrons when Afghanistan kicked off. And then they gave the boats back to the SWIC guys. And then they started bringing SEAL officers back in to expand grays. Gray went down to like port and starboard for a while because of the combat rotations. And then they were bringing SEALs back into gray. And that's how the job opportunity opened up for me to come over there and do my platoon commander in gray. And so I thought, well, hell, I'll just go over there early and then I can, do my time there. So yeah, the gray portion of things is, it's, underways, ship takedowns. Like we have our NSW has a whole group that does all of our boats, any kind of drop off, any kind of insertion and extraction. The gray portion is, we do airdrop. So we'll drop the entire package and we'll do a 4-boat drop with all the assaulters and take down a ship. So that's kind of like why the command exists, really, is to do to have that response element for the ground, whereas Delta originally existed for hostage rescue of airliner. So the core mission set was ship takedowns. So the gray piece was stood up in order to facilitate that for a helo assault force, boat assault force, or just a boat assault force. So we trained to do, and seeing on the internet, the boat drops. So you're doing these boats are 25,000 pounds. You're dropping from 8,000 feet, at night on nods.
Damn.
Yeah, it's one of the cooler things you'll ever experience is watching a boat get ripped out of a C-17 at 140 knots. It's super intense.
How did it feel being over there?
For being an officer over there, it's like officer hell week every day. There's always something spinning. You're always planning for something. But it's a weird command. As officers, you're not really welcome over there. It's an enlisted man's command. You're kind of looked upon as like a short timer. You're in, you might do a rotation, you go away and you come back. It's a lot of times guys don't spend, you'll get an enlisted operator that'll spend, 20 years over there. Whereas as an O, you might spend a decade or so, maybe 15 years, but you're in and out. You're not there for the long term. It's a different relationship between officer and enlisted over there, I always thought.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. What were some of the highlights of your career over there?
So you mentioned the Captain Phillips mission. I had just gotten to the command and we'd finished up green team and Walker was born. Fortunately, quick birth. He came out like a grease pig. We joked around and he was like, and
The second one usually does, right?
yeah, exactly. Lena paved the way. Walker was born and he was about 2 months old and I was heading into work and I remember just leaving my wife. And the night before, we knew that the Alabama had been taken, but we were like, what do you want us to do? They had left in the dinghy. It was kind of like, eh. So we spun up and then it just kind of percolated. And so we were kind of watching it, like starting to move in the planning session. And then we just hit a pause because it was like, we can't do anything with the dinghy. We went home. I woke up the next morning and I was like, hey, I'll grab some chicken. And I hopped in the car, headed into work, and I got there and it was just like mass chaos, like dudes running everywhere. And they're like, get upstairs. So I threw my camis on and ran upstairs and I walked in and it was like, there's a joint staff on the VTC. And they're like, where's my gray? I literally walked in like, where's my gray? I was like, here? I just got to this command. Like, I didn't know anybody really. I mean, I'd finished a green team and it's like 4 months after that. It's like April.
Damn, right off the bat, huh?
Yeah. So I get over there and I'm like, what's going on? And we had 2 of our liaison officers who were 2 just rock stars. And they start feeding me intel, like pieces of paper, like, hey, basically he's in the dinghy. We got a shouldering ship. The Bainbridge is here. They're moving the Boxer. And I'm like, okay. And we have the package ready to go. And package is standing by. You have 4 boats that are rigged for drop. And you can be launched with a 4-hour window anywhere in the world with the C-17s. And I'm just like, okay. So, and at the time the CEO was like, all right, tell them what the package is. I give the joint staff with the packages, and we're just kind of holed up and we're doing the calculations, and they're like, hey, we got to make a decision. Otherwise we're going to do a night drop. And they're trying to figure out like all the scenarios, right? Like, okay, it's a dinghy, but he's getting close to shore. Are we going to go over the beach, and is he going to be taken ashore, and then we're going to do a full OTB hostage rescue mission? Like, we were trying to figure out all of the contingencies at one time. And normally you have to pick. It's like, hey, if we're doing a ship takedown, you have this gear. If you're doing a OTB takedown, you're going to do this gear. And there are different loadouts that go on the plane. And our CO at the time was like, we're taking it all. We're like, okay, like fucking A, we're taking it all. And we're taking the whole squadron, and we're taking all of our support personnel. And so, you normally have just...
Holy shit, you guys are taking all of that?
Yeah, they didn't know, like you're going to get over there, and like it's better to have and not need than to need and not have. To the point where we started spinning up we spun up a third C-17. And, everybody's like, we thought what was going to happen is we're going to spin up. This is what always happens. You spin up and it gets to a certain point, and then they don't push the go button. And then you spin back down. And that's why it's a constant cycle. It's like a constant planning cycle at that place. And that's why as an O, you're like walking in, like, all right, we're going to do this. Go figure this part out. And you go back to your office and you start figuring it out. You walk upstairs, you're like, all right, I got it. And they're like, scratch that. We're going to do this. So it's like a constant, churn for planning. And, hey, listen, if we want to do a day drop, we have to leave. We have to push the button now. And joint staff was like, all right, go. We were like, holy shit.
This is Easter Sunday.
This is the day before.
The day before Easter.
Right. We're a day before Easter. And so we just, and when you watch the machine kick off, it's like semis with boats, and everybody's got their go bags packed, and everybody's pulling armory, guns, the whole deal, buses, they're all numbered. Like this whole system is set into place. And C-17s fly in, my job, I wasn't in charge of the whole lot. I was in charge of getting everyone there. I was in charge of the boat drop. And, we had, at that point, had never done a real full mission profile boat drop. It was always on the books. I think they had jumped in once before, but it had never like gone all the way through with like a green light. I think, and so it was like, holy shit, this might happen. But in the back of my head, I'm like, nah, we're just going to fly over and land in Djibouti. This thing's going to resolve itself. And then we're going to be in Djibouti for like 2 weeks, and then we're going to fly home. Like that's what everybody was in everyone's mind. And we were all like, it's fucking Easter, man. Like my wife already hates me. Now I'm about to leave, And so we launch, and we get in the air, and I think it was like the heaviest lift in C-17 history. I mean, I remember when the plane took off, and it was like screaming. I'm like, dude, we're going to crash into the trees at the end. It's going to be the world's shortest mission. like, congratulations, they're all dead. Anyways, we launch, and we head east. And, through this whole like workup phase, everybody's just exhausted. I mean, you're planning, and it's like pulling gear. Everyone's like, how are we going? And getting guys in the right planes, and we take off. And as soon as we take off, you got a long flight, and everybody just passes out. And I fall asleep on one of my boats, and I get shaking. A guy climbs up on my boat, shaking. I mean, it's like tall. It's like taller than the ceiling where I'm at. And a guy climbs up on my boat, he shakes my foot, and this dude's like, hey, come with me. And he was one of the liaison officers, but he's wearing Army camis. And there was another guy with long hair. And so he takes me up into the cockpit, and he grabs the mission commander, and he goes, tell him what you told me. And the guy goes, I lost comms, and I don't know where we're going. They just told me to fly east. We're like, what? What do you mean? Like, we got like $10 million worth of comm equipment here. Like, fucking figure it out. He's like, we're trying right now, but we don't know where we're going. The satellites were dedicated to, they start going through the details of why we lost comms. And I'm just like, fucking. And so my team leader at the time, he comes up and he's standing next to me, and he's like brought up an E-Trex GPS. And I'm like, the liaison officer, myself, and the Army liaison officer, we're looking at, we're like, and you remember the E-Trex GPS is just a fucking like
About as basic as it gets.
It's like an outline of Africa. Yeah. We're like, well, it was here. The boxer was here and it was going south at 18 knots. Like, so how many hours is that? We're doing time, speed, and distance. And the Air Force guy go, hey, we got a grid coordinate. We're good. And we kind of take back, and the fleet liaison officer, being really smart, he copies it down real fast and he comes over to us and he goes, put it in the GPS. So we put it in. It's like dead center of Africa. And like, I got to go brief my skipper who's downstairs. And I'm just like, guys, like, I got to go tell him something. And I don't want to tell him this thing. And so we go literally on a E-Trex GPS, and we're like, it's right about here. That's the drop zone. We're like, fly here. And the pilots are like, look, like, are you serious? We're like, yeah, absolutely. And the Army liaison officer is like, he's like, do the calculations. And you're like, well, it's still going to be a night drop because we got to refuel over Saudi Arabia. And he's like, no, there's a refueling route over the Red Sea. And the pilot goes, well, I'm not authorized to use that. And he's like, you're fucking authorized right now. And I looked at the Army guy. I'm like, fuck yeah, I like this dude. And so literally we did the calculations. It's like, we'll do a last light drop. And I'm like, okay. Because we had guys that were people that were free fall qualified, but they weren't operators. Like, you start doing a night drop with a bunch of guys that, you know, are qualified, but not like, you're going to kill people. And I'm like, this is not good. And we all knew it. Like, this is not good. We're taking admin people in. And so still at the same time, in the back of our heads are like, we're going to get diverted and land in Djibouti. So we all go back to sleep. And we wake up like an hour and a half out. And they're like, all right, you got to start prepping for drop. And we're like, we're really going to fucking do this? Like, yeah, you know, we had the CEO, command master chief, everybody's like, all right, start prepping. So my guys start prepping. We're pulling bags. We start loading up the boats. And there's scales underneath the boats. And the load master that flew out with us is like, he comes and grabs me. He's like, dude, we're like about 3,000 pounds per boat over the weight. And I was like, well, how much fudge do we have? He's like, none. There's no fudge in this one. Like, if those things go out, they're already 25,000 pounds. Like, those things go out, you're going to lose the boats. And I'm like, well, that's not what I wanted to. So we climb up there. We're like, hey, we got to start like scraping some gear off here. Like, this is over the top. I remember at one point, one of my guys opens this Pelican case, this gigantic Pelican case, and inside of it is a fucking printer, like this little HP printer. We're like, who brought the fucking printer? Like, what is this? I'm like, take out the cartridge. You can bring this. It was one of the admin guys. We just start ditching stuff. And it got to the point where like, we're right at the edge. And so guys are like, well, I'll jump in my personal gear, which is like, we'll just rig it. And all these guys, I mean, this is the best. Our guys jump like nobody jumps. They jump, 30,000 free falls a year. Nobody jumps as much as that command does. And so we start rigging it. And turns out one of the young comm guys who had just gone to like comm school, and he did really well. And so he gets assigned to Naval Special Warfare Development Group, not knowing what it is. He's on the watch bill and he's not jump qualified. And so we're like, well, we'll just tandem him. And I'm like, this poor kid's like, hey, I didn't sign up for this program. And we're all kind of like, we're looking at him and we're all like looking at each other. We're like, well, we got to fuck with the dude. So of course the guy that's tandeming, he's like, I walk over and I'm like, how you doing? Like they start putting the harness on him and they're just like, don't worry, this works, 30-40% of the time. And this kid's just like, what? Like, yeah, we're doing this, man. And one of the other part that was funny about this was, we had like 90 people in 2 planes, right? We're flying everybody over there. And the shitter's backed up. And so like the first part of the drop was like, the first bags that go out of the plane are the shit that clogged up when we dropped the ramp. And we see the boxer and I was like, this is actually going to happen. And we start rigging for drop. And the first thing that went through my mind was like, dude, I forgot to take the trash out. Like my wife is going to be I turned to my team leader and I was like, fuck. And he's like, what? What did we forget? Like going through all the checklist. I'm like, I forgot to take the trash out. My wife's going to be pissed. He's like, dude, you need to focus. Like this is happening. And I'm like, all right. And I'll be number 1 man out of the plane. I'm like, fuck it. Like if this thing in the back of my mind, I'm like, if you don't see 4 boats, then I'm just not going to pull my chute and burn this thing in because I don't want to answer for this shit show. And so we did the first pass was the boats. And so what you do is the boats go, and then the boat drivers go. And then, you free fall in, you 5-second hop and pop, and you start chasing your boat to the water. And when you get there, the boat's rigged up with a platform, and they carry the slide it out of the plane, and you cut that and you sink all the chutes, and you get in, you start your boats, and then you motor in the direction of the wind so the planes can come around and drop the assaulters in. We get down there, and it went perfect. It was like I'd done like one boat drop before that. I just got through training. Like my second boat drop, I'm like, and everybody prior to that, it's like, nah, man, these things never work. One boat, we burn boats in. We've like everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And we get in the water, and all 4 boats are there. I'm like, they're not going to start. You just drop these like super high speed, extremely expensive boats out of a plane at like 8,000 feet. Like they're not going to work. And they work. And motor in the line, and then the pass comes by, and it's 80 dudes, and the light, it just fills up the sky with blue chutes. It was just like, holy shit, man. And the boxer was the shouldering ship that we were jumping into, and all the Marines were out there lined up watching this, like the arrival of us. And guys are piling in the boats, and it was like, holy shit, this worked. The boats, like everything happened. I called in to the jock and said, hey, I was a hotel at the time, my call sign, like called in JSOC, like all present accounted for, moving to the boxer. And apparently, the whole jock center lit up. We're just cheering. We're like, I think most of the team guys were like, fuck it, I can't believe that actually worked. You know what I mean? Like a lot of moving parts in that. We got there, and we were craning the boats on, and we have another drop. We're bringing more boats. We're bringing Zodiacs. We're bringing lawyers. Like they start moving heaven and earth. Immediately, they send the snipers over to the Bainbridge, and we had another contingent that had jumped in. Jonas actually had jumped in with a handful of guys from Africa to the Bainbridge. And our guys all linked up on the Bainbridge and started getting eyes on the dinghy. My portion of the story from where I was on the boxer. And at that point, we start planning for how are we going to assault a dinghy.
What's the boxer?
It's a flat top Navy ship. It's an amphibious ship.
Okay.
With helicopters. So it looks like an aircraft carrier, but it's a flat top. And so we start planning for an assault. So a bunch of guys sitting around like, how do we assault a dinghy? Like, what are we gonna do to, like, how is this gonna facilitate this? And the snipers are over on the Bainbridge, and a handful of operators are over there. And I think that was the point. I think Richard Phillips talks about this, where all of a sudden, one of the boats from the Bainbridge shows up, and he looks up and he sees one of our guys, which is a stark contrast to what he had been seeing from the regular fleet guys. It's just like, here's a dude with this massive beard, like gigantic Neanderthal covered in tattoos. And he's like, hi, sir. And he was like, oh, like the cavalry's here. And, those guys, I think what was amazing was like, we were trying to figure out, like, okay, what do we do? And at one point, the plan had come down to us from up high that we were going to ram the dinghy. So we were going to take 2 boats. I was going to drive one, and we were going to put snipers in the other. And I was going to drive at the boat, the dinghy he was in, hit it and roll it, because they right themselves. So I would crash my boat into it, roll it. And the idea with doing that was we would disarm the pirates and knock them all over the place. We knew that Captain Phillips was taped to the pole in the middle. Like, he'll be okay. It's gonna be a shit show in there. And then the second boat was gonna quickly roll up on it with snipers and board and take out the pirates. So that was like that's what we're doing. But meanwhile, the guys that were on scene, they had hooked up the boat and they started reeling it in. And you got to remember, like, we don't know what's going on outside. We don't know what the news is saying. We're just like, dude, it's fucking Easter, and I want to get home, right? Like these guys are all like, multiple combat rotations. Like this is not a big problem for us, right? Like this is like, what the fuck are we here for? Was really the overarching, like, this is kind of crazy. Cause we thought when we dropped in, like, okay, it's going to go to shore and then he's going to be held on shore. And then now this is our bread and butter.
Man, that's crazy that you guys had that attitude. I mean, it wound up being such an iconic event,
I think at the time nobody thought it was iconic because, they started reeling the guys in, and one of the pirates, he had been stabbed on the Maersk by the crew, and his wound started to fester, and he was like the leader. And they were like, do you want medical care? And when he bowed out, he's like, yeah, I want medical care. And they brought him on board. Then it was his 3 like underlings that didn't have any idea. Like they were just kind of like, what do we do now? Like our leader is gone. And
so wait a minute, you did what? You brought him on the boat to give him medical care?
Right. So what they initially said was, hey, you guys don't want to go to a shore here. You're in the enemy tribe.
How are you communicating with them?
They would just go over and talk with them face to face. They take the boat from the Bainbridge over and say, hey, listen, you don't want to go ashore here. You're out of gas. We'll tow you south, and then you can go ashore there, but we're going to help you out. We're your friends. And they were like, okay. So that's how they got the hookup. And then, that guy the lead pirate was wounded, and he was, I guess he started to plummet. We're day 3 or something. So he'd been out there for a while, and he had a knife wound. And so he was starting to like, hey, this is not good, getting infected. Like his nerve, he's plummeting. And so they were going out, taking medical care, talking, hey, how can we help you? Trying to liaise and make this like a peaceful, just quit. Just quit, give us our guy back, and then you can go free kind of scenario. So it really wasn't, we were stoked that we did the drop. And everybody was just like, fuck yeah, that was cool. Like, okay, now what do we do? And so sniper started reeling them in, and they got him within like 25 yards. And when the lead pirate got off, now you have his 3 underlings, and one guy had his head out of the opening, the front of the hatch. One guy kept sticking his head out of the side to see what was going on. The third guy was in the pilot house. And, the snipers at the time were like, let's just end this. And the SEAL that was there was like, yeah, man, do it. They took the shot, and it, took out the pirates. And then one of the SEALs jumped on the cable and like fireman's crawl down the cable, which I thought was the most badass thing that happened during that. Was like, holy shit. Like he fireman's crawled just like Buds down the slide for life. He pulled the slide for life slide down the cable, this big ass, Navy tow cable covered in grease, and got on board and, secured Captain Phillips.
Wait a minute, how many shots was it?
Well, a lot more than 3. When we got the boat back, there was, I want to say each guy got maybe 3. It wasn't one.
It wasn't one simultaneous shot?
No.
3 snipers?
No, simultaneous, but it was, I think, a handful of rounds. You're on nods.
It was at night.
Yeah. So
okay.
you got your apteals, your lasers are on nods, snipers dialed in. They made it out to be this like Obama was like, oh my God, like I was on the radio and that was 3, 2, 1. And they made these miraculous shots. They were great shots. Awesome shots. But I think at the time the guys were just like, fucking, let's get this over with. That was my take on it. It was Easter. It was like, it's fucking Easter, and I'm here, and I want to be at home. And so, it was done, and we're like, let's get the fuck out of Dodge. And then if they started spinning, like, hey, we got all these other ships out here. Let's start planning and picking them off. And we were like, oh God. And that all got canked. And we ended up flying off the Boxer and then, the route home, we flew.
Were you on board when Phillips came back?
Yeah.
How was he?
Dude, he looked like, I was there when we brought him off the helicopter and brought him in, and he was deer in the headlights, man. He was just like, and when I saw him after that, he came out to, kind of thank us and walk around and check out all the equipment. And we had brought the dinghy up onto the deck of the Boxer, and he was just he was very thankful. He was like, I think he snapped out of it and was just like, holy shit, you guys did this for me. I think he said it. And he took pictures with everybody, and he was just very gracious. He was a really nice guy. But when he first got on board, I was like, that dude is Stockholm syndrome. He was a hurting man. It was a pretty amazing feeling. Like when it all wrapped up, we were just like, wow. Like everyone, I'm like, I can't believe we just pulled that off. Like we are pretty cool. And we're stuck on the Boxer. And so this is where it all went downhill, in my opinion. We're stuck on the Boxer, and we're watching CNN on the big screen, and Vice President Biden at the time gets up there, and he goes, man, he's like, the guys from SEAL Team 6 did a great job. And we were all like, did he just say that? I know, really. It was like this moment in the room where we were like, dude, what the fuck? And in my mind, all of our OPSEC and everything from the teams, that was a moment that went out the window. It was like when the vice president just blurted it out, like, hey, the guys from SEAL Team 6 did a great job. It was just like, in my mind, that was the downfall of our, everything came unraveled after that. I wouldn't be here talking about it if that hadn't happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like, yeah. So, and then we're still on the Boxer, and then there's a South Park episode that comes out of, dude like Sal McCartman shooting somebody off the fantail of a Navy destroyer. And I'm just like, I was like, this really escalated. This went from within like 4 days, my wife thinks I work at a training command, to Cartman, like all in one thing. And, what was interesting was like, we're getting home, we flew to Mumbai, and then we flew to Qatar, and we started standing up a new task force. And then I flew to Balad, and I spent another month gone.
No shit.
Yeah. And so that turned into me like working to help stand up a new task force for that area of the world. It was like, shit moves fast in that place, man. And hey, you're all the other officers were in the squadron. They're just like, dude, like, you're a great guy, you go. And so I end up in Balad wearing the same pair of pants for the next month plus, doing task force shit.
What are you doing over there?
We were just standing up a new task force for the Horn of Africa. And that's where a lot of the, missions after that came from. It was like a division, like, okay, now the war was shifting gears at that point. It was like, hey, Afghanistan, Iraq is, and, a lot of the Horn of Africa and Al-Shabaab and, AQ, Yemen, Arabian Peninsula, AQAP, those guys were all standing up, and it was like the war was shifting. They knew, like, we owned Iraq and Afghanistan, so now they started to play out into Eastern Africa and Somalia. And so, operations went there post that. I came back from that, and of course my wife was like, what else are you going to tell me?
What's next?
I was just like, I got to go back to Afghanistan. Got another rotation coming up in about a year from then. So, and my job was to take the SWIC guys and teach them ground mobility, and then take them over, and we're going to drive trucks, these Panders, in Afghanistan. And so we went and we stood up a full ground mobility component with SWIC guys, and they were fucking awesome.
Right on, man.
They were fucking awesome, man. I was so proud. My team leaders, they're unbelievable. But, you know, I took all the mobility stuff that, you know, we'd created, and, you know, this was new. It was like, let's fucking figure it out. And the SWIC guys were the perfect guys to do it. And so we did that workup. But during that, we're still driving the boats. So we still have to maintain our capabilities to drive the boats. And you know, you're doing 40 knots and 10-foot seas. You know, we've done testing on those boats, and that's where, you know, you do 40 knots and 10-foot seas, the G forces are astronomical. 69, 70 Gs per hit. And you're wearing your nods, you're wearing your helmets. And we came back from that, and, you know, we're doing regular workups and training. One night I was out. Normally we were short people, so I would throttle a boat. We had 3 guys that drive it. It's like professional offshore racing boats. And we had a new guy, and I was like, hey, let's get him, you know, teach him some throttling. And I was working on we had a P3 over that night. So I was like, hey, I'll work on some C2 stuff. And hitting the radio, and we stuffed the boat, which is essentially like he timed it wrong, and the bow of the boat went through a wave. And so you go from 40 knots to underwater and stopped in a matter of seconds. And I woke up in the back of the boat, and I had sheared off my night vision goggles. I had slammed my face on the board, on the transom that was there. And I had been knocked out, and I didn't know how long. And we were 26 miles out to sea. And I called all stop. They were like, you okay? And I was like, no. I was fucked up. And my team leader's like, well, you got 2 options. We can medevac you, or we can finish our run. And I was like, fuck it, let's just keep going. And we're in big seas that night. And I don't know how many more concussions I got. It was like, and that was a really pivotal moment for me from the concussion standpoint, because, and then the injury started. I got 3 herniated discs in my neck that night, and I don't know how long I was out. And then the cognitive deficit started in. Like I was driving to work without even knowing where I was going. I was vertigo. I was throwing up randomly. Like, I'd be sitting in a brief and be like, excuse me, go out, puke, come back in. And I'm just like, holy fuck, this is, you know, but what are you going to do for a concussion? You know, back then it was just like, Charlie Mike, keep going. And so we worked up, and we redeployed to Afghanistan, and we took the ground mobility component. That's when I was deployed to Jalalabad, and I was Assistant Strike Force Commander. We had a troop out there. We had the helos, and we had our Panders and the Rangers. And we had a few of the Omegas under our command, and we were conducting ops in northeast Afghanistan. And it was like, hey, bringing these new mobility guys over, and, you know, the team guys, they want to fly, they don't want to ride, you don't want to get IED'd. We weren't friends they were just like, dude, we don't want to go near you guys. And, you know, during that rotation, it was really, that was an interesting one, because we started to win favor first with the Rangers. We had a Ranger platoon there. Our guys shuttled up to Mazar-e Sharif and left me down in Jalalabad with, you know, a troop that was spread out at the Omegas, and then I had my Panders and my Rangers, and we just started hitting targets. And so we started going out, and we went out. We had a lot of success. Rangers were fantastic. They were really great guys, man. And it was like, well, we got this. I pitched it as, we're brown on the ground. Like, where do you want to go? Where's the target? We'll drop you off extract, set security. You know, I had Marfleers. I had automatic weapon systems, you know, basically joysticks, 50 cals, 40 mics, armored. Like, let's get after it. And we just started hitting a bunch of targets with the Rangers. And those guys were awesome, man. Those guys were absolutely phenomenal. I've been blessed. Every unit I've worked with, and I've got to work with a lot of units and see a lot of different parts of NSW and a lot of different parts of the military. every one of them was awesome. And the Rangers are no, those guys were rock stars, man. I was working out with them every night, and they were good to go. They were young. That's the big difference I found. Like, with the SEAL, you got like a 35-year-old guy who's, a lot of combat at that point. Like our guys had a lot of combat experience at that point. I mean, like a lot. And the Rangers were young kids who just wanted to get dirty. And they were willing to sit in the back of a Pander. They were willing to do the hard work. And so we got a lot of work during that time. One of the last stops I went on, actually not last stop, but it was around Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, actually. We pulled all of our guys together at ABAD, and there was reports of AQ fighters that had come across the border and were storing all kinds of fertilizer, like thousands of pounds of fertilizer, IED parts up in this like remote area north of Asadabad. And the road to get up there, no one in the Army would go on, because at the time they were putting IEDs in the wall, and it was along a river, and like the Colorado River, not a small river. And they had blown a bunch of Army Humvees into the river. And so beyond a certain point, it was like, we're not going up there. And the troop commander at the time came to me and was like, dude, do you think we can get the Panders up there? And I was like, yeah, we can do that. And so we headed up. We pulled the whole troop of assaulters. They all met up in ABAD, and I took my guys and we drove up. And on that drive, I had sitting in the back. I was sitting over the middle wheel, and I had my helmet off. And it's we drive really fast, blacked out. And the idea being, by the time you hear us, we're past you. The faster you go, the better off you are. And no lights, don't acknowledge it. So we're hauling ass. And it was really quiet at that point. It's Christmas. It's around Christmas, and just December, everything slows down in Afghanistan. And fucking IED goes off underneath my seat, like my seat, and it blows me straight up, and I fucking hit my head, and I got knocked out. And we were like, what the fuck? And I just kind of, everyone's like, and it's just me, my comm guy. I don't have any assaulters in the car. So it's me, my comm guy, and my weapons guy who's here and here. And then we had one of the drivers. And he's in his little driver's seat in a Pander. It's a 6-wheeled up armored vehicle. And the driver's got like this little, like, he sticks his head out, and he's all bulletproof glass around him, automatic weapon systems on top. And the thing went off underneath my seat. And I mean, I was just like, what the fuck? And we're still rolling. And it turned out it just blew that tire. So the tire that I'm sitting on was shredded. And I don't know if it was, I'm guessing it was an ID or it was an RPG. I don't know. But it hit that tire that I was sitting on and blew me straight up and knocked me out. We pull into ABAD, and they're just like, what's going on? I'm like, fuck, dude, we just got ID'd. My guys, being the rock stars that they were, tire off, tire back on. We have spare with us. They're like, everything's good to go. The tire's shredded and the rim's fucked, but we're still operational. I was like, all right, we're going. Charlie Mike, let's go. So we load up the assaulters, and we head up into this fucking, it was like the worst area you could go into. No one had driven up there. The Panders are already wide as they are. And you have a straight cliff on one side, a straight cliff on the other side, going up, one going down, one going up. And the river is raging. And I'm just like, and we're trying to navigate, all of our Panders into this area with the assaulters. We get to we found a little area to pull the vehicles in. We start turning them around for exfil, and then we put up our Marfleers to be, basically we had these pneumatic poles that would extend up with Marfleers so we could watch the assaulters and go in. And we had our RWS systems, remote weapon systems, that we could overwatch on. We had great success with those things. It was like having a sniper, because it would do windage and elevation instantly with the joystick. He just basically like, we had engaged guys up on the ridge line during an assault at 1,000 yards, and they had RPGs and they were sitting on the ridge line watching us. And my guys found them, and I was like, yeah, go for it. Like single shot, knocking these guys off top of the ridge line. I mean, the RWS systems were fucking amazing. So we start doing Overwatch, and assaulters hit the target. They call troops in contact, and then the GFC just starts dropping bombs. And dude, he dropped like 20,000 pounds of ordnance on these fuckers, and there were 18 guys up there, I think 18 or 19 guys, and they killed them all. And so now we just dropped 20,000 pounds of ordnance. There's one way in, one way out. We just let everybody know that we're there. We've got planes flying overhead. Everybody ass over tea kettle back to the Panders, and we're trying to get out of there as fast as we can. Get on the radio, and our command element says, you guys got to stop at the FOB to do a battle space handoff. I'm like, what? Like the little Army outpost that's up there. You got to go tell them what you did. And I was like, and the ground force commander, I look at each other like, that's a fucking horrible idea. We need to get out of here as fast as we can because there's only one road. Like, this is not a smart idea. They're like, non-negotiable battle space handoff. So we pull in, and we got another flat tire. So my guys fucking back at it, pull that tire off. Myself and the ground force commander run in. We wake up this guy. He's in his like, his Ranger panties and a t-shirt. And he's like, why the fuck are you guys here? We're like, we have to do a battle space handoff. He's like, okay, thanks. Like, get out of here. We're like, okay, well, they're all dead. Just like, it's bad. We need to leave. I mean, that was pretty much the extent of it. Like, pile back in the Panders, and we head out and come around a corner, and about 25 fighters had set up an ambush on us. And I was looking at this, looking through the thing, and I watched the first RPG fly by my driver head. I saw I was like, oh fuck. And over the radio, they're like, contact right. And I turned to I'm sitting across from the GFC, the assault troop commander, and I'm like, fuck. And I turn to my combat, I'm like, call it in, dude. And he calls in troops in contact, and our guys just went to fucking town. Like, this unbelievable maneuvering, and RWS systems fly over, and I had a 40 mic on mine, and I watched a dude pop up with an RPG, and my gunner shot him in the chest with an RPG. I mean, shot him in the chest with a 40 mic grenade.
Wow.
Because everyone, you can hear the 50s going off and all the other vehicles and all the gunfire. I mean, it was just like, holy fuck. And I look at the RWS screen, and I'm like, and he's zooming in on this dude, and I'm like, we got a 40 mic, and he hits the guy, and it's just like white on the screen, and the dude just disappears. And we slow down, clear the area, and I'm like, hey, do we want to set security? And we're like, fuck no, blow through. And so we blow through, we pull into Sadabad, we get out, and the fucking Panders are just fucking peppered. Like, our guys get out, and the assaulters, I remember that the troop chief just looks at me, and he was just like, he just nodded. He's like, fuck yeah, man. Like, he was one of the guys who was like, fuck no, I'm never getting in a Pander. Like, I'm not getting in with you guys, with SWIC guys. He was like, your boys are fucking good, man. And I walked in, and every single assaulter was like, dude, I hated those things beforehand. I'm a changed man. And I was so proud of my troop that night. I was like, these young SWIC guys, never been in combat, never been in engagement. And I walked out, and they were just like, holy fuck, sir. I was like, well done, man.
That's
like,
awesome, man.
To me, I was like, that was NSW at its finest. Like, it was really, I was so proud of them that night. They were like, well, they were kind of freaking out. Because you get out and you start looking at the vehicles, and you're like, that's a lot of rounds. Like, those were a lot of guys. And it turns out we got the FOB guys, like 2 days later, they're like, yeah, there was another 25 enemy KIA at the ambush site.
No shit.
Yeah. I was like, dudes, welcome to the show, man. And that was Christmas Eve.
That was Christmas
That was
Eve?
Christmas Eve, dude.
Wow.
Christmas Eve. You know, we did a bunch of, and then ops picked up with the Rangers after that. We did we worked with some of the agency guys out of some of the Omegas. Word got around, and then the one of the ops that kind of turned me sour. My guys were up at Omega 60, sighting in because we had a range up there. They were sighting in the Panders, and I was down at JBAD, and I had the Rangers with me. And selector popped for a guy who was a 23-year-old Taliban sub commander, and it was outside of Bagram. And I was like, "What the fuck is this? 23? What is a 23-year-old anybody like?" In there, anyways, it was an area that had been IED'd all the time. Army didn't go in it anymore. This guy was in there, and that's why he didn't. He was like, "Nobody's going to come get me." And the jock says, "Hey man, send the Panders and the Rangers." And I went to the head shed. I'm like, "Hey, this is like, we got storms. I got no CAS. I got no medevac. I got JDAMs through the clouds. I mean, like, we're fucking hanging it out there. And this is like IED Central." And they're like, "So go." And I'm like, "What are we doing? Like, I'm okay with this, but what are we doing?" Like, this is a Taliban, 23-year-old Taliban sub-commander. Like, I'd take one catastrophic IED, I'm killing like 15 Rangers and 4 of my guys. And is this, in my mind, I'm like, is the juice worth the squeeze? I got no medevac, I got no CASEVAC, and I got no close air support. And they were just like, fucking go. All right. So I scramble a C-130, I get the Rangers, we load up in JBAD. My guys are in Omega 60. They hightail it down to Bagram. We meet in a hangar. C-130 pulls up. I have chalk, and we plan I pull out my computer, and we look at the target. I got the Ranger GFC. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna drop you off here. We're gonna go here. This is what we got. We roll in there, and the fucking Rangers crushed it. And it was fucked up. It was super channelized terrain. The RWS systems were worthless. The walls were taller than the guns. So we just literally drove in, and I remember this whole time just had this sick feeling. I'm just like, dude, this is it. I've rolled the dice so many times in my life. Like, this is it. Fortunately, nothing happened. We grab the dude, and we get out of there. We get back to Bagram, and I'm just like, oh, fuck, good. I lay down about 20 minutes. I've been up for 48 hours scrambling this thing. I go into the jock. McCraven's there, and I'm with the young Ranger captain, and McCraven's like, "Gentlemen, great political victory tonight." And I was like, that's an interesting thing to say. I was like, "Whoa, what's with the guy?" "Listen, his father's really close to Karzai. We let him go. But we got a lot of political clout from this one, a lot of leverage." And I think I'm not very good at hiding my emotions. I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It was like that moment. I'm like, and in my mind, yes, I'm a soldier. I follow orders. I do what I'm supposed to do. But in my mind, I was like, not one of those guys' lives is worth, these guys are highly trained. Every single Ranger, every single SWIC guy, every single SEAL, like, they're treasures. I'm like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? I just had this moment where I was like, and that was part of my like, okay, I don't know if this is where I want to be anymore. I just didn't know how to rationalize it.
Mm-hmm.
We come back from that, and the last stop I go on, Omega 60 calls me, and there's a team guy up there. "Hey, can you guys come up, do mobility for us? We got some of the Mohawks or something, the Indige force. We were going to go out with some of the agency guys and hit this target." And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So I go up there, and the SEAL that was there, super squared away guy, really good senior enlisted young guy. His name's Sean. And that night we go out, and getting a little engaged, but nothing crazy. But we had the agency guy in our vehicle with us, and we weren't driving the Panthers this time. We were driving. We went out in the Hiluxes. I just took my guys up there to do the mobility portion for them. It was kind of cool that they thought that highly of us, that they would say, "Hey, come out and do this." Anyways, we come back from that op, and I'm sitting with Sean, and we're kind of like laughing, and he hands me the AAR from the op, and I'm like, "Dude, who is this guy?" He's like, "Fucking Rambo," and he's like, "That was a dude that was hiding in the back of in the back seat of the Hilux who never got out," and I was like, "What?" And so I just start laughing. I'm just like, whatever. Everybody was writing themselves up for all, it was like, how do you get promoted? And it was in every aspect. It was like numbers and it just felt like, it just felt wrong. You know what I mean? It just felt wrong. And Sean and I laugh about it. And I was like, "Dude, where are you from?" I didn't really know him in the squadron. We'd known each other. And he's like, "I'm from this little town in Pennsylvania." I'm like, "Me too." He's like, "Oh yeah, where?" And I'm like, "I'm from Erie." He's like, "I'm from Warren." I'm like, "Dude, we're like 20 minutes apart." And we start chatting. And he goes, "Yeah, man, I used to ski at Peak and Peak." And I'm like, "You used to ski at Peak?" "I used to ski at Peak and Peak." Like, and he "That's nuts, man. We probably rode the same lift together, riding our, Carhartt Warriors, ripping around the mountains." And I used to fish in Lake Erie, trout and perch and walleye. I'm like, "That's crazy." That was the last stop I go on. I fly home after that. And that's when the wheels, the TBI stuff starts bad, like bad. I'm driving to work without even, I was on a Sunday, I was sitting in the parking lot at the command, and I'm like, "I don't know why I'm here." And my wife calls me. She's like, "You left an hour ago. You were supposed to get diapers." And I'm like, "Shit, fuck." I'm like, "Oh, well, fuck it." And I was getting vertigo all the time. But I'm like, "Well, maybe it's sea legs," because we come back from rotation, you're immediately back out on the boats. I'm like, "Oh, maybe I'm just getting sea legs." And then these headaches started, like unbelievable headaches, splitting. And I'm just like, okay, I'm start taking Excedrin by like the handful. And my back, I'm going into Portsmouth to get pain injections at the pain clinic where they inject it into your spine. And my back pain, my neck pain, my head, I'm just kind of like, holy fuck, and my behavior goes to shit. I'm missing meetings. I'm a fucking mess. And I'm feeling like something's coming apart. But I'm like, fuck it. You just keep going. You just keep going. And then my friend, Walt, knocks on my door. He's like, "Hey man, it's Friday." He goes, "You're going to start green team on Monday. And we're just going to get you through assaults, and then you're going to go take troop up on the second deck." And I was like, "Monday?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm still in my troop commander job here." I'm like, "I can't just leave and go do that." They're like, "You're fine. Already got it covered with your boss. Everything's going to be good. You just need you to get through assaults." And I'm just like, physically, I'm fucking shot. I don't know what's going on. And I'm kind of losing my mind. I couldn't even read emails. I would just delete all my emails.
That's what I do.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just like, the fucking shit's going south. But okay, you know what? I'm on the ride. What are we doing next? Let's go to green team. And so I show up, and I know all the guys. I've been at the command for 4 years. Everyone knows me. I've been there, buddies with everyone. They're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I got to go through assaults again." But I'm getting, like, my gut is like, this is bad. Like, I don't want to go to the second deck. Not because I don't want to operate, but because, like, I'm going to get somebody fucking killed. Like, I can't even, like, control myself right now. We get through the first week of assaults. Every night I'm going back and I'm doing troop commander work the best that I can, which my troop chief was just like, "Dude, what the fuck is going on with you?" And I'm like, "It's fine." And we head out to, I think it was like third week of assaults. And I couldn't remember, in 4-man entries, I couldn't remember which way I was going to go. And so I would sit there, and I was wearing Solomon's, and I would count the things, and I'm like, left, right, I'm going left. So I would put a rock in my left shoe. I'm like, that's how fucked up my brain was. And my cousin was running assaults. And everybody thought, like, all right, Pete's just going to fucking breeze through here. And my cousin's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're a mess. And I'm like, like something that was very easy before, I was really fucked up. That week 3, they pulled me aside and they're just like, my friend Walt's like, hey man, I fucked you over. This is bad timing for you. And I'm like, yeah. And they dropped me. And I'm like, and we got in the car, and on the ride home, I turned to Walt and I told him everything. I was like, dude, I'm happy right now because like something's fucked up with me. Like, I don't know what it is. I've never been here before, but like, this is a good thing. And they're like, well, just finish out your time, heal up. We'll reload you next year. And I went back and I wrote my letter of resignation.
No shit.
And I walked out, put it in, and Heather left. She moved back up to Pennsylvania, and we'd bought a house up in Erie, and I was just kind of riding out my time, and I moved in with Morgan Luttrell, and I was just kind of limping through, like, hey, how long am I going to be here? Time to get out. You know, they put me in an ops job. I was just like, all right, Pete's off the train. But I was getting worse. And man, I started drinking, like, just to go to sleep at night. I was drinking glassfuls of Jack Daniels because my back pain was just unbelievable. My left arm was numb. I couldn't play any music, couldn't think. I was driving, Morgan finally says to me, he had been in a helicopter crash and he had gone through NICO, National Intrepid Center of Excellence. He was the first SEAL to go there. And I'm living with him, and he's watching me in the kitchen. He goes, dude, you got fucking TBI. You need to go to NICO. And I was like, what the fuck is TBI and what's NICO? He's like, I've been watching you for 3 weeks, and you can't sleep for your headaches. You quite literally can't hold a conversation. I'll start a conversation with you, and then you'll walk away. Like, you walk out of the house 4 times you come back in to get your badge, your wallet, your keys. Like, you'll forget where we're driving when we're driving in the car. He's like, dude, you're fucked up. And I was like, yeah, but I went to see this psych at the command. And he goes, well, you're just like everybody else, man. Like, and I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, everybody else is, yeah. I'm like, okay, all right, well, fuck it. And I remember thinking to myself, like, okay, I had a great career. You know, I'm lucky. I'm lucky to be alive. We lost a lot of, lost our friends and all this stuff. I'm like, maybe it's just time to, if this is the end of the road and this was the price that I paid, then okay, I'm losing my mind. And getting ready to get out, and just when this happened, Morgan gives me a brochure for NICO. And I walk into medical, and Matt Hickey's the commander. He was a Naval Academy grad and went to med school, became a doctor. And he was the DMO at the command. And I walked in, I sat on his desk, and I was like, I need help. And he's like, he was checking in. He just dropped everything and he sat me down. He goes, what is this? And I was like, I don't know. What's going on? And I just like dumped it on him. Matt calls the detailer, pulls my resignation. He's like, he's not getting out yet. I can't let him out. He's not medically, he's fucked up. He calls up to NICO. I got a guy, need to get him in. What are you? What do you do there? Talks to Jim Kelly, the physician in charge. And this July, they're like, beginning of July, they're like, you got a slot to go to NICO on August 1st. And I'm like, I'll try anything. And so head up.
Did your wife noticing any of this stuff?
Oh yeah. She was just like, she was confiding, I think, in her mom a lot, but she's like, she would watch me do shit. And I was like, she's like, you weren't in there. Like, you were there, but you weren't in there. Like, it wasn't, like, you didn't come home and pick up a guitar and play. You were like absent from the kids. She had moved to Erie, and Tanner was born, my 3rd son. And like, I wasn't holding him. And she's like, I'm like, I'm I love my kids. Like every second I get to be with my children, I'm like picking them up, carrying them around, hugging them, like, and I didn't hold Tanner. And she was like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I don't know. And then and my drinking was just going through the roof. And I'm going to this NICO place. I don't know what it is. I'm going to try this. So I check into NICO first day. And you sit me in this room, walk me in the room. There's 12 doctors, there's nutritionists, everybody in the room. And they have my medical record out. And they go, tell us your story. And well, they're like, and Dr. Jim Kelly was sitting across from me. He goes, listen, part of the problem here is it's disconnected. What we're going to do is we're as a team, we're going to analyze your story so you only have to tell it one time and walk us through this. And so I sat in there for hours and talked them through the story. And then they start scheduling appointments for me. And over the next month, I got 93 doctor's appointments. And I got 5 MRIs in my brain. And Jim would sit me down and say, let's talk about what TBI is and what was happening. Explain to me how my brain worked. And so I started building a brief. I'm like, because the last words from the psych were, you're just like everybody else. And I'm like, well, if everybody else is going through this and there's an answer, then they need to know about it. And Jim was a great teacher. And so he's like, hey, listen, your brain, think of your brain like a city. You got, gray matter are the buildings, white matter are the streets and the sidewalk. That's information travels on that. And when you pass energy through the cortex of your brain, it's like an earthquake. So if you were to fly over Washington, D.C. on September 11th, you look down and you saw the Pentagon. That's a sports concussion. That's Troy Aikman. You can rewind it, see where you got hit. You can say, hey, this is this part of the brain. This is what the cognitive deficits might be from this type of injury. He goes, but with you guys, later on, I was in Washington, D.C. on August 23rd, in Jonas's funeral, when the earthquake hit and the building shaking. There was plaster falling off the ceilings. Well, after the earthquake, you'd fly over Washington, D.C. and you think everything was all right. But the damage was actually on an order of magnitude greater because it was passing energy through the region. There was cracks in the sidewalks. There was cracks in the Washington Monument. There was infrastructure damage that you couldn't tell. He's like, that's the same thing for blast that's passing through the energy of your cortex, your brain. It's damaging all those streets and sidewalks. And now information has got to take detours. That's why you got a sweet tooth. That's why you're drinking massive amounts of caffeine. Everything is difficult for you. You've lost words, your headaches. He goes, and what we found is that, so when your brain is injured, the white matter is injured in your brain releases stem cells to repair the white matter. But stem cells are killed off by cortisol and adrenaline. And he goes, the major producers of cortisol and adrenaline are lack of level 3 sleep, chronic pain, and chronic lack of level 3 and 4 sleep, and I've said this like 10,000 times. Chronic pain, lack of level 3 and 4 sleep, and
Memory loss.
Memory loss. Yeah. It'll come back to me in a second. Anyways, you guys live in this perfect storm where you flip-flop your circadian rhythms. Oh, stress, high levels of stress. So high levels of stress, lack of level 3 and 4 sleep, and chronic pain. He goes, all you guys are injured. You got some kind of neck, back. He's like, your neck, your back. Your body's producing high levels of cortisol. You fucked up your sleep because you're up all night and then you sleep all day. And I wasn't sleeping at all. The only way I would fall asleep is if I chugged a bunch of alcohol or took some Ambien, and you pass out. He goes, and then you're in, chronic stress. Like you've been deploying, you're in a high stress job. And so what's happened is these cognitive deficits just start to add up, and you just start to get to worse and worse and worse and worse. Because so what we need to do is break the pain cycle, break the stress cycle, and get you sleeping again. And that protocol there is to analyze how every part of your body, like we got orthopedic pain, let's address the orthopedic pain. You got headache pain, let's address the headaches, but let's look what we can do. They used acupuncture. I went in for acupuncture, and Dr. Kaufman did this acupuncture in my head. And I remember it was like somebody hit a button and my headache went away. And I walked out of his office and I went to the I was staying on Bethesda at the time at the NICO on the National Naval Medical Center. They put you up there. And I fell asleep. I slept for 18 hours. The first time I slept like that. I came in, and they're like, welcome back. And I started to piece myself back together. And during that time I was there, extortion happened. So the first weekend I'm at NICO. I get there on August 1st. I go through the first week where they're explaining stuff. I start my testing, and then I drive home to see my kids. I crawl into bed, and my phone lights up. It says 2 troop is gone. I'm like, what? And then the names start. And I was like, oh my God. And a sinking feeling, because I'm thinking of the guys in gold, and I'm like, who's in 2 troop? And then I see JT's name, JT Tomlinson. And I'm just like, and then I see Jonah's name. And you know everybody on that list. It's not like, hey, names are flashing on a TV screen. It's like you have faces popping in your head. And I'm like, they're all gone. I went and I crawled in bed with Walker. I was like, dude, he was a baby. And I just held my kids. And I'm like, holy shit. And then it came in waves. It was just like that month was just like, I'm in NICO. I'm starting to come back together. I'm healing, but I'm like, the command just got thrown into this mass casualty drill. We never lost that many people at one time. Like how many kids woke up that morning without a dad? It was like, we're sending out teams to families like over and over and over again. I mean, it just was like a shockwave that went through that place. And thank God I was at NICO. Thank God I had the support that I did. And, JT's was the one that hit me the most because we were so close. He was in my wedding. When we came back, we had a formal wedding at home, and he flew up. Bo was the best man, and JT was in the wedding, and Bo calls me and says, hey man, we're going to bury JT in Rockford at home. And I said, okay, I want you to sing a song. I was like, okay. I didn't even think about it. I'm like, fuck. Come home, and I'm like, that day I woke up in the morning. What was messed up was before Bo called me and all that stuff happened, I woke up that morning and I had like a little MP3 player, and I went for a walk in my neighborhood, same neighborhood I walk in right now. And the song came on called Hell for the Company. It was written by a guy I went to the Naval Academy with, Dave Badakian. And he and I used to play guitar together and jam. And I was like, what? And it just kept playing in my head. And when Bo called me and said, hey, I need you to play JT's, I was like, it's kind of my worst nightmare, because I knew the whole command would be there. We flew out there, and I got a couple extra days off from NICO. And thank God Dr. Kaufman was there. He's a psychiatrist. And I flew out there, and it was like right out of a movie. It's like 1950s school at a rural town in Iowa with one stoplight. And we walk in, it's like the old gymnasium with, then there's a stage inside the gymnasium, right? And that's, all the old bricks and the seating on each side. And the kid is, the kid running the soundboard, and the guys started arriving, and they wheeled JT in. What we thought was, I mean, when the RPG hit the helicopter, it just incinerated. And I mean, it was like lights out. And I just, how many times you've flown in a helicopter? How many times have you like coming in on landing? You're just like, and fortunately, I think, Pete Van Hoosier at the memorial said it best. Yeah, that's another Pete Van Hoosier, CO of the command at the time. He was the CO of Group 2 when Red Wings went down. And they brought him back. He was in retirement. They brought him out of retirement to be the CO of the command, and then extortion happens.
Yeah.
You tell me that's not a calling? He knew what to say to the families and how to handle it. And you know, he said, and I always think about this. He said, you know, at the end of the speech, he was giving the memorial. At the end of the speech, he says, he starts laughing. He goes, you know, I got to laugh. He goes, you know, they were all jocked up. They're getting ready to land. The Rangers are called troops and they called for the QRF, and they're getting ready to get after it. He's like, the RPG hits, and all of a sudden they're sitting on the other side. They all look at each other and they go, motherfucker. and he said it in this way. And he's like, and then they all walked into heaven. I'm paraphrasing, but you know how many times you replayed, like, what was the last second like? And I kept thinking about that, and they wheeled JT in, and all the command walks in, they sit down. JT's dog, Hawkeye, his chocolate lab, walks up to the casket and lays down in front of the casket. The command is there. All three of JT's girlfriends were there. they all met at the same time. We're all like that's kind of funny. And, you know, team guys being team guy humor. And I'm in my blues, and Bo gives this absolutely amazing speech. And then they're like, and now you're going to sing. And I remember looking down and playing in front of team guys, or singing in front of team guys, is like being a wounded zebra walking in front of a pride of lions. They're just like, you can tell, like, what are you going to do? What the fuck? And I sang Hell for the Company, and closed my eyes. I sang it. And my Heather had met me there, and she had brought Tanner with her because he was newborn. He was still breastfeeding. And, you know, that memorial, you know, I wasn't drinking. I stayed sober. The minute I went to NICO, I put the booze down, and I was sober for that whole thing. And I experienced all of the extortion stuff sober. And it was different, and it hurt more. Like I wanted to grab a beer and I wanted to do a shot. And I was just sober and clean and clear, and I felt it all. And we packed up, and I went back to NICO. And I get a call from the chaplain, and he says, hey, we're having the Arlington ceremony. I think it was on the 17th. And the plan is they're going to do the change of command. They're going to say a few words. It's in the All Faiths Chapel, and you're going to sing. And I was like, no way. And he's like, listen, here's the deal. We can't have a denominational service because we have too many guys. We're going to do the quick change of command. Pete Van Hoosier is going to give the remarks. Wyman Howard's going to take over, and he's going to give his remarks. And I was in Rockford, and I want you to sing. And that's what it's going to be. And I was like, oh, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to be at the command. I don't want to be anywhere near. I was like, I'm a failure. I'm a quitter. Dropped out. I a shit can. You know what I mean? I was like, I showed up, and I got up there, and I closed my eyes, and I sang, and we buried them. And that was, you know, I can talk about that all day, but for me, I shut the door on it all.
That was it.
That was it for me. That was it for me.
It's a tough ride, man.
It was a tough ride. But then, went out to the West Coast. I built this brief. And I'm like, we got a TBI problem. You know what? I'm going to help the guys. Started getting phone calls. 2 a.m. I went back. I gave the first blast effect brief to Red. I walked in. I was like, hey, can I have 30 minutes of your time? They're like, where'd you go, dude? Did you go to the nut house? Like, what the hell happened? And I said, so I gave the first TBI brief. I explained what traumatic brain injury was. I explained the symptoms. I explained the comorbidities between TBI and PTSD. I was talking about sleep. Walked through all of it. Every guy in the room was like, dude, I got all of that. And I remember Commander Williams was like, and the doc at the time was like, whoa, like there's a way out of this. We started stacking guys up going to NICO. NICO became the revolving door for the command. Everybody was going up there. And I was fielding calls at 2 a.m. from guys hurting. And I just found this purpose. And I'm like, well, you know what? I came here to save.
That's what you said at the beginning.
Then this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to save these fucking guys. I went to the West Coast, started giving the brief, and I hit this brick wall. We don't have TBI. That's a dev group problem. No, we don't have that. I'm like, you ever had a concussion? Well, yeah, I've had hundreds of concussions. I'm like, but I don't have TBI. My boss at the time was like, you made it all up. You're just lazy. And I'm just like, and I got I hit this wall at Warcom and Group 1, and it was like, we don't have this problem. Meanwhile, I'm fielding phone calls of guys being like, how do I get help? And I had gotten a lot better. Like the NICO it was like, I just changed directions out of NICO. And it was like within 2 months of being out of there, I mean, I wasn't good, but I was what I thought was like night and day better. And my wife and I started speaking to the teams that would come back. And every time we would give our speeches at the family post-deployment retreats, which we never got, we would give the speech, and I would start talking about walking out and with forgetting my badge and keys every time, and drinking, and my wife she would get up there and just basically throw me under the bus, and the wives would just elbow the husbands. And I was like, okay, we've been through 15 years of sustained combat. Like the Navy doesn't, I came to this conclusion, like the Navy doesn't love you. The Navy does not give 2 fucks about you. Naval Special Warfare doesn't love you. They don't give 2 fucks about you. And that's okay. They shouldn't. They've got a mission. They've got a job. And they didn't want to acknowledge the problem. And I don't think they have yet, because it was like, if we acknowledge the problem, then we got to do something about it. And if we do something about it, we got to start changing our modus operandi. We got to start changing how we are breaching protocols. You eat enough, you stand 3 feet from a door and clack off explosives. You're passing all kinds of energy through the cortex of your brain. Like we got to come up with a way, and I was like, so the problem isn't now going to be solved by the commands inside of NSW. It's going to be solved by the support mechanisms around NSW. And there was a couple other guys from the command with me out there, and I put in my letter of resignation. And our parting trip, 5 of us went up to Alaska, and we climbed and summited Denali, and then skied down. And I took my bracelet, my memorial bracelet I went up to the top of Denali, and I tied it to the plaque that's on top that marks the summit. I was like, I'm done. I'm done grieving. That was about a year after that. Like I've grieved. I'm gonna go try to fix this the best way I can on the outside. So I left. I came home, got out of the Navy with no plan, no job. Like they were just like, see ya. And some guys didn't even know I got out. They're like, wait, you got out? What's going on? I'm like, at what point during that time, called the detailer, and they said, well, because you fell off your career path by essentially taking time off, going to NICO, because it wasn't acknowledged, nobody knew what it was. You're gonna have to take another troop with SEAL Team 7 back to Afghanistan for a year if you want to stay in the path, in the pipeline. And I came home and I looked at Heather. She's like, no. Like these three, that's your priority. And I was like, okay. I got out. And I just kind of walked out the door. Stayed in the reserves for a couple of years. But when they looked at my background, like, I was a great reservist. I can be plugged into any part of NSW that you need. They called me up. They're like, we're going to activate you. I was like, I just got out. I was going to I was trying to speak at nonprofits. I was trying to raise money. I did a campaign with NAPA. We raised, I don't know how many millions of dollars we raised, but we opened up 10 more NICO satellite centers. I started that first year, I worked as a ski instructor at Snowmass, and I started skiing the big mountain competitions because I was like, my love of skiing, I felt at home there. Like, maybe I'll prove, in my mind, I was like, if I go do this, then I can prove that I'm healed. And that was when I was approached by the Men's Journal guy and said, hey, I want to do an article. And I was like, well, Jim Kelly had left NICO and he wanted to open up another facility in Aurora, Colorado for the veterans. And I was like, perfect. You know, NICO is for active duty. We need something on the outside for veterans, and this can be for veterans. Same protocols. So Jim and I start working on it. I was like, well, I'll do this article about how, like, your protocols healed me, and, you know, that'll bring some attention and maybe that'll help with donors. And guy came out, we were talking about the article, doing the article. He came to an event. I did horribly at the event. And I was new to any of that media. And at one point he said to me, well, we're gonna, he's like, hey, the next article I'm doing is about that Captain Phillips mission. Talk to these FBI guys who said, you know, the SEAL story is BS. And I'm gonna do the article about the FBI guys. And I was like, don't do that. That's not true. And he's like, well, how do you know? I was like, well, I was there. And I was there when the FBI showed up after the shots were taken. You know, came across the, hey, pirates are dead. We were like, woohoo. Like 24 hours later, the FBI was like, we're here. We're like, for what? And so I told that to the author. And when the article comes out, it was about how I led the Captain Phillips mission, and they timed it with the opening of the movie. And it wasn't about healing from TBI. And I was like, and then the hate poured in from, what were you thinking? And I was like, but that's not what I wanted it. I intended it to be about traumatic brain injury and how I was getting better. And it was supposed to be to raise money, and nobody cared.
Damn, man.
Then we found Bernie Marcus, founder of Home Depot, and he signed on, and he gave us $38 million. We opened the doors to the Marcus Brain Institute in Aurora, Colorado, and I got to give the opening speech. And Jim Kelly took the helm there, and we started healing veterans. And it was fucking awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That is fucking awesome.
It was pretty cool, man. I was like, oh, that made it. And then I fucking took a massive digger skiing. I got another massive concussion. And I called Jim, and he's like, okay, this like skiing thing, it's big mountain. Can you just not hit your head again, because you're going to be licking the windows. And I was like, okay. And, you know, I was kind of tumbling through different jobs after that. And I worked at a place called Raleigh, gave a speech. It was a software healthcare company, started by this young, and the original idea was to fix, I pitched him my this thing called life optimization, was how to use wearable devices to manage, heart rate variability and cortisol levels, and be able to do predictive modeling on who was going to get in the red for TBI symptoms. And he's like, we're doing that here. And then like tech works, you get in for one reason and then money arrives and you hang a right-hand turn. And that company, Grant did very well. Rally turned into a fantastic success. He was like 33 when he sold it.
We talking about Grant who?
Verstanded.
I know Grant.
Yeah. I went to work at Rally when it was Audax. And
oh shit.
Yeah, I went and gave it the blast effect speech and like a leadership speech, and then I handed Grant my business plan for wearable devices, and how do we do predictive modeling? And Grant said, "We're going to do that here at Rally. Come work with us." So I went to work at Rally, and then the first tranche of buyouts came with United coming in, and we went from startup to being worth $500 million overnight. And then Rally, it was an engagement tool, but it was a great education on, tech startups and how that all. But I was flying back and forth from Colorado, and I was burning the candle at both ends again. I got to make a living. I got to figure this out with my kids. And Grant, being a wonderful dude, was super supportive through all of it. And when it took the right-hand turn and became, we weren't going to go do the wearable devices integration to fix TBI. It was an engagement tool for United. I was like, I'm out. I'm falling apart. And just then, Cactus called me out of the blue. Hey, man, I got this song passed to me, and we're doing this documentary. You want to come record an album? And I was like, I got nothing else going on. I flew to Nashville. And like you heard the first story, that's how I met Cactus and Wyatt. And then the Patriot Tour came up. And, Marcus was going to take a bunch of vets out to talk about stuff and said, hey, I'd like somebody to come play music. So I went out and I did 14 stops on the Patriot Tour with them. Recorded.
How'd that feel to get into music?
Yeah, the music part was that was nice because, Jim Kelly was like, music is the best thing you can do for your brain. And I was like, oh, maybe this is where I need to go, And I, the first EP we cut was really the heart and soul of what we were going to do. And then I started to see the music business, and I recorded the second album, and I realized and you had John Rich on here talking about the music business, and the reality was, I remember I sat down, I was getting a record deal, talking to different A&R guys, and this is going to happen. And they said, here's the deal, man. There's 273 radio stations around the country. Country radio, 75 million daily listeners. The way it works is we sign you. It's going to be a 360 deal. I got a bunch of great songs. You're going to cut them. In the meantime, once we cut the record, you're going to fly to all 273 radio stations, and you're going to meet everybody and show your face. Then we take one of your singles. We put our radio team behind it, put a bunch of money behind it, and essentially you buy a spot on the billboard. And then that summer, we're going to put you out on a tour, and you're going to be opening up. You'll pay to open for a big name to get in front of their people. And then we're going to rinse and repeat for 5 years. And at the end of the 5 years, you're going to be poor, but you're going to be famous. And you can move on from there with another deal or whatever direction you want to go. And I sat there and I was like, but I want to write my own songs. The guy goes, doesn't work like that. You can do that later. So I'm like, so you're just going to use my story to sell your shit, and then I'm going to play your stuff, and I'm going to have to play your stuff for the rest of my life, whether I like it or not. And I'm going to be on the road 300 days of the year and basically going to make nothing. With a 360 deal, they take a piece of everything, your merch, everything. Like, well, it's only for 5 years. And I was like, that's a horrible idea. I remember Cactus was like, that's a horrible idea. And I was imploding. Like, I was playing shows, I was traveling.
You did it.
No, I didn't take the deal. I started to I kind of took the route that Tim Montana took, and that was go out and get sponsors. And, you get sponsored by a outdoor company, and, you put out you do their social media for them, and they're going to pay you a lump sum. And, you try to pay for your own record teams. And so I did that shortly. I had one single called Walking a Wire that was, I hired a record team for like 10 grand, and it was a co-write with Dirk Bentley and Dave Lee Murphy, and it got to 39 on the Music Row charts. I hated the song. I cut another song for...
You get to 39?
Yeah, on Music Row charts. It wasn't on the Billboard chart. It was on the JV chart. But I was able to get to 39, and I was like, that's kind of cool. And American Sniper was coming out, and I'd been on the Patriot Tour with Taya Kyle, and she said, would you cut this Hearts I Leave Behind song and we'll put it in the movie? And I said, yeah. I went to why. I'm like, you want to do this with me? And it's going to go in this American Sniper movie. And so Why Cactus and I went in and we cut Hearts I Leave Behind. And right before the movie came out, they're like, yeah, so it was supposed to be in the memorial page for Chris, like where they show all the pictures at the end of the movie. And they were like, it's going to be silence. I was like, what? I just invested a bunch of this money in recording all this stuff. And I was kind of like, okay. So now I got this song. What do I do with it? And I'm like, I know Glenn Beck. I call up Glenn Beck and I'm like, hey, Glenn, I got this song recorded for this movie, and it's not going to be in the movie. But what I'll do is whatever we make off it, I'll donate to Taya's charity above what it cost me to cut it, just so I can get out of this thing. And Glenn's like, let's do it. So he put me on talk radio, and Glenn told the story and said, hey, this movie, the money's going to be donated. And it went to number one in iTunes.
It went to number one?
Number one on iTunes for a couple days. And it's the last number one that Winona's had was Hearts I Leave Behind. And I cut the check to Taya. I looked around, and this is when the PTSD hit me like a freight train. I thought it was like TBI is everything good. PTSD is not gonna happen to me. I'm good. I'm free and clear of it. And the stress of that whole time frame
throughout your everything you've been through.
Yep.
From 10 months old until what age are you here?
30. So I'm 48 now. So I was probably 39.
So damn near 40 years.
Yeah.
All the shit that we just discussed, and you didn't think PTSD was going to affect you.
Dude, I'm bulletproof. I'm a Sierra Land commando. Got a massive ego. I'm a country music star. Like, nothing is going to affect me. I can do anything. I can ski big mountains. My life is good. I made some bad business decisions. Lost a bunch of money. Sold my house in Colorado, and I moved home. I quit music. And I ended up sitting down on our family's property with 357 sitting on the creek. And I was like, I'm doing nobody any good. Like emotional wreck. I couldn't control myself. Like, I'm seeing visions of my father being mean, was drinking. I was full blown. I was never physically addicted to alcohol, but I was like, I'd drink to get up in the morning. And I was just off the rails. I mean, off the rails. Went down there to end it. And then I heard this voice in my head say, no. And I shot the tree. And then went home. And I was just like, I don't know what to do. I need help.
Where were your wife and kids?
At home in Erie. We were all home back in Erie at that point. And I was working for Velocity Outdoors. Russ Rowan and Tom McGann called me up. They had worked on another project with me, and they said, hey, listen, you want to come and they had sponsored some of my music, and they were really great to me. They said, come in and do brand with us. And Russ he came from Burton. He was Russ and Tom. Tom was the CEO of Burton, CEO of Spider, CEO of K&N. And Russ was his brand guy at every piece. And they said, you're a creative guy. Like, come in and help us with brand. And so I had been working with them. And they were just like, dude, are you okay? Like, it's starting to come apart. And like, we can see it. And I was just like, I don't know, like I don't know what to do. One of the guys I climbed Denali with, that I was in the squadron with, calls me out of the blue. And he says, Ed calls me, he says, I love you. I said, I love you too, Ed. He goes, we're going to go to Mexico and do the world's most powerful psychedelic drugs. And I was like, okay. Has anybody done this? He's like, yeah, a couple guys. I'm like, who? Anybody I can talk to? And he says, yeah, Sean, the guy I went on the last stop with out in Omega. He just went. I was like, oh. I called Sean up. He's a very stoic dude, really smart. Got out, got his MBA, working, crushing it. I said, I heard you did this Ibogaine. Wait, what is it? Like, at this point, I'm like, I just had a gun in my mouth. Like, Ibogaine? What is it? I'll try it. And he goes, well, I don't want to give you too many expectations, but he goes, when I was under the medicine, I was in the delivery room with my parents. He goes, you don't know this, but I was adopted. And I was like, dude, my mom died when I was 10 months old. And I've always asked, like, why did God leave me alone? He goes, that's your fire question. And I was like, what's a fire question? He goes, you got to write down your intention for your journey before you go into the medicine, throw it in the fire. And I was like, okay. Like, I had no idea what I was getting into. This is 2019. So I called another friend of mine, Micah Fink, who started Heroes and Horses. And I said, Micah, fucking shit's coming off the road. Like, I'm bad. He's like, all right, you're going to come to Heroes and Horses in June, first class, 2019. We're going to do 40 days in the wilderness riding a horse. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to go do this plant medicine right before that. So I'm like, I'll just throw everything at the kitchen sink and see if any of this shit works. And if it doesn't, then I'll go back to that 357 and like not torture my family like my father tortured me.
What did you say to your family when you got back from the creek? Did they have any idea what was going on?
No.
Did you ever tell them?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the first time they hear it?
Yeah.
How do you think they're going to react?
I think they're going to be upset.
Do you think they're going to be understanding?
The kids were really young at that point, and I don't think they saw much. I think Lena might have understood that I was upset. I was distant. I was just hiding in the basement, drinking all the time. But I'm not like my dad. I'm not an angry drunk. I'm a fun guy. You know, like no one was ever going to tell me to stop drinking because I didn't have a problem with it. Like I was the life of the party, you know? And so drinking was a way to make me happy. And I think, but I know my wife knew. She was just like, dude, what is this? Like, who are you?
She knew what?
I mean, I just wasn't myself. I was just plummeting. Like she's tough as nails. And she met me where I was all the time. She wasn't a pushover. You know, she's a lion when it comes to the kids. And she's like, no, you're going to, like, but she saw, like, I emotionally, I was just like all over the place. And we were fighting left and right, and she was holding the fort down. She's like, we'll figure it out. We got to figure this out. We got to make a living. We got to do this. We got to keep moving forward. You have to keep moving forward. And I was just like, I don't know what I can't. Like that's when the nightmare started. I wasn't sleeping at all, sweating through the sheets. Like she would roll over and be like, whoa. I mean, like soaked. And then I just get up, you know, and I was, again, I'm a very good drunk. Like and then I lighten up and I'm happy. And she was just like, hey, and my mother-in-law noticed, my friends noticed, my buddies from home. So I'm back at home at this point, and they're all just like, you know, hey, what's with Pete? Something's going on, you know, and a couple of my buddies were starting to sniff around, and I was just like, I remember thinking, like, now I know how my dad felt. Like now I know what he was thinking. He was like, I'm no good. I'm going to hurt him. I just got to get out of this. And I was like, I'm my father. I remember thinking that, like, I've become my father. I was like the worst. I think that's what really, like, set me down to the creek. Like, you're him.
Are you worried about them seeing this?
No.
Will you watch it with them?
Yeah. I will. Because what came after that is beautiful. And I believe that the cracks in the armor let the light shine through. And life is going to be shitty for everyone. It's going to take you to places. You know, with my son doing what he's doing, I don't care how tough you are. I don't care what you wear on your chest. What your job is, how much money you make. Like, you're a spirit here to learn lessons, and you're going to learn those lessons. And the only thing as a parent that you can do is love your kids of everything about them. And for them to see this and see that and know that I was there and to know where I'm at now, that's just as important as any story, war story, or anything like that. More important. That happened a million miles away, and they might see it on a movie or something, what it looked like. But that moment was, I sure didn't know. I flew out there, and, like, dude, you have 14 guys show up to do Ibogaine together. We're all just like, what? Okay, you're kind of making jokes. You're back in that, like, mindset. Yeah, I'm with my buddies. Like, this is good. We're gonna go do this stuff. And we had a fire ceremony. Why'd you leave me alone, God? During the fire. And then fucking blast off into Ibogaine land. I remember laying there, and I'm like, when is this gonna hit? And it was like somebody plugged me in. You know, the vibrating was like, and then the memories, and it was like a Rolodex. It was like every memory that I didn't even know I had. It was like sitting watching an iPad. And all the bad ones, they just kept coming back. And then the purging and the the guys the other guys in the room, I didn't purge as much. But there was one dude in the room who I was like, he's giving birth to a demon. Like, he's over there. I remember at one point, like, pulling my headset off. I'm like, get after it, buddy. We're like cheering him on. And that dude, man, that substance is truly a divine gift. There is no, I remember that before the therapists were like, so the first few hours you're not in control, but then at a certain point you're going to be able to ask the medicine questions, and then it's going to show you things. And I'm just like, I remember just being the smartass that I am. I was like, well, how should I address the medicine? She's like, just call it medicine. And I was like we're all kind of like laughing at each other. When I got through the first part, I was just like, medicine? Like, can we talk now? Like, and that first Ibogaine journey, it was like night and day. I woke up from the first part of it, and I kept seeing this demon. It was like this tiny little demon, and he came to the foot of my bed. And the first time I called him Bart, and I kicked him out, and he was cute. It was like a tiny little demon with his tail that hung over top, and he'd like swing around, and he just walking around. And then he came back, and I called him Doug, and I kicked him out. And he came back a third time, because 3's my number. And I called him Dart, and I kicked him out. I got up laughing about Dart, and I went downstairs, and they were like, what's going on? And I felt really good. Like, some guys post Ibogaine are like, they feel like shit and they don't move. But I get like this burst of energy. And I got up and I'm just like, wow. I go downstairs and I start talking to the therapist, and I draw Dart. And then all of a sudden I got this, I'm really tired again. So I go back to sleep, and I have this like movie play in my head, like a 4K movie. Like I'm watching it, but I'm on, and then I'm in it. Then I'm watching it, and then I'm in it. And it's about Dart. And it is hilarious, but it's the realest thing I've ever seen and been a part of. And like, I fall back asleep, and it's like 4K movie, and I'm watching this guy walk into a bar. He's like, I think he's like a finance guy, a good looking dude. He's got a couple girls. They're getting ready they're at a bar. They order some, martinis, and he knows everybody at the bar. And they're like, hey, let's go to the bathroom and let's do some, I'm watching this guy do drugs with the things. And I watched the girl goes, here, I got this stuff. It's like mushrooms, but it's more powerful. Do you want to take it? And the guy's like, I'll try anything. And she's like, what's it called? He's like, Ibogaine. I was like, don't take that shit. And the guy in the movie takes it. And then they leave the bar, they go up to his apartment, and all of a sudden he starts getting sick. And the girl's like, we're out of here. And this guy's he's purging. And I'm like, I told you, I'm like having this in this out of this trip. He's purging, and all of a sudden it goes black, and then it starts up again. And now I'm in the guy's body, and I'm leaning against the bathtub, and the toilet is here, and the demon is sitting in front of me, Dart. And he's got Danny DeVito's voice, and he goes, let me back in. I was like, what the fuck was, like, oh my God, what the fuck was that? I'm like, this can't be happening. And I get up, and I'm like, somehow I know I have to go to work. I'm like, I got to work. And this demon's like, come on, man, let me back in. And I'm like, whatever I took last night, that was way too powerful. Like, go into my room, I get clothes. I don't know how I'm doing any of this. It's like, it's part of this movie. Darts follow me around. We take the elevator downstairs, and I walk out in the street, and now there's like hundreds of darts. I see them everywhere. And he's like seeing guys. He's like, hey, and they're all these cute little demons. They're not mean. They're like a hybrid of it's like Pokemon, but like demonic. And they're in this little realm, and they're just kind of strutting around and talking to each other. And I'm just like, whatever I took last night, like, I shouldn't have taken that. But this demon is like the dirtiest thing. He's just every thought that you have that you don't want to come out of your mouth is coming out of his mouth. And he's just running around and just spewing it everywhere. I go to work. I don't know how I get to work. I'm just playing in this movie. This movie's going along. And, he's just like every girl that comes up, he's trying to look up her dress. He's motorboating them. He's just like the dirtiest little demon. And he's like, he runs into like a guy's office and there's a bunch of booze and he's just like trying to grab the booze, but he can't grab the booze. And I'm having this conversation, like, stop it, like fighting with the people, but nobody else sees the demon except for me. And so finally someone's like, dude, you need to go home. And so I leave and Dart follows me and the sun is setting and I sit on a park bench and Dart sits next to me and I'm just like, what are you? And he's like, who are these? What is this? He's like, we're demons. And I go, well, what's the deal? He goes, well, I need to be in you so I can enjoy things. You and I have been together forever. He's like, I love you team guys. He's like, we got a great relationship. He's like, you guys are like winning the lottery. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, look, you guys play hard and then you party hard. He's like, so I'd let you do what you need to do. We do fun stuff together. He's like, and then when it's time for me to get what I want, then I get what I want. I've been with you since the academy. And I was just like, what? Well, I'm like, how do you get into people? And he's like, see that guy? He's like, look down. He's like, everyone's got like an aura. He's like, the green, don't go for the green. We don't go for the green. He goes, the yellow and the red. He's like, that's the guys. Those are the target guys. Those are the ones that are primed for the picking. And so we're sitting out there. The sun goes down and I'm having this conversation with the demon about how demons work. Guy comes out of a bar. He's like, see that guy right there? He's like, that's Billy. This little demon is just like this cute little guy running around. He's like, Billy always picks the bad ones. He's like, that guy's going to go cheat on his wife. And just then Billy the demon jumps into the dude and the guy grabs a girl and they go off. He's like, here's the problem. That guy, he's a good dude. He's just having a bad day. He's going to wake up in the morning, have a crisis of conscience. He's going to kick Billy out and Billy's going to be back out on the streets. He didn't pick like I picked. He's like, I picked you. And I was like, sitting there looking at Dart. I'm like, it's starting to make a lot of sense to me. So I go home and I get on the computer. I'm like, I got to find like a shaman lady. Because I'm like, whoever does this medicine, maybe I can get this medicine stuff out. And the whole time I'm asking Dart questions. I'm just like, well, why don't you pick some like rich guy and just have all the fun in the world? He goes, no. You don't pick the rich guys. They go to exotic islands and they do all kinds of weird medicine. And then you're stuck on that island until you find some poor sap to get a ride home with. I'm just like, whoa. And so I find this shaman. I don't know, I find a shaman. This is the movie. We go down and I go across town, hop in a cab, go up to this apartment. I knock on the door and this woman opens the door and she goes, can I help you? And she looks down and she goes, and hello to you too. And I was like, you see him? She's like, come on in. We need to talk. And I was like, okay, I need to get rid of him. And she's like, well, it's not that easy. And I go, well, how do I get rid of him? She goes, you got to let him back in. And I'm like, he's like, see, I told you the whole time. It's like a comedy show with Dart because he's like cracking jokes and it's funny. And I'm laughing. And in my dream, I'm laughing. And the therapists, I didn't know this, were sitting up there watching me laugh. And I'm just like having this thing. And I go, okay, well, what happens? She goes, you got to let him back in. See, demons are just toxic egos. And when their body dies, they don't believe there's anything bigger than them. They don't join the universal collective. The only way for him to join the universal collective and leave is to feel forgiveness. And that's what true love is. So you got to let him in and you got to forgive him. And then he'll leave you. And I got up from the couch and the movie ends. Now I'm out of my body and I'm watching this guy walk down the street with his little demon walking with him. And I woke up. That's how my Ibogaine trip ended. And the therapist was like, Cynthia goes, what was that? And I was like, we got to talk. And I just dumped it on Cynthia. And she was like, that is amazing. And then she starts helping me, piece things together. The next day I didn't want to do the 5. I was like, dude, I got Dart to deal with. I don't need whatever this next thing is. I don't want to go down that road. And I was the last guy to do it in the house. And I walk in, there are 3 other dudes sitting there, and they just go, you go upstairs. And I was like, I don't want to. They're like, you need to go upstairs. And I went upstairs, and I did the 5. And I immediately went to the place and let go. When that moment came to die, I was like, yeah, I'll let it go. And I went to this place. And the only way I can describe it is infinite awareness. And I felt waves of forgiveness. And I was like, bring it to me. Bring me all your hate. And I was turning it into love. And it was just wave after wave after wave. I woke up from that. And Ed was right there. And I sat up and I cried like I'd never cried before. And the 2 of us, I just let it go. And I was like, I know what the other side is. And I know where we're going. I know where they're all at. It's going to be okay. And I came back from that. I remember walking in the airport and I could feel trauma on people. I was like I'm sitting in the San Diego airport and I'm looking at this guy and I could like feel his trauma. And I had so much empathy. I'm an empath by nature, which I found out since. And I could feel the trauma on everyone around me. And it was like this. I came home, packed up, and then I went to Heroes and Horses. And I spent 40 days riding around on a horse in the mountains of Montana, integrating that experience. And the combination of those 2 things, I came back from that. Heroes and Horses was just, it's not a vacation. It's, you're sleeping in the dirt, you're pushing cattle, you're doing pack trips, you're riding wild Mustangs. It's the real deal. I came back from that, and the combination of those 2 things, I was just a different person.
Did you get the answer to your question?
Not yet. I went back, a few years passed, and I went back and I began again with a couple other team guys. And I never got the answer to the question. And I was like, I was really upset about this. But I wasn't upset. So back up, when I came back from that first time, that's when Walker said to me, I came back a different person. I really was like present in a really amazing way. And I was just like, this is good. And my wife was like, who are you? Like, you, what did you do? And I was like, it's the great, I don't know, but I'm like, I was in a great place. And my friends said, hey, we're going to play this, we want you to come play this fundraiser show out in, for the Grammy Museum. And that week, Walker said to me, hey, Dad, I want to be an Avenger. And I was like, dude, they're actors. And he goes, well, I'll do that then. And I was like, okay, you want to be an actor? He goes, yeah, can you take me to Hollywood? And I go, I just so happen that I'm going out to Hollywood to play a show. Come with me. I'm like, let's do this. So I took him out, and it was a red carpet event, and I played, and Walker was just running around trying to find producers. He's like 10 years old, pulling on people's, hey, are you a producer? And that time we went and I took him to the Hollywood Walk of Stars, and we walked on the stars. And he loves Robert Downey Jr. He loved Iron Man. And I was going out there to play the show and write a song with a guy named Tommy Coster, who wrote, he was the songwriter for the album The Real Slim Shady. And he wrote all the piano stuff. Tommy's just an amazing guy. Tommy came to my show, and he meets Walker, and he goes, let's write a song with Walker. I was like, all right. So the next day, we bring Walker into the studio, and we start writing this tune. And it's called Walk on Stars. And it's all about Walker's journey into Hollywood. And I watched this kid just like his imagination explode. And how he was talking about, it was the Green Lantern, he was talking about Iron Man, Spider-Man. He wrote this amazing song, and we sang it. And he's really embarrassed about it, but I love it. And Tommy goes, dude, I want to introduce him to somebody. He's got it. And so he calls his friend Priscilla, and Priscilla and I meet with Tommy for Walker's first business meeting. And she goes, and Tommy and I are kind of sitting there the next day, and she goes, why do you want to be an actor? And Walker goes, because when I pretend to be other people, I understand how they feel. He's 10. And I looked at Tommy, and I was like, that's pretty good, man. Priscilla says to me, and Walker had just been cast in Mary Poppins at the middle school play. And he's like, well, I'm in Mary Poppins, very proud he's playing Michael. And she goes, if it's okay with your dad, can I help you with your play? And I said, yeah, absolutely. So over the next few months, she would do Zoom calls and help him with this part. And she's like, hey, she called me. She goes, I want to get him into a acting school. There's an acting school in LA. And I'm like, these are all bullshit. He's like, no, this guy's the real deal, John D'Aquino. And at the end of it, they have a showcase. And I was like, okay, let's try it. I'm like, he'll probably go there, and like every kid, they're like, oh, I want to be a football player. And they go and they play their first football game, like, hey, I want to be a basketball player. He's going to bounce around. And so I take him to the thing, the camp in Burbank. Our whole family went out for a little vacation, and I was in the best place mentally. I was just like, Dad, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm really happy. Does the 3-day camp and does the showcase at the end, and there are agents and managers there. And the guy who runs the camp, he's like, hey, there's a lot of interest in Walker. Can you stay? And I was like, all right, we got 3 kids. I can't stay. He's like, I want to introduce you to a manager. I was like, I know how this works. I just got done with entertainment. I know agents and managers. I understand this whole situation. He's like, no. So I'm like, I'll take 1 meeting. We go back to the hotel, and there's a manager waiting in the hotel lobby with a card. I'd love to talk to you about Walker. And I'm just like, Next day on the way out of town, I met with April, and I just kind of read her the riot act. Like, listen, I know how the system works. I know what you do. I'm not signing anything, but if you bring some work, we'll talk. And we go home. She calls me a week later. This is just as COVID's starting out. She goes, we want you to meet an agent in New York. I'm like, dude, there's COVID. I'm not going to New York City. It's like the epicenter. She's like, come on, just go meet these people. They're not going to sign them. They just want to meet them. I'm like, all right, you know what? My dad told me no at every turn. I'm like, I'm going to say yes. Walker, let's get in the car. We drive to New York City, go to I forget what floor, in the Empire State Building. We meet with A3. He goes in for 10 minutes. The girl comes out, goes, they want to talk to you. I walk in there, we want to sign Walker. And I'm like, no, we're not signing anything. But if you bring work, we'll talk about it. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, how are we going to do this? Like, there's New York and LA, got to be for auditions. We live in Erie, Pennsylvania. Like, this ain't going to work. But you know what? I'm going to do what my dad never did. I'm going to see this thing through with him. And we go home, and COVID lockdown starts. And it's just like the world comes to a screeching halt. Well, the entertainment industry went to self-tapes. And so they're like, look, here's the deal. You do the self-tape, and then the casting people will look at the self-tapes, and then you'll get callbacks. So you don't have to go anyplace for an audition. So I was like, all right. And so I get on Amazon, and I get some lights, and I built a studio in my basement. And they start sending self-tapes in. And Walker and I'm like, hey, playing video games. You said you want to be an actor. We got these auditions. Let's go do this. So every night we'd go in the basement. We'd read the sides. And I don't know anything about acting. I was like a performer, but I wasn't, I was just like, do I believe him or not? And every night we do it, send the tape in, nothing. 50 auditions, nothing. 100 auditions. Now we're a couple months into this. We're trying everything. I'm like, Walker, watch Iron Man without the sound on so you can understand how Robert Downey Jr. communicates with body language. I'm just trying to come up with ways to do this. And he's getting better. All of a sudden, I get this email and it says Ryan Reynolds, Sean Levy project. And it's a full script. And I'm like, I like Ryan Reynolds. I don't know who Sean Levy is at the time. So I Google him. I'm like, oh, wow. Stranger Things, like this, he's the real deal. And so I read the full script for the Adam Project. And I'm like, dude, this is Walker. Like this, it's mini Deadpool. Like he can recite all of Deadpool. Like he loves Ryan Reynolds. So I'm like, Walker. And I knew the context of the script now. It wasn't just like 3 lines where you're trying to, what is this for? They don't ever give you any information. They just say, hey, here are your 3 lines. But I had the whole script and I was just like, dude. So we start rehearsing and we do like a week of rehearsals and we send the tape in and he gets a call back. I'm just like, dude, your first callback. This is huge, man. And COVID is ending. It's beginning of September. And I take a business trip out to my guys at Velocity and Walker has his first callback. And when you do a callback, they sit you on a Zoom call and then you take one of your cameras and you film it as well. And then so they want the film and they want the Zoom call recorded. He gets in the Zoom call and they go through the sides and I still have it on my phone. And the woman goes, have you ever seen any of Ryan's movies? And he goes, yeah, I've seen Deadpool. And she goes, can you recite any lines from Deadpool? And he goes, yeah, but can I say the swear words? And she's like, if your parents don't mind. He kind of waits. You see him like think for a second. And then he goes, fuck Wolverine. First he rides my coattails. And he goes through the whole opening monologue of 5 minutes for Deadpool 2 with all inflection. And he's having the time of his life because he's like, all of the dirty shit. Like he's got it down to a T. And you can hear on the Zoom call, the casting director laughing. And I was like, I get back, we send the thing off and I'm just like, I just get this feeling inside me. I'm like, he's got this. Next day, they want to do a chemistry they want to call with the director. Another call with the director, goes through the lines with him. Sean's like, Sean's very calm. He's like, all right, Walker, thanks for your time. No indication whether he has it or not. Call back. Now you're going to do a chemistry read with Ryan Reynolds on Zoom. I'm just like, dude, this is awesome. Like, you're here. Like, I'm like, we're making progress. You're here with Ryan. So he does it with Ryan. And the last scene is pretty emotional. And I'm in the room around the corner, sitting on the stairs. And I can hear Ryan go, oh. And in my mind, I'm like, holy shit, he might actually get this. Next day, I get a phone call. It's the agent. She goes, hey, Sean Levy wants to FaceTime with you guys to thank you for your time. And I was like, oh, like Friday. So I get on the FaceTime with Sean Levy and Sean's playing. He goes, Walker, a lot of kids tried out for this. And, they were a lot older than you. They had more experience than you. And I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, if you're going to break the kid's heart, like, break it quick. Like, I'm going to punch you in the face. And then he stops. He goes, but Walker, you're going to be in a movie with Ryan Reynolds. Congratulations. And Walker goes, holy shit. And I was like, dude. And it set in. It was just like, oh my God. Like, this is fucking happening. Like he's number 2 on the card in a $140 million movie for Netflix. And he's starring with Ryan Reynolds. And we start shooting in a month.
Wow.
And I'm like, holy fuck. So I'm going with him. I immediately get nervous because I'm like, well, who are these people? Like, they're going to be a big part of our lives. Do I know anybody that knows Sean or Ryan. So I start calling everybody I know. And a friend of mine who's an investment guy in New York, Dan Loeb, I called Dan. I go, you know, he runs one of the biggest hedge funds in the world. I'm like, if he's going to know him, if anybody's going to know him, Dan's going to know him. So I called Dan. I'm like, hey, do you know Sean Levy or Ryan Reynolds? He goes, I know Sean. He's got a house next to me in the Hamptons. And I go, well, he just cast my son in a movie. He goes, what? So he immediately calls Sean and says, dude, you cast my buddy's son. He's like, who's your buddy? Wait, Walker? And so he gives him my background. And so Dan calls me back, goes, you're set. And I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, Sean, I talked to Sean about you, and you're going to have fun. So I tell my wife, I'm like, all right, we're in COVID. You know, you have to go up there and do 14 days of quarantine in an apartment by yourselves before they deliver food. And then, you know, all the COVID protocols in Canada are like 10x anywhere else. And you're going to go up there from basically November to March, and we're going to make this movie. So Walker and I hop on a plane, and father, son, and we take off. We go quarantine, and first day of shooting, 14 days in a room with an 11-year-old. You're like dad on 11, dude. But it was awesome, man. And first day, we're getting ready to walk in. We pull up, and we're shooting at a school. And when you see a production in its full-fledged, you know, in its monstrosity, there's hundreds of people. And there were all these background kids. It was shooting in the school. Walker's never been on camera before. And he's like kind of looking around, and he's got a trailer, and there's makeup people, and he's number one on the card today because Ryan's not shooting. And like first day on camera, we hustle him in there, and Sean says to me a week before, he goes, normally we stick parents in a corner with a tent and a screen so you can watch it. And he goes, but you got a seat next to me, or you're going to be with the first AD, Josh McLaughlin. Josh is an executive producer as well with his sister Mary. You're going to be with us for the entire thing. So you're going to get a different experience. First day of shooting, I plop down. Sean goes, and now Walker's kind of like looking around. He's all these kids that want to be actors who've probably been in stuff, and he's the star of this movie. And he gets on camera for the first time. I pull up my phone, I take a picture of it. And Sean turns to me, he goes, has he ever been on camera before? And I go, no. So 1 year ago, he was in Mary Poppins. Now, we're in like full face shields with masks, COVID protocol. And I see Sean, like, I could just see in his eyes, he's like, holy shit. I just rolled the dice on a $140 million movie with a kid who'd never been on camera. Action. And take. And Walker just settling in. He's taking direction. And Sean maybe took a break. And Sean looks at me and goes, I've been directing kids for a long time. I've never seen that. And then it's just started happening. And Walker was improvising lines. And there was these scenes where he was just like, Sean, can I try this? Or can I do that? And Sean has this way about him where his set is extremely well run. It's disciplined, but it's free. And he is just wonderful. He just sets the tone. And Sean's got 3 daughters. Ryan has 3 daughters and just had a son. And we're all quarantined together, and we've got this kid who's just like soaking this in, man. And I'm watching, and I'm like, I remember thinking to myself, like, he was born to do this. This is exactly where he's supposed to be. And through that entire process, every day I'd shoot with Ryan, and we had teachers on set, so he'd have to go teach. He'd have to go to class and come back to set. And we were all stuck in quarantine, and we were all piled in together. So you had like the red, the yellow, and the green. So you couldn't you can't really associate with other people. So on the weekends, you can only associate with a couple guys. And we became good friends with stunt coordinator Jim Churchman. And Jim was the stunt coordinator for Iron Man 3, all the X-Men movies. Like, he's the Superman, Man of Steel. Jim's his IMDb page is just a mile long, and he's the nicest human being you've ever met. Like, and he goes, how would Walker feel about doing his own stunts? And I'm like, you'd love it. And so we started stunt training, and Walker started doing all of his own stunts. Jim's a dad as well. And we had this like 4-month like time together where every day was like a kid's dream come true. He's shooting with Ryan, then he's shooting with Mark Ruffalo, and he's shooting with his mom is Jen Gardner, and Ryan's wife in the movie is Zoe Saldana. And he's with all these amazing actors, and they're all like, he's in every scene. He shot more days than Ryan during that. And it was the most magical experience it was out of a movie making a movie. And Sean and Ryan were the storyline about the Adam Project it's about a man who goes back in time to find his father, who's Mark Ruffalo, who invented time travel, and he finds his 12-year-old self, and then they go back in time to find their father. And so you have this storyline about, what if you could go back and talk to your dad? What would you say? And every day, there's scenes in that movie where the whole crew's a mess. But there were these moments that there's a scene, and we all got to go know each other, and we all had issues with our dads. And there's a scene in the movie at the end where Ryan and Walker are trying to tell their dad, Mark Ruffalo, that he's going to die. And Mark Ruffalo's like, I don't want to know. I can't know the future about time travel. And Ryan, a lot of actors have a tough time crying on camera. But you just can't cry on demand. Crying on demand is rough. It's just hard. Sometimes with Walker, on one of the early scenes, we were using like blow menthol into his eyes, and so he can tear up. And Mark Ruffalo, we're rolling the cameras, and Ryan is there and Walker's there, and they start the scene, and Sean just lets it roll. And they're like going back and forth, dialogue, and there's this break where it's supposed to be an emotional moment. Mark Ruffalo grabs Ryan. He looks at him. He goes, "You're not your dad. You're an amazing father."
Wow.
And when you watch that movie, those tears in his eyes are, every single one of us lost it. Like, it was the most, I just sat there like paralyzed. Sean, it was the most amazing moment. And, Walker, it hit everybody. That scene is just unbelievable. But after all the shit that I'd been through in my life and my stuff with my dad, to watch your kid walk into this movie and have this story be about going back in time to see your father. And the movie was just littered with all these amazing moments, but that one just sits with me. We finished shooting principal photography, and in the movie, there's an office where Walker meets Ryan for the first time, and it's their dad's office. And Sean says, I want to show you some of this. So Walker, Sean, and I go in, and we sit down, and he's got it on his laptop, and the lights are off in the room, and Walker's on the other side of Sean, and Sean's next to me. And he plays that scene, and I just cried like I've never cried before. Man, I just lost it. And Sean gives me a hug, and he's crying. He's like, "Come on, Walker." And we walk out, and Walker turns to Sean, and he goes, "Man, the only time I've ever seen my dad cry like that was when Eddie Van Halen died." And Sean busts out laughing. And it was kind of, that was like how, there's so much more to that movie, but we came back from that, and where we were shooting that, Walker says to me, I go, "What do you want to do next?" He goes, "I'm going to be Percy Jackson." And I was like, "What?" And I call the agent, and I go, "He wants to be Percy Jackson." And I remember he had read all the books when he was a little kid. He was super into it. And she goes, "Well, they're not even casting." And I was like, "Listen, the kid's manifesting again. Whatever he's doing, like, we need to get like the sides for this." So we do the first tape for Percy Jackson, and it goes in. Don't hear anything for like a year. In the meantime, we he gets cast in another movie called Secret Headquarters with Owen Wilson, where he stars in that movie. And I get a phone call from Jim Churchman. He says, hey, I'm shooting this movie Plane with Gerard Butler, and you want to come down and help me? Essentially it's a plane crashes on a deserted island, Jolo Island in the Philippines, and a bunch of mercenaries jump in and rescue the people. And Gerard Butler flies out. And I was like, what do you need, like a military advisor? He's like, yeah. So I was like, whatever, I'm not working. Walker's shooting, and his mom's going with him. My daughter's cupboard hanging out in Erie with Nana. It's summer going into September. I was like, I'll do it. I fly down there, and Sean, he's like, dude, you got a costume fitting. I'm like, what? He's like, he had said, like, you're going to be a mercenary, but I didn't actually believe him. He's like, yeah, man, you're in the movie. I'm like, well, all right. I go do the costume fitting, and then first day of shooting, we do like the rescue scene to, rescue Gerard Butler. And I just had this amazing experience. Like, it was like putting a gun back on, but for real, but not for real. It was like a surreal kind of, thing. We shot for a month to 2 months. And, you finish up a movie and it just kind of goes away, and then you kind of forget about it, and then it pops up again, like, oh, it's going to premiere somewhere. And we finished up shooting that movie. We come home and get the phone call, like, hey, Walker's, we had to get on Zoom. We have an announcement to make. And Rick Riordan, the author of Percy Jackson, been on the New York Times bestseller for 16 years, or I guess 20 years now. 5-part series. Rick Riordan, the author, is on the Zoom. He says, hey, Walker, congratulations. You're Percy Jackson. And the story behind Percy Jackson is that he's the son of Poseidon. And he finds out he's a demigod. And he goes on these adventures, and they're all about Greek mythology. And he has all these powers with water. And in season 1, you can Google it. It says Percy gets claimed. And there's a scene where he's at Camp Half-Blood, and his co-star pushes him in the water. And he has all these powers he doesn't know about. He doesn't know his dad's Poseidon. And all of his cuts start to heal. They've just done like this capture the flag battle. And all of his cuts start to heal, and he looks around, and the camera pans out, and Annabeth says, your dad's calling. And a trident floats up above his head. I'm like,
Shit.
Okay, I'm starting to see these signs. We come on over shooting season 1, and my friend Sean calls me. Earlier that week, I was having a rough week. And for the first time in my life, I said out loud, I go, God, if you're real, you need to show me, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like in this, it's, when you're on set, you go from being Pete Scobell to being Walker's dad. You're just there. And you're there, but you don't have a job. You're not paid, but you have to be there. And you're kind of like in this, it's like in being in purgatory. And I'm reading everything I can read, and I'm trying to grow and trying to be positive, and like the Ibogaine glow wears off, and so I'm really struggling a little bit again, and so I say out loud, God, if you're real, you need to show me, because I don't know what I'm doing. Next day, Sean calls me and says, hey man, the guy from the last op I went on, the guy who told me when I go to Ibogaine, ask why your God left you alone, because I got a favor to ask you. And I said, I'll do you. What is it? He goes, man, I found my mom, and she still lives in Erie. And I wrote her a letter, and I need you to deliver it to her. I don't want to meet her. I don't want to have anything to do with her. I just have to have closure in this part of my life. And it's got to be you. And I was like, I'll do it. Send it to me. So him being very squared away, the next day FedEx shows up. I open up the FedEx. I'm not going to use the real last name, but it says Patricia Smith. And I'm like, the guy who befriended me on the ski hill when I was a kid, Paul, his last name's Smith. I'm like, there's a lot of Smiths. And there's an address on it. So I just get this hunch. I text my friend Paul. I'm like, hey, you have a sister named is Patty's name Patricia? And does she live at this address? And he writes back, ... No. But can you come over tomorrow and talk to my son about joining the Coast Guard? Yeah, okay. I'm like, all right. That wasn't real. Okay. Next day I go over to Paul's house, talk to his son about joining the Coast Guard. He's like, I need to talk to you. He's a guy I've known my whole life. He threw me a graduation party from Naval Academy. He's like my brother. He goes, why'd you ask about Patty? I was like, nothing. It's not a coincidence. It was a mistake. And he gets real emotional and he goes, is this about her son? And I just got hit. I'm like, maybe. He goes, nobody knows this, but when Patty was really young, she got pregnant and my father forced her to give the baby up for adoption. And we fought, my dad. We didn't want it to happen. And I told my dad, I'll be his big brother. I'll take care of him. We're a close family. We don't need that. We all live in a kind of compound. We can't give the baby away. PJ, Paul says, she gave him up for adoption and it just wrecked her. And then she got pregnant again from the same guy. And that's Sarah, who you know. And now the wheels are turning and I'm like, oh my God. Like, this is Sean's family. He has a sister he's never met, full sister. I'm like, this is my big brother. He says to me, you know, when I saw you in the lift line, when we were younger, I would look around for anybody who looked like me. Everybody used to call me PJ's little brother, so much so that when he was 5 years older than me, he gave me his ID, and I used to go buy beer with his ID when I was 16 and he's 21. Because I used to look around for anybody that looked like me, because I thought maybe he was him. And when I saw you in the lift line that day, I thought you were him. That's why I made you my little brother. And I was like, and he says to me, who is he? Is he a good man? He's the best. He's a SEAL Team 6 operator. The legend. He's one of the finest human beings I've ever met. And PJ and I just kind of stared at each other. So I get in the car and I call Sean. I'm like, hey, man, I know your family. I don't just know your family. Like, they're my family.
Holy shit.
And there was a long pause. And he said, a good man. Like, you're a great man. Why'd they give me up? I explained to him everything. I don't think you got a sister, dude. Full sister. You've never met. It's actually looking for you. And the next day, I walked around the same neighborhood I live in. Sean and I talked for hours. Just everything. And I said, I want to introduce you to your mom and your sister. So we made that connection. And he and his sister met. And they became like best friends. They talk every day. Their families get together.
Damn, Pete.
And he's I was walking, and then all of a sudden I had this epiphany that those couple weeks just flew by. I was trying to just like absorb like what just happened. And I had this epiphany, and I called him and I said, "Hey man, something you need to know. That's a great family. They're wonderful people." I said, "But if you would have been born into that family, you wouldn't have been who you are. You wouldn't have been the man that you became. You wouldn't have been the combat leader that you are. You wouldn't have been the frogman that you are. You wouldn't have been the dad that you are. You wouldn't have been the husband that you are, the businessman. Like, you just wouldn't have been you." I said, "God makes you into the man he needs you to be for the job that he needs you to do. And then when you're ready, he heals you." And when I said that out loud, I had this peace come over me. I sat down and I had this, like, I can't even explain. It was like the five, but in real time. And he goes, "What did you get out of all this, man?" And I was like, "I got the answer to the question that I began to ask in the first place. Why God left me alone." I did this interview because I wanted my kids to know that God is real. He is the most real thing that you will ever seek. And that this whole experience, whatever this is the pursuit of him. And in your darkest moments, pursue him, because it will lead you to where you need to be. I don't know, I don't know where it all goes, but I wouldn't change anything. Wouldn't change anything, man. And when I say I forgive my dad and I forgive Beach, I forgive them all. Made me into the man that he needed me to be to do the job that he needed me to do. Now, every day, I talked a lot about Walker, but my other two kids, Lena and Walker's thing happened at a very young age. And it happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen. And it happened, God put me where he needed me. Every fuck up, every mistake, every dumb thing I did, everything I didn't get when I thought I wanted it, he was moving me. He was like, "No, you don't get that right now. You're going to get this. No, I need you here. No, I need you here." And I'm blessed on a level that I can't even explain, because I had that experience with Walker that showed me that truth. Like, I had this visceral experience. I'm so thankful. My faith is unshakable. I don't believe I know. I have something that is the greatest gift that anybody could ever wish for in this experience. God is real, man. It's so real. And he's so beautiful. And I think the awakening that's happening right now is, it's not just me. I think it's happening all over the world. And I think things are going to get crazy in the next decade. And I don't know what that looks like. And as a dad, it keeps me up at night. But I want everyone to know, no matter how crazy it gets, God is real. Like, just look for him.
It's a great message. You're a good dad, man. All the lessons you learned from your dad. You're paying it forward.
Trying. Parenting, it's a hands down the hardest job on planet Earth. At least in Afghanistan, you know who the enemy is. Anyway, came here to tell that story because I think the world needs it right now. And not just because it's mine, it's just because I think that I got lucky. I held on. I listened to the voices. I embraced the struggles. And listen, it's not all, rainbows and unicorns. Like, it didn't just go away and now I'm magically floating into the never. Like, it didn't get any easier after that. And the struggles are real. And that, this world that Walk's living in and Lena and Tanner are walking into, like, it's getting crazier by the minute. And it's going to be like, all this ride that we're on as a family is just unbelievable. But like, that's the only lesson that matters. That's it. You want to know what this whole thing is? This whole experience, this whole human experience, is the pursuit of him. That's it. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's the secret sauce. I don't know what the right names are, sometimes I have a tough time with the name Jesus because I feel like it's been used poorly. I call him Yeshua.
Done well, my friend. You've done well. I got one last question.
Yeah.
Your mom,
Yeah.
what would you say to her?
I don't think I need to say anything to her. I think she's been with me the whole time. I think she was sitting right next to me today and every day of my life. I don't think that I know that.
That means you're at peace.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think back to everybody who was always dangling faith in front of me. So many people prayed for me over all these years. People would randomly come up to me, I pray for you. And I'm like, don't waste your prayers on me, when you're young. And the Mick Waters, Marty, I hope she sees this. She's the one that took me to Rome and Medjugorje, and this whole experience, that's all it is, man. People were like, I'm always looking for my purpose. I'm like, your purpose is to love God. Your calling, that's different. But if you stay true on your purpose, then he'll put you where he needs you to do the things he needs done. And if you can stay present in the moment and bring him close to you, then you got nothing to worry about. And death isn't scary. None of it is. Like that lightness, just the happiness, just the calm that comes with that feeling, that moment. And I gotta find it. There's times when I get spun up and I move in different directions, and that book, like that, is like a lifeline for me. It brings me back. It's a reminder. He's with you. We're all just so lucky to have this. We create our own experiences. We manifest this. We believe that. We're humans having a spiritual experience. We're spirits having a human experience, not humans having a spiritual experience. And when you realize that, I think vibrationally, obviously I love music, but everything's vibration, everything's energy vibrating. And in quantum physics, everything's a frequency. Yeshua is a frequency. A Kundalini awakening is the opening of the Christ consciousness within you. And when that Christ consciousness, the Holy Spirit enters you, then it can work through you. And we're made in God's image, right? And a glove is made in God's image. But a glove without a hand in it's just a glove. And when that Christ consciousness is ignited within you, it allows the Holy Spirit inside of you. And that's what it is. It's God the Father is everything. The Son is the Christ consciousness, and the Holy Spirit is him working in his followers. Jesus is a frequency, man. Tune your instrument. You tune your instrument to him. You keep that thing tuned up, and the chords sound right. He said the kingdom of God is within you. And he was a teacher. He said, you're going to do greater things than I ever did. I think he left a blueprint of what to become. If this world was, I just think about if there were 8 billion Jesuses walking around this place, would be awesome. Right? Right? We wouldn't have any problems.
There's only one.
I know. But what he was saying is, do it. I set the bar. You guys match it. There can be 8 billion of you.
We can't. We can't hit that bar. All we can do is try.
That's the point. That's the experience. That's it, man. It's a pursuit.
We've already fucked it up.
Maybe.
But that doesn't mean you stop trying.
You can't quit. Never quit. You get knocked down, you get back up. You push forward.
That's right.
You know, that gremlin that lives inside you that refuses, it kept you in the cold water a little bit longer. That little thing, like, he's useful. You know, the ego is not the demon. You need him. But you need him in check. You need to be able to see where he is and how to use him when you need him. And then you need to know when he's crossed the line and he needs to go into timeout for a little bit. You need to be able to recognize that your body is inside of your soul. You know, I say my daughter is the most beautiful thing the universe has ever created. I mean that. She was born with her soul on the outside of her body. And it's so cool. She is like just your daughter, a daughter. I always say, like, you don't know what true love is until you have a daughter, because it eliminates that part. And it's just like, God, I can just sit there and just watch her when she talks. I don't care what she's talking about. I'm like, keep going. Like, I just love you. You know? My youngest tan man, he's got an overdeveloped sense of justice and a healthy disregard for authority. Wired like a frog, man. I love watching him play hockey. Not being present, man. Being there, sitting on set. You know, I think in life you have jobs, you have pursuits, you have jobs, and you have roles. And pursuits, when I tell people when they're young, find your pursuits. For me, it was music and skiing. No matter where I was in life, I found something to slide down and a song to play, guitar. Music was, it's there, it's carried me, it's been a pursuit. And it's led me to different jobs. Same thing with skiing. It led me to jobs. But then at a certain point, you realize you fill roles. And like being on set for me, it's not a job, but it's being there as a role that I want that has nothing to do with money. You realize that, like, the role you play, we're all actors. We're all actors in this big thing. We're all playing different roles. And what role do you want to play? What role is the one that means something outside of jobs? Like, jobs come and go. Like, you figure out your roles, any job will do. You know? And those pursuits are important. Chase those when you're young. They'll take you places. But then the jobs are good, but find the roles you want. And focus on those, was being a dad or being a husband.
I think the real mission is peace of mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get too wrapped up in possessions, money,
Yeah.
shit like that, but that doesn't bring you peace of mind.
No.
And that's the real winner. When you can sit with yourself
Yeah.
at peace.
The more peace of mind you have, the less shit you need.
You don't need any shit.
Exactly. It's such a beautiful thing. And you just see all of the teachings fall into place. You know what I mean?
I do.
I'm looking at the Bible connections on the wall. It's just like, yeah. They gave you the playbook. It's all been done, man.
Yeah. Well, Pete, I think this is the end, my man.
I think it is. Thank you.
It was an honor.
Honor to be here. It's an honor to tell you this story. Thank you.
I love you, dude.
I love you, brother.
I'm Sean Ryan, former Navy SEAL, CA contractor, and host of The Sean Ryan Show. Much of my life has been dedicated to seeking truth and getting answers, no matter how uncomfortable the questions are that we have to ask. But in the age of the PSYOP, that search has never been more difficult. In September of 2022, the U.S. Army's 4th PSYOP group released a cryptic video on YouTube.
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
Between clips of troops assembling chess pieces and social unrest, phrases begin to appear on screen. They ask, "Have you ever wondered who's pulling the strings?"
These are the Psy-War soldiers.
The series you're about to listen to is an attempt to answer that question, and an even bigger one. The global power brokers that conduct psychological operations constantly evolve. Technology like AI has evened the playing field, and now, in the era of social media and the democratization of information, all it takes to conduct a PSYOP is a smartphone.
Like and subscribe.
In each episode, we look at a different method of psychological operations, how they've evolved, and how they are being deployed. There's a quote that is attributed to a scientist named E.O. Wilson that says, "We are drowning in information while starving for wisdom." This is a life raft in that sea of both information and misinformation. PSYOPs are all around us. They're conducted by corporations, governments, activist groups, intelligence agencies, foreign adversaries, and anyone who knows how to shape perception to get what they want. The series provides an in-depth look at how these PSYOPs work, from conversations with whistleblowers, experts, historians, tech innovators, and more. We look at world events that are being shaped by highly constructed psychological operations specialists, and look at the terrifying possibilities of where this could all be headed. Along the way, you'll learn about everything from Russian troll farms, fake ghosts in the jungles of Vietnam, and mind control cults, to the CIA's involvement in Hollywood.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
The early history of PSYOPs and psychological experiments laid the foundation for what we see today in modern campaigns that seek to divide culture over polarizing issues. We look at where we are and how we got here. But ultimately, this series is a toolkit to help you understand how you're being manipulated and how to spot the signs of a PSYOP. Before the Army's viral PSYOP recruitment video ends, the words on screen inform viewers that war is evolving and all the world's a stage. This series is a peek behind the curtain. Welcome to the PSYOP. Buy it today at psyopshow.com.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.